Okay. This hearing is resumed. All right. Next to interpolate on the part of the majority, Comsec, could you pass the index card? Will be Vice Chair Jocelyn Lim Kai Chong. If she is not present with us, we'll move on to our Senior Vice Chair, Stella Luz Kimbo.
Thank you, Chair. Sir, may I know how much were your reverted funds to the Treasury from 2019 to 2023?
I'll refer to MSG, Asset Ablan, Honorable Congressman Stella.
Chair will generate the number from 2019 to 2023. 2019 to 2023. We'll generate the number.
Okay. Sige, kasi you have a slide here. So you have 2019, you used only 91%, 2020, 93%, 2021, 89%. So which means reverted imbalance, right? So may we know how much in pesos were reverted?
Yes, ma'am. We'll get the number. We'll get the number, ma'am. Others were continuing, especially for 2024. But we'll get the number.
Yeah, that's why 2019 ang hiningi ko, 2020, 2021, 2022, and yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So reverted yun.
Confirm lang namin with our finance service, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, so habang kinukuha niyo yan, may I ask Small Business Corporation, ma'am? Sir, can you ask them to status?
Honorable Stella, we can revert to President Bobby.
President Bobby, you're recognized to respond.
Yes, Madam Chair, may I please just step into the room. May I please ask the question again?
Yes, so your budget for 2024 is how much?
We only request for the P3.
Sorry, how much?
We have a tier 1 budget of 1.5 billion for the P3 funds annually, Madam.
Yeah, so every year, no? 1.5.
Yes, Madam Congressman.
So, just to clarify, ano po ang cash inflows natin every year? So we have the government subsidy of 1.5 billion. And what else po?
Reflows, Madam Congressman.
Can you explain that?
We collect what we lend, so we routinely are able to recover whatever we lend.
So, your, what do you call that, receivables? Loan receivables.
Yes, Madam Chair. Madam Congressman.
So you have loan receivables and your subsidy, as well as, I suppose, your interest income.
Yes, that's correct, Madam Congressman.
So for 2023, magkano po ang total cash inflows?
Let me just check. I just received the. Well, let me just check. We have a total. Well, our total current assets, Madam Chair, is total assets rather is 15.9 billion. And of that, 1.3 billion was in cash at the end of 2023. And I'm looking at, sorry. Okay. Yeah, receivable. Our net receivables is, I'm referring to the P3 fund only, Madam Chair, so 1.9 billion.
Sir, I'm asking you your total cash inflows from your operations. Di ba binanggit po natin ang sources of cash inflows tatlo po yun. Yung subsidy natin, ang loan receivables, ang interest income, and I suppose other receipts.
Yes.
So yun po ang ating cash inflows from operations. So ano po ang total noon for 2023?
It is 7.2 billion, Madam
And
Congressman.
can you give me the breakdown, sir?
It's about 6 billion from receivables, collections, and subsidy of 750 billion. This is the P3 subsidy fund, and miscellaneous revenues or income from placements, short-term placements of 228 million 856, and then other income, other receipts of 247.8 million, Madam Congressman.
So you mean 750 million yung sa subsidy?
That is correct.
So I thought earlier you said 1.5 billion po.
Meron po tayong annual Tier 1 budget approved by this by Congress of 1.5. But in the past 2 years, in the final GAA, there's always been less. Like last year, we've been approved for 1.5 and we received only 750 million.
So 750 lang ang natanggap.
Opo.
Ilan po ang borrowers ninyo for 2023?
We have about 60,000 direct borrowers existing in 2023, as of 2023, and about close to 300,000 through the conduits.
And in terms of total value of loans for these 60,000 borrowers, magkano po yun?
Well, we released a total of about close to 10 billion last year of loans.
And yung interest income received for these outstanding loans, ito po yung 228. Dito po sa binanggit ninyo na numero, magkano po yung
Interest income from
these borrowers?
Okay, let me see. We collected a total of 665.9 million of service and interest income from the loan receivables as of last year, Madam Congressman.
So, can you repeat that, sir?
Okay. All right. Let me just. That's a total of 665.9 million. Total service, interest, and business income, and that would include, Madam Congresswoman, yung some treasury income from very short-term placements of the funds.
Treasury income.
Opo.
Can you separate out the treasury income?
Let me just check. Okay, because I'm looking at the audited financial statements. But that's, to the best of my recollection, around 120 million.
120 million, yan ang interest income from your...
Short-term placements.
So,
In other words, the income from the receivables is about 550, around that amount, million.
so yung 5.976 collection of receivables, ang breakdown nito is both amortization and interest?
That is correct, Madam Chair. Congressman.
Okay. Magkano po ang total investments ninyo over and above the amount that you use to lend out to small borrowers?
Well, that will average to about at any given time siguro mga 2 to 3, about around 2 billion worth of short-term placements, ranging from 7 days to more than 30 days. But the average is about 30 days placement.
So about 2 billion pesos.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Bobby. Is that part of your mandate?
Well, I cannot cite the specific part of our mandate, but there is no prohibition.
Hindi, sir. Hindi ba... Hindi ba kayo nagkukulang sa umuutang? Ibig sabihin,
Yes, I understand.
I'm thinking that theoretically, it would be a residual decision, tama? Ibig sabihin,
Opo.
at the end of the day, kung merong akong sobrang bondo, yon ang ilalagay ko sa treasury.
Opo.
Tama?
That's right. Tama po yun.
Diba? So, pero sa pagkakaalam ko, napakaraming MSMEs na nagkukulang ng kapital at inaasahan talaga nila ang small business corporation. At ang alam ko, lagi po nandito si Kong Unabia, lagi humihingi ng dagdag na kapital. Kaya nagtataka po ako dito sa inyong meron kayong cash inflows from investing activities, proceeds from matured investments amounting to 8.114 billion pesos. Can you confirm that?
Hindi for a year, hindi po maabot na 8 billion yung aming investment income. Kasi ang total income lang po namin last year was only 670 plus million.
This is a statement of cash flow for the year ended December 31, 2023. I can furnish you a copy.
Sige po.
Kaya po ako nagtaka at hindi po nagtatali dun sa sinasabi po ninyo na 2 billion lamang, quote-unquote, na ini-invest ng SBC. Kasi that's why I'm asking you, kasi it says proceeds from matured investment. So I don't know what this means, right? Ibig sabihin, nag-mature na, so bumalik na sa kumpanya. So, sir, can you please explain that? Kasi,
ano po kasi ito, like we place, we liquidate, lend, place, liquidate, lend.
yes.
Yung pong total na galing dun sa pinlace namin and then kinuha namin, pumasok.
Yes, I understand, sir. Ang hindi ko lang I cannot wrap my head around the magnitude nitong naka-indicate na amount, which is 8.1 billion. Yun lang po hindi ko ma-explain.
Okay.
So, pwede niyong pag-aralan kasi ubos na pong oras ko. Magpapalista na lang po ako for round 2. So, i-check yun na lang po with your finance officer and ipaliwanag nyo na lang po din kung ano yung
Position po ng ano.
well, let's start with the policy. Kasi obviously, sa pagkakaintindi namin, the priority of course is for you to land, right? And then, kung may natitirang pondo, kung paano yung investment, and at the end of the day, kung paano lumaki ng ganito, ayon sa naka-reflect dito, and ipapadala na lang namin yung kopya po sa inyo para mapaliwanag sa amin. Salamat po. Salamat, Chair. Magpapalista na lang ako for this.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, may I just make an interjection?
I'm sorry.
Just one request. If
I'm
we
sorry,
can-
Mark. There is a...
Yeah, I know. If we can request them, Mr. Chair, to submit the financial statement
Okay.
para makita natin yung buong picture ng SBC.
Sure. The same as requested
yes,
from the
thank
SBCorp. Sec, Chris, you wanted to comment?
Yes, Kong Stella. It could also be that the policy before was asking for collateral. So for the MSME, it's difficult for not but a lot of them don't have collateral. So it's hard for them.
It's a cash statement,
Oh, okay.
so it can't be a collateral.
No, to get the cash, they need to give, that's why it's not loaned out.
Mr. Chair, yung pong total loan portfolio kasi namin is about 17, close to 17 billion, and we continuously collect, and whenever we collect, of course, we place them first in very short-term instruments as we renew credit lines, especially for the bigger amounts. So the cumulative total of that would be 8.1 million as we collect from the placement. That's recorded as cash inflow. It goes into the cash account, but it also goes out at the end of the year. So mga short-term balances po yung nilalagay namin doon. And yung a big portion of the treasury income is remitted to the Bureau of the Treasury. Hindi po namin credit. We don't even recognize it as our own investment income. So yung lamang pong corporate funds namin na pag kumita ng treasury income, doon lamang namin na-recognize. So we're just trying to make the best use of whatever available funds there are. But, we acknowledge that really our primary objective is to quickly turn around and relend the funds.
Right. Thank you, Kong Stella. Now we'll move on to Kong Bambi Emano for his question. I'm sorry, Mr. Pasek, Chris, you wanted to comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to answer the senior vice chair, ma'am, I already have the number for our reverted po. Unfortunately, ma'am, we don't have the info for fiscal year 2019, but we have from 2020 to 2023. For fiscal year 2020 po, reverted appropriations is total to 111,112,000 po. For fiscal year 2021, reverted po is 151,895,000. For fiscal year 2022, reverted po is 43,242,000. And so far po, for fiscal year 2023, reverted po is 3,391,000. So, hindi pa ito po complete kasi nga may continuing. Total amount reverted to the general fund or to the treasury, ma'am, for the 3 years plus 2023 is 309,640,000 pesos.
Excluding 2019.
Excluding 2019, it doesn't go far back, ma'am, but we'll provide you with 2019.
Right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next to interpolator is Kong Bambi Emano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Maayong hapon sa tanan. Good afternoon. And Mr. Chair, I'll be again wearing 3 hats, Madam Secretary. As a chairman for the Committee on Mindanao Affairs, I sit as a board of MINDA, and they too have questions regarding the implemented and will be implementing the project of DTI for calendar year 2025. At the same time, we'll be hopefully be able to bring the Regional Development Council 10's concerns and a little bit of parochial issues. Let me start, Mr. Chair, by asking them if on the first page of the budget briefer that they gave us, it has an allocation per region. Do you have have you total this per island, the 3 major islands? Oh.
Yes, good afternoon, Honorable Congressman. I will defer to Asset Grace for this question.
So we have a per region breakdown of the budgets.
It's very convenient. I can excuse the secretary. It's her 8th day in office, but for the undersecretary, it's a different story. Because every year you come to the House of Representatives, you ask for budget. And it would be very difficult for us to see if Mindanao was allocated a just share of the budget of the pie.
Yes, sir. We will do that, sir.
But yes, sir, will not suffice, Mr. Chair. I need the total.
Yes, sir. I'll have it computed and send it immediately, sir.
Okay. And if you can also, Mr. Chair, that of all the programs that you have with DTI, including your attached agency, example for CDA, their funds, have they aggregated it, Mr. Chair?
CDA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I humbly request the Honorable Chairman for the question, sir, again. Thank you po.
Aggregated funds disbursed or allocated per island within the 3-island region. I'm more interested of Mindanao.
Since the CDA, Mr. Chair, has regional offices,
I'm not asking about, with all due respect, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, I'm not asking for the offices that they have. I understand they have regional offices. You have field offices. I'm asking if how much Mindanao got for 2024, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
if the chair would grant the CDA to submit the breakdown.
That's a problem, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. As I have said, you've been coming to the House of Representatives every year. You know what we will be asking for, and yet you did not prepare for it. And what will happen? You will then tell me and us that you will submit. And the time that you will be submitting, we do not have any more time to scan, to go through it. Mr. Chair.
We apologize on that, Mr. Chair, and we're getting the information right now and we'll revert back immediately. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, for that, Madam Chair, I would like to register for the second one before I go to some parochial issues, Mr. Chair. For the program on SMEs and pondon sa pagbabago sa pag-asenso, how much is allocated for 2025, Mr. Chair?
Okay, ASEC Dom. Yes. To ASEC Dom Tolentino for this.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, may I answer that question? From SBCorp. As I mentioned earlier, we have a 1.5 billion annual Tier 1 budget for the P3, so we requested that. On top of that, we requested for an additional 1 billion.
This isn't the P3 loan. This is a pondo sa pagbabago. This is the grassroots program. Tama ba, Kong?
The P3 is the pondo sa pagbabago at pag-asenso, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if you're referring to the same.
Is this the loan program, Kong Bambi, or the
For the micro entrepreneurs.
okay, that's right. Go ahead.
Right. So, as I was saying, Mr. Chair, we annually were provided by Congress with a 1.5 billion Tier 1 budget for that, and it's supposed to be a subsidy fund for micro-lending. This year, we requested for an additional 1 billion because of the expected surge as in loan applications as directed by our new chair, because we're really, by the way, she's also our acting chair of SBCorp, our new secretary. She was our chair before she was appointed as secretary, and we agreed to increase aggressively the lending, the speed, the number, and scale of lending. So, and we're also planning to launch a
Mr. Chair, I'm not asking for the program, I was just asking for the funds. Because time is very limited, Mr. Chair. So, how much were you able to disburse?
We 100% po ang disbursement rate.
1.5? 1.5B?
Apo.
And how much did Mindanao get of the 1.5?
I will have to check. I will give that to you shortly. Honorable Congressman.
Madam, Mr. Chair, that the good secretary will be able to take note. Madam, we will be asking every year as long as people will allow us to sit in the House of Representatives.
Yes, Honorable Congressman, we'll get the figures and we'll send it to you as soon as possible.
Actually, I have it here. I will.
The gentleman is standing, Mr. Chair, would like also to get the data from the shared service facilities. How much did Mindanao get? I think the microphone is not on. I can't hear, Mr. Chair. Please, ma'am.
We will provide you, sir, the data for the Mindanao region.
This is like all future tense, Mr. Chair. And time is very, very limited, Mr. Chair. May I know the point person, Mr. Chair, of the shared service facility? Because I'm not bringing my concern only, Mr. Chair, not only for Mindanao, not only for the district, but I have here the staff of Governor Peter Olabia also sent, because they too want to avail of the programs and they want to get the assurance. That's the tourism officer there, Ms. Ukot. Dindog nila, there. So I'm bringing it here also, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Chris.
We'll refer to ASEC Ablan for this SSF.
Yes, thank you, Madam Secretary and Madam Chair. Honorable Congressman, I do have the total for SSF for Mindanao broken down to regions.
For Region 10.
Region 10 po for 2025, allocation for SSF is
No, 2024. You're planning for 24 muna tayo bago tayo punta 25. Ganun lang talaga budget eh. How you spend your money and how you plan to spend your money, sir. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair, for Region 10, we have grand total of 39,537,000 po for Region 10 for 2024 funds po.
Okay, and may we know what projects were implemented of the 39 million, Mr. Chair?
I'll just go through the list, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, supposedly when you go to what we prepared, you know that these are district representatives also. People will be asking us what we did and what we were able to bring, what we are able to bring to our people.
Yes, Madam Chair, for Region 10, we have 2 fab labs, cold storage facility, food analytical lab.
Where are those?
In Region 10,
Yeah, the address, please, Mr. Chair. Because, Mr. Chair, I had certain requests, simple requests that I made and had received, and I was even promised by the former secretary that it will be delivered to the 2nd District of Misamis Oriental and the province of Misamis Oriental, and apparently it was not delivered, Mr. Chair. And it would not be any more right for my people if these people will again promise me and they will again not deliver for 2025, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair, for the district of the Honorable Congressperson, the requested amount is 9.8 million. One of the proposed projects to be funded under the 2025 SSF project, allocation po is 2.5 million. This is to help the cacao processing facility, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Yeah, that's 2.5, and facility for USTP, Claveria, Mr. Chair, and for the Abaca Fiber Quality Enhancement Project through access to mechanization under Governor Peter Onabia of Misamis Oriental. Those were the 3 that I submitted. They committing again and not delivered again next year, Mr. Chair?
Only for the cacao processing facility, Madam Chair, at a project cost of 2.5 million.
You can commit or do not commit?
It's already allocated.
What about in USCP Club area?
For the fiber mechanization project,
It's cacao processing facility for East Misamis Oriental, which is in the municipality of Club area.
I'll verify the address, Madam Chair.
Okay.
If it's there.
And so when can I get the when?
This afternoon, Madam.
This
Madam Chair.
afternoon.
Yes.
And of course, the Abaca Fiber Quality, which was mentioned earlier, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair.
For the Abaca Fiber, it's 10 million allocation, Madam Chair.
Are they committing or are they not committing, or are they just reading, Madam Chair?
It's Madam Chair, it's funded under the 2025 SSF project, NEP.
So a commitment already because it's in the NEP.
It's already allocated, Madam Chair.
It's not a promising promise.
No, Madam Chair.
For CAIR, Madam Chair, the CAIR roadmap, is Mindanao included?
I'm sorry.
I will defer, Honorable Congressman, to Yusek Rita Aldaba for this.
Center for AI Research.
All right. Okay.
Para
Exact-
po open po ang CARE, ang tawag po namin ay CARE, open po siya sa lahat.
Yeah,
Meaning,
I mean, yeah, I understand it's open for all. Can I get a commitment that Mindanao will be included in the roadmap?
Yes, Honorable Representative.
So how do we go about it?
Kung meron na po kayong nakahandang proposal, pwede na pong i-submit sa amin and para po may idea rin kami in terms of kung ano po yung AI solutions, kung ano po yung mga problema doon sa region na pwede pong solusyonan using AI.
Okay, that would be wonderful because we have here actually the documents already prepared, so we'll have it received by the gentle lady.
Sige po.
Yeah, for the livelihood kits that you were submitted, that you were distributed last year, how was it?
Dom, through you, Secretary.
Mr. Chair, can I request the proponent to please repeat the question? Answer.
For the livelihood kits, you distributed livelihood kits for 2024.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
How was it
I have
allocated?
25,550.056. The number of total kits provided is 2,216. That's for Region 11 and Caraga. We have 13,550.056. Caraga 12 million. For NSB,
I'm from Region 10, Mr. Chair.
I'm talking about Mindanao.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
Thank you. For NSB, Mindanao, I have 15 million and 1,126 kits. And that's for Caraga, we have 5 million. Our Region 9, 606 kits, and for Region 10, 250 kits, Mr. Chair.
And for Region 10,
Sir, for Region 10, for the NSB,
for kits, let's start with kits.
the kits, we have 250 business kits, sir.
And where was it distributed? In which province for Region 10?
That's in Caraga. No, sir. Wait lang. I'll check lang with my
Yun daw yung geography, Mr. Chair.
Yes, that's my
Wala
problem,
tayo
sir.
sa Region 10.
Wait lang, sir. Danao del Norte.
Yeah, Lanao del Norte, Region 10.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Only Lanao del Norte was a recipient, Sir.
Yes, sir.
Kawawa naman Miss Orjan.
Yeah.
Nangyari, ba't walang hindi nakasama yung Miss Or doon?
Sir, sila lang yung nag-qualify, naging affected by the calamity because we followed guidelines, sir.
Yeah, we were struck with calamity too, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, can I have those programs submitted, Mr. Chair, and hopefully I'll be registered for the second round. And while we're doing that, Mr. Chair, if the good secretary will allow, I will also allow the staff of the governor to go to the program implementers of the different programs so that we all can also get commitments for Miss Amis Oriental, Mr. Chair.
Yes, that can be done.
Okay, we'll be waiting, Mr. Chair, and hopefully I'll be able to scan through it hopefully before 4 o'clock, Mr. Chair. Of all the programs that are implemented, I'll be asking the same question again on the second round, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Kong Bambi. Chris.
Mr. Chair, if I may be allowed to just quickly relay a few figures, sir. We have very recent figures for our releases for the P3 fund for the past 2 months, for July and June. We released 94 million in total for July, and 41% of that went to Mindanao. And of the amount that went to Mindanao, 40% went to Region 10 po. And in June, we released 90 million, and 16 million went to Mindanao, and of that, about half of that went to Region 10. So, medyo significant po yung outlay natin ng P3 sa Mindanao, Honorable Congressman.
Yeah, I was gonna show and tell everybody that the program was working. Can I have the aggregated list of which beneficiaries and from which province they were from Region 10, sir?
Okay, we will provide
Thank
that,
you,
sir.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So all the requests for data, please submit before the second round of Kong Bambi. Yes, Asa Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add to the query of Kong Emano, like I mentioned, the livelihood kits for this year was already discussed by ASEC Dom. However, as mentioned earlier, Kong, for 2025, DBM did not grant us the budget. Just for the information of the good congressman, for the continuation of the CARE program, we requested 280 million for Mindanao, specifically for Region 10, 85.6 million. Again, this was not approved by the DBM.
All right. Thank you, ASEC Kong Bambi. Next to interpolate will be Kong Ditse Pancho. Okay. Maybe we can move on to Vice Chair Romeo Momo, Senior.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, especially to DTI family. Mr. Chairman, while I tend to agree that the proposal of increasing the budget of DTI, but upon the review of their performance, it seems that hindi pwedeng madagdagan siguro ang DTI. In the case, for example, of the obligation rate, 74% lang ho ang kanilang obligation rate, ano? So probably that's the reason why DBM is not amenable in increasing your budget, diba? Because it's useless to increase your budget when even your budget before was not even consumed, diba? And because of this dismal performance in terms of obligation, all your performance targets, your major programs were not attained, diba? Because of this. So, kung hindi natin kasi ang programs natin, ang ating mga targets, to the detriment of course, Filipino people yun, ang tatamaan din, di ba? Dahil serbisyo ang apektado doon. Example, there is an obligation of 97% in one program, but the disbursement is only 69%, di ba? So, medyo mahina talaga. And because of this, I would like to request DTI. I am from Caraga, and I would like to, it is mentioned here that in 2024, 4% of your regional allocation was allocated to Region 13. And in 2025, 3.5% of your regional allocation is to be allocated to Caraga region. My question is, yung 2024 at saka yung 2025, how this fund is broken down to specific programs? Paano nyo binatay-hati ito? In specific programs po.
Honorable Congressman, I defer to ASEC Grace.
Dagdagan ko lang ho, specific programs and to what provinces po?
Sir, if you give me time, I'm asking the regional director to submit to me the list of projects for the different programs, because under 001 we have under 001, 02, 03, 04, and then Negosyo Center, Shared Services Facility, even PPG, sir. We'll send it to you, sir.
And by province po, by province.
Yes,
Can I have it before the adjournment of
yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can have it.
There is a program pondo sa pagbabago at pag-asenso, no? P3 program. I understand in year 2025 walang pondo ho, allocated for this. But in 2024, meron. Okay? How much was allocated sa programang ito for 2024?
That's Bobby.
I will defer to Asset Dom Tolentino.
Yes.
This is the P3 loans, no? Yeah. Yes, press Bobby.
Okay, Honorable Congressman, meron po tayong Tier 1 budget na 1.5 billion that's appropriated every year by Congress. But last year, approved po yung 1.5 pero ang na-download lang sa amin was 750 million. Napautang na po namin lahat yun.
This 1.5 is specifically for P3?
Yes, sir.
P3 lang yan?
Yes, sir.
Naubos ba natin yun lahat?
Opo, ang disbursement natin dyan is about 100%.
Okay. How many beneficiaries do you have?
Total na po ng ano natin, mahigit, abot na ng 300,000 kasi we lend directly mga 60,000 pero yung through our partner cooperatives and microfinance institutions, we are able to reach more than 300,000 na po.
And how many of this is in Caraga?
That's what I was just asking and I will supply it to you shortly, sir. Pero ang sinasabi ko po kanina, yung pong total disbursements ng P3 recently, 41% po sa Mindanao. So, Mindanao gets big relative to the other island regions. Mindanao po ang pinakamalaking share.
Mindanao has 5 regions. Can I have
Sige po.
a breakdown? Or
Meron po akong breakdown pero June and July lang muna.
yes.
Ang, as I was saying, sa Region 10 ang pinakamalaki, I'll just check po yung sa Caraga.
And besides by region, can you go down also to provinces?
Sige po.
Can I have that also before the adjournment? Thank you. With the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence, Madam Secretary, in fact, it is foreseen that AI might replace even the BPOs in the next years, no? To come, no? So ang unang apektuhan dito ang BPOs. Sana ho tayo sa National Artificial Intelligence Strategy Roadmap ninyo. Sana ba ang ating programa na to? Anong update dito?
I will defer to you, Secretary.
Nilaunch po namin 2 weeks ago yung Center for AI Research. Ito po yung major recommendation ng ating roadmap. Ito po yung sinasabi ko po kanina na magbibigay ng mga consulting services. Ito po ay para sa lahat, lalong-lalo na po sa mga micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Kailangan po nila ito kasi mahal po kung sila yung magi-invest at kukuha ng mga supercomputers na kakailanganin at pati na po yung pag-hire ng mga tao na sila po yung gumagawa ng mga AI solutions at tumutulong unang-una po para mag-improve yung efficiency, mapababa yung cost of operations ng mga MSMEs. Magagamit din po ito sa pamamagitan ng paggawa po ng software kung saan yung kanilang supply chain ay magiging mas efficient. Like for example po, kung paubos na ba yung inventory or malapit aling mga produkto, yung malapit na yung expiry dates. So kaya po yung gawin ng AI at yung mga ganong serbisyo po, in addition yung mga consumer services pwede din pong magamit. So, yun po yung mga pinag-uukulan ng pansin ng team na yon. Kaya po, as we speak, tuloy-tuloy po yung pag-meet nila sa iba't ibang mga grupo ng mga MSMEs para po maintindihan kung ano yung mga problema na pwedeng solusyonan gamit yung mga AI tools. So, liban po doon, gumagawa rin po ang team ng mga AI learning modules. Lalong-lalo na ngayon po, nakita namin dun sa mga survey na ginawa na hindi po talaga masyadong aware yung ating mga MSMEs kung paano ang paggamit ng ng AI as a tool para nga po mag-improve yung efficiency ng kanilang negosyo, mag-improve yung productivity, and of course po yung layunin naman nito, pag na-bring down yung costs, mas magiging productive sila, mas malaki po yung kanilang kikitain. So magkakaroon po kami ng mga AI learning modules na ituturo sa mga MSMEs natin kung ano-ano yung mga applications ng AI, paano po yung pag-gather ng data na kinakailangan para magamit po yung mga tools na at software na dinidevelop using AI. So, liban po sa mga MSMEs, open din po yung center para makipag-partner sa mga large enterprises na kailangan din ng tulong mula sa ating AI team of data scientists. Sa ngayon po, meron po kaming 10 na recruit. So ito po yung tumutulong sa atin para makapagbigay ng karampatang solusyon sa ating mga MSMEs, pati na ng mga large enterprises. Pwede rin pong ang team makipag-partner sa mga AI researchers ng iba't ibang universities para po makatulong din dun sa kanilang R&D, and in the end po, syempre po yung R&D gusto natin na ma-commercialize para po ma-convert talaga into mga products, services, or mga bago pong business models na pwede pong pagkakitaan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our construction industry is actually booming right now. In fact, DPWH for in 2025 was about almost 1 trillion pesos in budget for the construction. And I was informed that for 2025, the total number of projects of DPWH alone is almost 18,000 projects. And in 2025, there are about 25,000 projects. So grabe ho ang construction industry natin, sa government side lang yun, ha? Hindi pa kasama yung private. Now, there are still news report of the proliferation of substandard construction materials in the Philippine market. Cement, steel, wood, glass, PVC pipes, electrical products, and the likes. In fact, bago lang ho kayo, mayroon kayong press release tungkol dito, di ba? At ang construction industry ho, na-experience din nila ito, na marami hong mga substandard na mga materials na nasa market ngayon. Of course, this will impact on the safety of our structures. Lalo na ho, ngayon we are anticipating of the big one, and then may mga calamities tayong hinihintay, or darating, papayag man tayo o hindi, darating talaga yun. So, what we need is really to improve our structures, no? My question is, ano ang ginagawa natin, Mr. Madam Secretary, to ensure that the construction materials available to our consumers, especially construction industry, are compliant with the PS and ICC-related requirements?
Honorable Congressman, I'll defer to ASEC Agaton Ubero for this question.
Madam Chair, two things. First, the Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines is an attached agency of DTI, and that's where most contractors get their accreditation. So we also they're here with us also. So on the policy side, we're working with CIAP on how we can work with the industry on the enforcement side. For OSEC main, DTI main, we have the Fair Trade Enforcement Bureau, and we just created 4 months ago the Task Force Kalasag with the budget that we got from Congress. We're able to hire more people, hindi ko kasi madaling mag-create ng plantilla. So we have more people now doing the rounds, doing monitoring and enforcement. And in fact, in the last 4 months, we've confiscated a total of 152 million pesos, and that includes construction materials, Mr. Chair. And
Can I cut you short, no? Mr. Chair, dahil tapos yung oras ko, may dagdag lang ko na kung pwede, Mr. Chair, yung follow-up question lang. Matagal na ako ang problema ito, siguro ilang taon na ito. May mga nahuli ba tayo? Kung meron man ilan kaya, na manufacturer and retailer, na-filean ba natin ang kaso mga yan? Nagbayad ba ng fine? Until such time na wala tayong ginagawang ganun, tutuloy-tuloy pa rin yan.
we will submit, Madam Chair, the list of companies that been the subject of cases and the penalties imposed on these hardwares and stores.
Ginisama mo na rin kung saan ang pinakamarami among the regions or among the cities,
Yes, please, Madam Chair.
so that we can advise the construction people to be aware of that particular area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Chair.
Right, thank you. Kindly submit the same. Next would be Congressman Boy Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you sa ating Madam Secretary. Ang haba ng discussion natin dito at alam naman natin na lahat ay ginagawa ng DTI. Ang gusto ko lang i-comment dito ay yung DTI Bulacan kasi sila ho yung nakita ko nag-submit sa akin ng accomplishment report for first semester. So, hindi ko alam kung nandito siya. Pero napakaganda ho ng report. Very comprehensive, covered ang SME, covered ang investment, practically covered a lot of areas na lahat ng intervention na ginagawa ng DTI. Ang concern ko bilang isang Bulakenyo, ito ang aming airport. 735 billion investment to ito. Ang commitment ng San Miguel dito, this will be on stream by year 2027. Ang pinag-uusapan nyo rito is 2,500 hectares. Ang bayan nyo ng Giginto, which is my town, is only 2,750. So, ang projection nyo rito, 1,000 hectares para sa airport. Yung 1,500, basically, ito yung export processing zone. Approve na yung BAPSES pa. At yung creation nito nandito na. Ang gusto kong malaman, ano ba yung engagement ng DTI na ginagawa dito sa San Miguel? Kasi marami yung requirement to. There are a lot of industries that will be put up, maraming training requirement na kailangan, maraming investment promotion that we need. Ano na ho yung ginagawa ng DTI at this point in time para sa engagement sa San Miguel? Or possibly, meron na ba kayong roadmap dito?
Good afternoon, Honorable Congressman. I'll defer to Yusek Perry for this question.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, Congressman, right now ang focus natin is in formulating the implementing rules and regulation for Republic Act number 11999 o yung sa establishment of the Bulacan Special Economic Zone and Freeport. So doon ko muna tayo nakafocus and we hope to do this within 2 months. Tapos we will then focus on coordination for the promotion of the Special Economic Zone and Freeport. Kasi actually, kailangan mo namin to, we really need this one. Kasi at the end of the day, yung pagkabagyo dito, nagiging controversial, yung airport. While we do really feel na wala naman, it's just, the airport itself is just 3% of the total area. So, ibig sabihin, there is sufficient engineering intervention to correct that one. Ang kailangan lang dito ay alaman naming mga kabayan namin, ano ba talaga yung magandang magagawa nito para sa lalawigan ng Bulacan. Okay. So, sana magkaroon kami ng masubmit yung intervention at possibly yung gagawin po ninyo rito. Pangalawa, ang nakikita ko ngayon lamang ay mayroong mga program ng mga tupad. May programa ng AIX, may programa. Dito sa distribution na ito, ay clearly, nakita natin ito, these are more or less dole out. Is it possible for the DTI na magkaroon ng mga job fair or trade fair within the vicinity para at least mabigyan natin ng option itong mga beneficiaries na to para magamit ng mas maganda yung pera. Magkaroon tayo ng multiplier para more or less hindi masyadong mahirapan ng SBC sa pagpapautang. Kasi at the end of the day, we're shelling out millions. So ang maganda rito, magkaroon na tayo, isabay natin yung sa DTI para doon sa distribution namin na ginagawa, makasama to at makinabang yung talagang aming mga constituents. Can we do this one?
Secres.
I'll defer to Yusek Perry.
I think the suggestion was, since there are a lot of ayuda programs from other agencies, can there be a DTI intervention that will catch all of those ayuda programs insofar as trade fairs, job fairs, although job fairs are implemented by DOLE?
Yes, Honorable Chair, so we will do that po. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that's about all.
All right, thank you, Kong Boy. All right, Kong Danny Abante is next. If he is not around, we move on to Kong Marco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Our OIC Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry and the other officials of DTI, magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Isa pong tanong ko, una, are you aware of the findings of the Institute of Management Development of the Switzerland-based company that look at the economic performance of several nations in the country?
Baka yung sa competitiveness, yung ba sa competitiveness?
I'll defer to Yusek Fita on this matter.
Okay, thank you.
World competitive. Yung World Competitiveness
Yes.
Index ng IMD.
Alam po niyo yan?
Opo.
Okay. At alam niyo kung ano ang position ng ating bansa related to this competitiveness ranking of this company, the Institute of Management Development. Just for your information, out of 67 countries, ang Pilipinas is 52nd ang ranking natin as far as competitiveness is concerned. And the competitiveness is measured in terms of number 1, economic performance, number 2, government efficiency, business efficiency, number 3, and number 4 is infrastructure. So we are ranked number 52 out of 67 economies. In terms of the ASEAN or the Asia Pacific, out of 14, number 13 tayo. Kung alam po ninyo, Madam Secretary and at ang chairman natin, ano po ba ang gagawin ng DTI para mag-improve naman ang ating competitive ranking with this budget that you will have in 2025? Madam Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, I'll defer to Yusek Fita on this matter.
Salamat po, Madam Secretary and Chair. Una po, hindi po nagbago yung posisyon natin.
Yes, for the last 5 years.
For the last 2 years po. Number 52 po yung rank ng Pilipinas. Pero banggitin ko lang din po na while may mga certain areas na naglalag po yung ating bansa, we ranked high po in terms of employment, number 10 po tayo. In terms of tax policy, number 15. And sa domestic economy po, number 27. At yung pong mga weaknesses natin, kung bakit yung ranking po natin ay mababa, ay dahilan sa business legislation, number 60 po tayo doon. Basic infrastructure, number 62. And sa education po, number 63. So, yung education po siguro dahil po dun sa mga scores natin sa PISA, tayo po ay bottom 2 doon. Sa basic infrastructure, ito po parating lumalabas dahil sa kakulangan po ng ating mga physical infrastructure, pati na po digital infrastructure at siguro po isasama ko na rin yung innovation infrastructure. Marami po yung mga gaps dito po sa ating bansa. And actually po kahapon na pag-usapan po namin ito, yung sa business legislation, ang nabanggit po doon yung kasalukuyang pagtalakay sa create more at saka po sa yung sa services liberalization din po natin base naman po sa pag-aaral ng OECD. Meron po kasi silang FDI restrictiveness index. Tayo din po yung unang-una doon dahil highly restrictive po yung ating services sector. So yung mga challenges po na kailangan nating harapin, yung job generating investments, and nakatutok po doon ang ating DTI at BOI, TESA at yung ating pong mga kapartner pa po ng mga IPAs para po tayo ay maka-generate pa ng mas malaking mga investments na pag-aralan din po natin kung alin po yung mga priority sectors natin, kaya nakatutok po yung mga programa natin para makapag-attract ng mga investors dito po sa mga areas na relatively strong naman po yung ating posisyon, at ang balak po nga natin ay palawakin pa at makapag-attract po tayo ng iba't ibang mga activities na nandun po doon sa area na nandito na rin yung ibang mga investors. Yung pangalawa pong challenge, yung food security para po matemper yung inflation and yung mga presyo gawing mas affordable. Kailangan din po nating harapin yung mga yun nga po, yung mga learning gaps para mag-improve yung ating education system mula po ito sa basic, secondary, tertiary, and idadagdag ko na rin po siguro yung training. So yung TESDA, meron naman po tayong EDCOM 2. Ito po yung kanilang binibigyan ng pansin at solusyon. Another big challenge po sa atin yung building sustainable infrastructure to reduce our climate change vulnerability. At yung department po, may mga proyekto din po kami, kaagapay ng Asian Development Bank at pati na po yung GEF, Global Environment Facility, at ang UNIDO po. So may mga projects po tayo para gawing mas sustainable at ma-address po yung climate change sa pamamagitan ng tulong na ibinibigay po natin sa ilan sa ating mga vulnerable sectors dito sa bansa. And yun po, siguro.
Mr. Chair, may I just, you have enumerated a lot of things, but, this had happened for the last so many years already. As a matter of fact, during the last 2 years, we degraded in terms of this index. If you talk about the economic performance, out of 67, number 40 tayo. Yung government efficiency or governance efficiency, out of 67, number 49 tayo. So yung binanggit mong performance natin, if you look at the average per category, hindi tayo lumalampas na o gumaganda below, better than 40. So ngayon, itong budget ninyo, if I look at it, I would like to know specifically how do you improve business? Kasi ito mga strategy nyo, panay MSME, no? Digitization, yung AI, I don't know how you will do this AI, diversification, financing, franchising, mentoring, and learning. Ito kasi yung nakalagay dito. I want to be more specific on how you will improve itong ating competitive ranking. Wala kayong effort dito in terms of manufacturing, which is going to help us in terms of improvement of the overall economy. And as we know, yung multiplier effect nito mas malaki kesa sa purely consumption ang focus natin, Madam Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary.
Meron,
Honorable Congressman, those AI, the digitalization, diversification, those are for the MSME strategies, and you, Secretary, will explain all the initiatives for manufacturing and for the international trade.
Madam Secretary,
Sige,
banggitin
thank
ko
you.
lang muna yung Tatak Pinoy.
Ito po kasing na-present ko kanina, kaya opo. So, wala pong focus sa mga natin. Kasi yun ang yun ang isa sa mga kailangan natin. And I would like to know your specific strategy. Kasi yun nga, there is what we call yung agriculture is one of our strengths, di ba? In terms of resources natin. But I don't see any strategy to balance both yung industry development natin with that of the agriculture. Kasi before, there was an effort on the part of the government to have balanced growth, they call it. Both the industry at saka yung agriculture, no? Like when you speak of that balanced growth, ang ibig sabihin, yung mga raw materials that we draw from our agricultural sector can be utilized as raw materials for our industry. At yun namang industry will produce products that will support the agricultural sector. So yun ang balanced growth. In terms of export-import, there is what we call import substitution. Kasi ngayon, ang pinaka-focus natin, we do a lot of export, but marami rin tayong ini-import. As a matter of fact, mas marami pa yung ini-import natin kaysa yung na-export natin in many cases. So, gusto natin pong malaman kung meron kayong specific program that will improve our competitive ranking with the other countries nandito. Invest na focusing on this 5-point strategy for MSME development.
Actually, Honorable Congressman, we have for each functional group, we have program and we have a plan for that. For the international trade, of course, we'll aggressively push the international trade. We will work closely with the Office of Special Assistant to the President, SAPGO, on this one. And USEC Perry, they have now some programs and some initiatives regarding the manufacturing and the international trade. USEC Perry, we can defer to USEC Perry on this.
Sec, if I may. Yeah. Siguro po, i-connect ko lang yung mga binabanggit ko kanina. Yun pong like sa education, importante po yun para yung mga workers po and mga highly skilled workers
So, pero hindi ko lang po ginagawa yun sa DTI. Sa amin yung sa education. I'd like to focus more on what DTI will do.
Opo.
Yun ang focus natin.
Opo. Meron po kaming yung approve lang na batas, Tatak Pinoy Act, nasa DTI po yung nag-i-implement, kami po yung secretariat, at sa kasalukuyan po, yung aming mga programa ay tumutulong para po i-upgrade yung mga capabilities ng ating, hindi lamang po ng mga MSMEs na binanggit ko kanina, kundi yung mga large establishments. So yung pong mga bagong technology kasi, yun po yung kailangan talaga dahil hindi po tayo makaka-export kung hindi po technologically at par yung ating mga processes dun sa mga sinusuplayan natin ng iba't ibang mga produkto, and magiging mas competitive po tayo, mas mapapababa natin yung ating production cost kung tayo po ay gumagamit at nag-a-adapt nitong mga bagong technology. At yun po, isa rin sa layunin ng Center for AI Research, pati na po nung katambal niya na facility, ito po yung Industry 4.0 Pilot Factory, na makakatulong din po para gawin itong facility kung saan pwede pong gumawa ng R&D yung ating mga kumpanya. Makikipag-partner po yan kasama yung mga specialist natin, including yung mga researchers coming from the academe, para po mas ma-improve pa either yung kanilang mga processes or yung mga produkto nila gamit yung mga bagong teknolohiya. At tumutulong din po yung Tatak Pinoy sa pag-expand ng market access, attend po, pag-participate sa mga trade fairs, trade exhibitions, trade and investment missions sa iba't iba pong parte ng mundo.
Okay, thank you very much po sa ano nyo. Daming mga...
Kong Mark, si Secretary Ata also wanted to comment.
Yes, sige. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairs and Congressman Mark. If you would allow me, Honorable Chair, to present what we presented yesterday on our trade and investment positioning strategy, if that would be helpful po.
Yeah, so can we just have a copy of that, Mr. Chair, instead of, I think I'd like to continue my interpellation, if I may, Mr. Chair.
While it's not naman taken against your time, Kong Mark, do you want to hear from them for a minute?
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah.
Sige po, mabilis lang ho ito, bibilisan ko lang ho. Please, our slides yesterday. We'll provide you a trade and investment update. So in particular po, what are our priority sectors? Next slide. So just an overall context, next slide. We all know that the Philippines is already the fastest growing economy in the region. So next slide. So our goal really is not just to grow, but more importantly, to transform the Philippine economy so that we can enter a virtuous cycle of continuous and sustained economic growth. Next slide. Towards this goal, what is very important is that our goal is really to transform the Philippines to be Southeast Asia's hub for smart and sustainable manufacturing and services by empowering the private sector through market-based tools. Ito yung naka-yellow na highlights, very important because this really differentiates the Philippines against what our competitors are doing, in particular yung mga export ban, high local content rules. Yan po. Next slide. If this is our goal, then our positioning strategy po is as follows. Anchoring our positioning on the what investors, both local and foreign, have been mentioning to us as our key strengths. Number one, yung sa baba po, yung young and talented workforce. Second, our richness in relevant natural resources. Dahil ko kasi ang Filipinos, would all agree, and it has been mentioned earlier by several honorable congressmen, that the Philippines really is rich in mineral resources. Ang problema lang po natin, hindi natin pa-process para mataso sana yung value add natin. And then third ho, yung ating strategic location. So with this as our anchor competitive advantages, our priority sectors are as follows. Number one ho, renewable energy. Tapos side by side, it's very important to yung platform nito, yung renewable energy and then data centers and telco infrastructure. Tapos so building on this, yung ating home green metals, in particular yung processing of our minerals also in a green way. Kaya ang tinatawag natin dito green metals, meaning yung extraction and processing of the green minerals. And when we talk about green minerals in particular, we are referring to nickel, copper, and cobalt. So should also be green and sustainable. And then side by side with that would be high-tech agriculture. Tapos so building on this, yung electric vehicles, so tapos yung smart and high-tech light manufacturing, and then yung outsourced semiconductor assembly and testing. So these are our priority sectors. Medyo nag-evolve lang ho kasi merong mga dinadagdag pa ho tayo, like yung kanina nabanggit din yung pharmaceuticals, yun ho. But ito ho yung pinaka-core ho natin. Next slide. With this as our positioning strategy, just to mention that in terms of comparative net FDIs, by the way, ang pangako ho natin ay by the end of this administration, by 2028, will be the second biggest destination of net FDIs. If you look at 2023 ho, we actually had a decline in FDI, 6.6%. But if you compare that with our neighbors, very important po ito, we've actually already overtaken Malaysia and Thailand when it comes to net FDIs because Thailand declined by 74%. Si Malaysia declined by 44%. Ang talagang si Indonesia even declined by 12%. So, ang talaga nag-increase lang ho has been si Singapore and then si Vietnam. Now, if you look at the absolute levels, pag sinabi ho natin that we will be the second source of biggest destination of net FDIs by 2028, that means that we have to overtake Vietnam, which is $18.5 billion, and see Indonesia with its $21.7 billion. If you look at Indonesia, about half of the FDIs that it has been getting is only on one particular activity, actually, nickel processing coming from Chinese investments. Tapos so si Vietnam, and a lot of the investments that it has been getting has been in electronics, particularly for companies that have been embarking on a China plus one strategy. So, next slide. Yung lumabas po the other day na report from the BSPs that our FDI for May, we experienced a 1% decline. No, but overall, compared with May of 2023. But overall, if you look at January to May, positive pa rin ho yung FDI natin. Positive 15% growth ho yung year-to-date numbers ho natin. Next slide. For 2023 ho, for the Board of Investments, we've experienced a 1.26 trillion total approval, total registration. This is the biggest registration of BOI in its 56-year history. Mostly po coming from renewable energy. Tapos so in terms of country, this would be from European countries, Germany, Netherlands, tapos followed by sila Singapore, and yun po. Next slide. For January to June po, 950 billion yung ating total registration. But as of July, pumahataw na tayo ng 1.15 trillion. By the way, in terms of number of projects and projects na nagko-continue once they register with BOI, ang batting average ho natin ay 75 to 80%. Next slide. In terms of exports naman, for the first time, we have reached the $100 billion mark. So naka-reach tayo ng 103 billion pesos. This would actually be lower than the PEDP target of $126 billion, but higher than the PDP target of $100 billion. Saka nag-increase ho itong exports natin. Next slide. But very important to
Yung imports natin magkano?
ito ang papasok ko tayo dito. Ito ang sinasabi natin kanina. Very, very important to yung sinasabi natin na deficit. Because even while our exports has been increasing, if you look at in 2014, our trade deficit to ay, sorry, hindi ko masyado makita, I think $3 billion. But in 2023, it has ballooned to, I think that's $52 billion. So nagbalon na, imagine, laki ho nun. Ibig sabihin, even if we are the fastest growing economy in the region, much of the growth is being met by importation. At pagdating ho, Representative Go, next slide, yung sources, next slide, yung sources ho ng, next slide, ng deficit na yan would be these products. Number one would be machinery and transport equipment, in short, kotse. So lahat na nakikita natin kotse except for Vios, Mirage, and Innova, and L300 would all be imported, mainly coming from Indonesia and from Thailand. Siyempre ho, petroleum products, na mataas ho ang importation natin. That is why also we are really shifting to renewable energy. Tapos ang malaki din ho natin mga imports would be processed food, chemicals, special transactions. Ito po yung mga dumadaan po sa PESA, halimbawa, and so the rest, yung iron and steel, yung mga binanggit din ho kanina dito na na dapat to pwede na natin sanang i-prioritize for local production. Next slide. And if you look at the country sources of these deficits, number one ho would be China, followed by Indonesia, South Korea, Thailand, Malaysia, and so on. Next slide. But we really see opportunities for growth when if you're talking about the export market, this would really be in processing of minerals, mining and processing of minerals. Currently, ang mining natin accounts for just less than 1% of total GDP. Imagine if you could even increase that to 1%, then succeeding years 2%, 3%. And so on. Second is the semiconductors and electronics, particularly because of supply chain issues. Yun ating securing supply chains for the region. We've been getting a lot of attention also from other countries on this. IT BPOs continues to be a good sector for us. Last year, for this year, the projection is that they will reach a $40 billion in terms of exports. And then yung sa ating non-meat agricultural products, protein sources, and other agricultural products that are sustainably sourced and produced. Next slide. In short, what we're saying is that when it comes to that trade deficit o dun sa sinasabi nating import substitution, we cannot export our way out of the trade deficit. We really have to industrialize, looking at the profile of the contributors to our deficit. Next slide. We can stop there, but really just to summarize. So when we talk about constraints to growth, to competitiveness, pagkausap po natin ang mga investors, ang sinasabi ho nila na paulit-ulit sa atin, number one would be ease of doing business. And our response to that has so far been, meron ho tayong green lane, but we're focusing first on the strategic projects. Hopefully ho, this will become, dapat ho, wala nang naka-focus na projects. Dapat it should be available to all. But currently, we're focusing on our strategic projects through the green lane as was mandated under Executive Order number 18. Tapos so, pangalawa, biggest constraint is power. So alam naman ho natin yan, and that is why also in a way we are looking at the shift to renewable energy as a game changer for the Philippines. Tapos so it's both a constraint and an opportunity yung talent development. And then lastly ho yung incentives. Just to give you an example, si Vietnam ho in March of this year has issued a directive that for strategic projects, for priority projects nila, they are giving free lease of land plus reimbursement for clearing operations expenses of those developing their industrial estate. So let me stop there, Your Honorable Chair.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much po sa presentation ninyo. Dapat pala yung pinresensyo kanina. In addition to what you have presented. Thank you. Ngayon, I have another question.
na lang po. Okay lang ba?
What's that?
Round 2 na lang po. Time na po.
I have to attend yung session natin at 3. Just one last question, Mr. Chair, if you may allow me. This is about the plantilla positions that you have. You got more than 4,000 plantilla positions, and your unfilled positions for 2024 is more than 800. I would like to know if you have a plan to complete or to fill up these unfilled positions, Madam Secretary.
Honorable Congressman, I'll defer to Chris Ablan for this question.
That will be your last question, Comar. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to answer Congressman Go, we do have a 88% filled rate for our plantilla for our DTI OSEC family, Mr. Chair, and only 11.83% is unfilled. So the total number in numbers is 2,198 po ang DTI main, including our regions. And ang unfilled lang po is 295. We are activating our personal selection boards, Mr. Chair, to make sure that all of these positions are filled. But like other agencies, we do have our challenges in filling up these positions. Sometimes they are highly technical and we lack applicants, and so we're working on that, Mr. Chair.
Right, thank you, Chris. Sorry, Mark, we'll have to move
The
on.
numbers are not accurate actually. The unfilled positions from
Yeah.
2022, 23, 24 is more than 800. You might have hired them during the last 2 weeks probably, if your numbers are correct.
May I
Perhaps a written reply to the query of Mark.
Yes.
And we'll submit the same to the office of Mark. Thank you so much. Next to interpolate would be Leo Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon po sa atin, Mr. Chair and Madam Secretary, the DTI family. Well, center of the main product that we have in Catanduan is of course, the number one is abaca, then the coconuts, and perhaps other products that the DTI has already certified as marketable dahil sila po mismo sa DTI ang di-allow some of our local manufacturers to join trade fairs and similar promotion and marketing services. Tanong ko po, ano po ba yung mga programang ibinabahagi ng DTI sa aming mga producers para una, mas madami yung maingganyo na pumasok sa produksyon, halimbawa ng abaca at ng iba pang produkto, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, Honorable Congressman. I'll defer to ROG Asek Grace Baluyan for this question.
Good afternoon po. For our programs for the identified sectors, dalawa po yung lens na tinitignan natin dito. Pwede pong MSME level yung intervention, pwede rin pong industry level. So yung coconut po, kasama po yun sa national program no, ng coconut, which is we consider using the industry clustering approach. Ganun din po yung abaca, which is under wearables and home styles. Tsaka ano pa po yung isang sector, sir, hindi ko na take note. Yung una po. So, anyway,
Ano po yung isang sector?
Coconut.
Okay. So, dun po sa ating programa sa DTI, pag MSME level po, tinitignan natin kung ano yung need nila. So, kung mga bago po yan, nagsisimula tayo sa entrepreneurship, nandun po yung negosyo center natin na tumutulong sa mga maliliit na micro-entrepreneurs under the different sectors. Hindi lang po yung dalawa na nasabi natin, pwede rin sa services. No? So, sa ating pong industry clusters, meron tayong 14, no? At hopefully may isama din natin pati yung asin. Kasi may bago na tayong batas, no, sa asin. In fact, kahapon po, nag-message yung RD ng Region 5, si RD Dindo, sabi niya gusto niya mag-enroll din sa SALT, no? So, from there po, we also provide trainings for our MSMEs and then access to finance, access to markets, so depende po sa need nila. Under the industry clustering strategy naman, we study the industry value chain, no? And in most regions, we have regional industry councils. So this is where we discuss, no, what gaps there are in the industry and agree to prioritize programs, no? Each agency will prioritize programs that will address the gaps in the value chain. So kung plantation po yung problema, or in input provision yan, yung provision ng mga seedlings and farm inputs, kami po ay nakikipagtulungan sa Department of Agriculture and BPI, and if it is on the quality of products, no, which could be addressed by either technology or research and development, dito po meron tayong shared services facility. Kung hindi po kaya ng programa ng DTI, we go to the OST for setup. No, and then of course on the part of markets, yan po tinutulungan natin sila through market matching and access to trade fairs, no? Kasi medyo magastos po to. Dito po napupunta yung some of the budgets of regional offices under OO2, no? So, ito po yung programa namin sa mga regions and provinces. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chair, ang pangalawa kong tanong po, ano po yung status ng One Town, One Product Law? Hindi lang siguro sa amin, sa Catanduanes, kundi siyempre sa buong bansa, pagdating po sa kolaborasyon with the other agencies na nabanggit nyo nga kanina. Ano po ba ang mga programang pwede naming matugunan in terms of funding para sa tunay po na makatulong like sa sektor o industriya ng abaka, farm products, producers at iba pa? Mr. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I defer to Assistant Director Jack to answer that question.
AD Jack.
Magandang hapon po, Honorable Chair and Congressman. To answer the question po, currently nag-roll out na po kami ng mga proyekto natin, activities po natin related to OTOP. And isa sa mga inisyatibo na unang roll out natin is yung pag-convert ng mga OTOP stores natin, sir, into retail and learning centers. Wherein, aside from being a platform, kung saan natin binibenta yung mga OTOP products, nag-host din po tayo ng mga learning sessions wherein yung ating mga MSMEs, tinuturuan natin sila to build their capacity in terms of how they will enhance yung kanilang mga produkto pagdating sa disenyo, packaging, hanggang doon po sa mga aspeto na magpapaunlad doon sa kakayahan nila para mas ma-market nila yung mga produkto na kanilang ginagawa under OTOP, sir. Another thing po, under the initiative of former Undersecretary, now Acting Secretary Maria Cristina Roque, we also rebranded the OTOP, sir, to complement the Love Philippines campaign of the DOT. Para yung mga turista will definitely, before they leave the Philippines, see and hopefully buy the products, no, na we produce sa OTOP. Per the status po, kung ilan na yung mga LGUs na meron ng OTOP Hub, sa ngayon po, we are currently coordinating with the Department of Interior and Local Government para po to draft a GNC wherein this will guide our local government units in establishing their local OTOP hubs and local program offices po. Sabi po kasi sa batas under RA 11960 or the OTOP Philippines Act, each LGU must establish their own local OTOP hubs in an area where locals are frequented or yung may mataas na foot traffic. Also, sabi rin sa batas, each LGU must set up their own local program offices po as counterpart ng Department of Trade and Industry to localize the program. So sila na po talaga yung magiging abala pagdating sa pag-implement ng OTOP sa local level, sir.
Mr. Chair, kaya natanong ko naman ito kasi dapat naman siguro ma-improve na natin ang ating mga livelihood pagdating po sa ganitong ating mga produkto na alam naman natin na talagang kailangan din na matulungan natin ang ating mga producer. So, being APPROPRIATIONS capital of the Philippines, of course, DTI is the main agency for the marketing of any product, like in Catanduanes, APPROPRIATIONS. So, Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary, paano nyo ba kami matutulungan dito sa produkto namin sa APPROPRIATIONS? Kasi talagang ito ang main product ng aming probinsya. So, kailangan namin kasi alam mo, pag bumaba ang presyo, ibig sabihin walang market. So, yun po, ito po ang medyo tumutulong sa amin. Marami pong pinatapos nito ng mga estudyante na naging professional na po. Kaya, hindi pwede namin itong pabayaan itong aming produkto ng ABACA. Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary.
Yes, I will defer to Asset Grace, Baluin of the Regional Operations Group regarding this one.
Ang problema po natin sa ABACA nung una is yung disease, no? Pero mukhang na-resolve na yun. I think as far back as 5 years, marami tayong mga negosyo sa ABACA na nagsara because of the disease that caught their, that was in their plantations, no? So, ngayon wala na yun. So nakikita natin maraming nagre-request sa amin ng mga shared services facility projects on ABACA. In fact, meron ho tayong 147 na na-establish, no, nationwide with a value of 65.59 million. So, since ito po ay project ng DTI, nagbibigay tayo ng equipment, yung cooperators po nito, tinutulungan natin, no? And this SSF serve as common service facility or shared facilities. MSMEs can go to this SSFs and avail of the services for a minimal fee. So, kung ako po, gusto kong ibenta yung produkto ko na hindi raw, pwede po akong pumunta sa mga SSFs na to, i-process yon para magkaroon ng additional value, no, rather than selling it in the raw form. So isa po ito sa mga possible na pwedeng gawin ng ating mga enterprises or farmers along the ABACA cluster, no. Pangalawa po, yung access to market, no, from auto to the other regular programs that our provincial and regional offices implement. In fact, last month, yung delegation po ng Region 5 pumunta po ng Tokyo para mag-exhibit. And I think more than 25 MSMEs, some of them in the ABACA, exhibited their products. Hanapin ko lang po yung report na sinend ni RD Dindo sa akin on the sales that they were able to generate in that particular selling event in Tokyo, no? But before they go into trade fairs po, we normally have product development activities para ma-improve po yung mga produkto natin. And of course, when our MSMEs in the cluster need access to finance, we also refer them to SB Corporation and other financing agencies. So supposedly po, it's a package of assistances, but of course, the decision really to venture into higher grounds or expand their businesses would depend on the MSMEs themselves, no? We create the opportunities for them, we give them the information so that they can make decisions as to what directions they would like to take for their businesses. For now, ang nakita ko po, yung ating mga ABACA ay largely farmers, kaya wala silang kakayahan na i-hold on yung produkto nila kung mataas, tsaka bitawan kung mas mataas yung presyo. So, yun po yung isang constraint natin, no? So, if only we have cooperatives that can buy them, na kung mabenta at a higher price, merong rebates on the part of the farmers. So, these are some models that we could look at, sir. I will closely work with RD Dindo and find out how we could help him with the ABACA cluster. Thank you, sir.
Siguro, ang atin dito, makahanap tayo ng mga investor. Kasi kung sa local lang, yung mga produkto natin na ginagawa natin, na binibenta natin sa utop, wala eh. Kulang na kulang yan. Kaya sabi ko nga kapon, inuping ko naman ito sa DA through Pilpaida, na sabi ko yung pag-strip natin ng ABACA hanggang ngayon, lumang proseso pa. Lumang proseso pa. Sabi ko nga, yung mga ABACA stripper natin, wala na, tumatanda na po. Tumatanda na. Itong mga bagong henerasyon naman po, wala po, hindi sila nahihilig, lalo na pag bumababa ang presyo ng abaka. So siguro, through DTI, nagtulong-tulong tayo na makahanap tayo ng modernong machine para sa abaka product. Na kagaya ng ibang nasyon na hindi na po sila nag-strip. Pinuputo lang yung puro, isasalang nila paglabas, fiber. So kaya nga tayo nag-ano ng farm to market road na connectivity ng bayan sa yung every municipality para madaanan na po yung mga produkto natin doon sa taas. So siguro, pagdating po sa abaka product, di lang tayo magko-concentrate doon sa yung mga ordinaryong nagagawa ng abaka. So alam naman natin na yung abaka product natin pwedeng pang international. Di ba? Kagaya nung ano po, ako narinig ko na rin to, yung ating mga sasakyan, dashboard. Dati sa hinaluan ng abaka. So itong ating mga, narinig ko rin itong aeroplano. Itong ano ng aeroplano, pwedeng linalagyan din ng abaka yan, yung pinakang ano niya, pinakang hole, yung plastic, di ba? Ng aeroplano. Ngayon, itong ating mga electric car, di ba? Kasi dapat magaan lang yan. Yung body niyan. Di ba? Pwedeng lagyan ng abaka kasi may mga bago na tayong invention ngayon So sabi ko nga, yung sausage sa Europe yung balot niyan abaka na po Hindi na yung intestine ng baboy. So marami po tayo, kaya through DTI po, siguro tulungan niyo naman po kami sa Catanduanes para po may market pa natin ang ating aming produkto po sa abaka sa Catanduanes. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary. Baka pwedeng sumagot po ang ating Madam Secretary. Salamat po.
Secretary.
Yeah, Honorable Congressman, I'll defer you to Yusek Perry. There's some initiatives for the abaka already in the international market.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, Madam Secretary. Honorable Rodriguez, very important yung sinabi ninyo. Pagdating sa abaka and our other resource-based materials, yung intervention natin hindi lang pang MSME but equally important to find industrial higher value added applications. Tama yung nabanggit ninyo pagdating sa mga electric vehicles and idagdag ko na rin yung ating mga eroplano. Naghahanap po sila ng light materials but sturdy. And kaya ko dyan pumapasok yung mga reinforced fibers. So, halimbawa si DOST meron na siyang e-trike program na yung roofing material niya is made from abaka reinforced material. Tapos sa ating Export Marketing Bureau in their coordination for a reverse trade fair with BMW and with Daimler Chrysler, may mga the C-Class ni Mercedes po, meron siya I think 30 body parts made of natural fiber reinforced panels. Tapos yung flooring din ko niya may mga natural fiber reinforced materials. So doon tayo magtutulungan and kami we can help in terms of bringing in investors. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary. Salamat po. Salamat.
Yes, thank you, Kong Leo. Now we'll move on to Vice Chair Joseph Gilbert Filago. First questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, to the whole family of DTI, Department of Trade and Industry, and to all its attached agencies. Of course, headed by our good Secretary Chris Roque. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Mr. Chair, Ma'am Secretary, my first question is directed to the Fair Trade Enforcement Bureau. Mr. Chair, may I ask our Madam Secretary what was the proposed budget of this bureau for the 2025 budget, Madam Chair?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Honorable Congressman. I'll defer you to ASEC Agaton Overo for the Fair Trade Enforcement.
Mr. Chair, FTEB in particular proposed an 80 million budget, but they got a 58.5 for 2025 NEP.
Mr. Chair, given that you have a big responsibility, enough po ba yung budget na binigay sa inyo ng DBM, approved by the DBM?
Yung request was not granted. It was reduced to 58.5, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
I understand it was reduced to 58. What I'm asking, sa tingin ho niyo ba, kasya yung budget na yon to perform your duties and responsibilities, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, we will be submitting additional request to Congress for budget to be able to do a lot of enforcement, monitoring activities nationwide.
Okay, Mr. Chair, in terms of business regulation, the FTEB has processed 21,721 applications per permits and accreditation. Mr. Chair, is this for 2023? Or 2024 till present?
That is for 2024, January to present, Mr. Chair.
For my next question, Mr. Chair, for consumer redress, how many complaints did you act on?
Yusek Amanda? Or Asek Agaton?
Okay. For total po, we received around 35,000 complaints. So out of that, we referred about around 20,000 plus to other agencies po kasi those are not within the mandate of the DTI.
Mr. Chair, may I ask, no, yung complaints ito mostly about what?
Karamihan po sa complaints are from the Consumer Act. So, nakaka-receive po kami ng complaints regarding no return, no exchange. Meron din po kaming nare-receive na complaint regarding price tag law, price act, and then nakaka-receive din po kami ng complaints regarding deceptive, unfair, unconscionable sales act and practices.
Mr. Chair, may I ask what percentage have been successfully resolved about these complaints?
Out of that number, sir, no, kasi karamihan po ay nire-refer namin sa ibang agencies who have the mandate over those. Out of the 25,000 complaints na na-receive po directly sa Fair Trade Enforcement Bureau, we have resolved around 6,338 complaints po.
Mr. Chair, for my next question, no, the FTEB monitors firms online. Is this correct, Mr. Chair?
Sir, sorry, come again. Online.
The FTEB monitors firms online.
Firms, yes, correct, sir.
How many firms do you monitor regularly, Mr. Chair?
Total firms po is around 94,739,494. Total online monitored firms po.
Can you do that, Mr. Chair?
94 million
Yes.
online firms are being
Yes, oh,
monitored.
sorry. Total online listings, online merchants, and from the e-marketplaces. Listings.
Online merchant.
Listings to, pero namomonitor niyo ba to?
Yes, ang pagkuha po namin ng data niyan, ibig sabihin kapag may mga online monitors tayo, pag na-check po yung website na yon or yung listing na yon, that counts as one na po. And that's over the course of a certain period. The number na 94 million is about from November of 2023 up to July 2024.
Okay, I'll go with another topic, Mr. Chair. How does the Bureau coordinate with law enforcement agencies in inspection of establishments? How much is the value of the confiscated items for this year, 2024, Mr. Chair?
I think there was a slide on that earlier, no?
Yes, yeah. We'll defer to Asek Agaton, Vero on this one.
Mr. Chair, of late we've had signings, MOA signings with PDEA, soon with PNP, but we've had some of the enforcement activities that we've done of late has been in coordination with NBI, dun sa, sa Cavite, NBI, PNP sa vape, on most of the vape enforcement activities with PNP. So, in terms of value of goods confiscated, we have 150 million already in the last 4 months with the creation of Task Force Kalasag. And again, we work closely with PNP, with the agencies. We're also working out very soon with the Bureau of Customs to monitor uncertified products passing through customs and going to the market, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, sa laki ng trabaho, meron ho ba kayong sapat na, na tao o personnel to do all this job?
Mr. Chair, siguro po, mas maganda yung performance this year from last year because thanks to Congress, nakakuha po tayo ng dagdag na budget at nakapag-hire po tayo ng mga additional job contracts. Mahirap kumuha ng plantilla but from original team of yung enforcers natin, originally mga 10 lang eh. So nasa 40 plus na rin ngayon. So, and we have enough, meron konting funds na rin po para sumakay ng aeroplano at mag-ikot ng, ng iba-ibang probinsya at riyon. Pero, if we can ask some more funds, then we can do a lot more, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, sa nabanggit kong laki ng trabaho ng Bureau na to, with all the permits and application, with all the monitoring, I believe na yung 58 million mukhang kulang na kulang. And they submitted 80 million for the 2025 proposed budget. I recommend, Mr. Chair, to our senior vice chair and to Chairman Elizaldy, na sana maibalik po at least minimum man lang yung kalahati nung nawala doon sa proposed budget nila for 2025. So, para maging mas efficient ang Bureau na to, Mr. Chair.
At the appropriate time, such increase will be discussed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For my last question, this is just a parochial concern. Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary, during the time of retired Provincial Director Bigida Pili until the time of the present Provincial Director Richard V. Simangan, very supported po ang family of Department of Trade and Industry sa 2nd District of Nueva Ecija. And I believe even during the 14, 15, 16, 17 Congress, napakarami po na nabigyan na assistance, tulong, support ng DTI in micro, small, and medium enterprises sa aming district. I'm just wondering lang, Madam Chair, do you still have the list ng mga natulungan ninyo? And I just want to know kung ilan pa yung nag-i-exist. Halimbawa, for example, for the year 2016, kung ilan yung natulungan nyo, na until now, in existence po yung mga micro, small, and medium enterprises na to. If you have the list, kung siguro, can you just furnish my office and this committee? Siguro mas importante na lang po sa akin for now, kung masasagot po ninyo, for every year na inyo pong natulungan, ilan po ang percentage ng mortality at na masasabi natin na na-sustain po through your help yung kanila pong industry. If you have the figure now, can I have a reply on this, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Honorable Congressman, we'll send it to you we have the list of that one.
So if you don't have the list for the specific district, may I ask na lang, in general, nationwide, ilan na usually natutulungan ng DTI every year, at more or less, dito sa natulungan every year, ilan yung continuous pang nasusustain na exist pa yung kanila pong business. At least sa figures man lang, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair.
Honorable Congressman, I'll defer you to ASEC Grace. She has the list.
What we have, Your Honor, are the list of MSMEs that we have assisted for over the last probably 5 years only, sir. No? So we can actually check by looking into the business licenses that are issued. So if you have this list now, if there are no, they do not renew the following year, we have that list also, Your Honor, through our cities and municipalities competitiveness index. It's among the evidences that are submitted by our cities and municipalities under the pillar of economic dynamism. The number of businesses is an indicator, and they submit to us the list as well. So we can actually check, no?
Maybe can I have, if I can have the, what do you call this, yung parang pinaka assessment ninyo, no? Doon sa mga natulungan nyo. If you have to continue on this industry or not. Kasi I believe, no, in every district, in every municipality, minsan kasi nagtumutulong kayo ng mga industry, hindi naman adaptable doon sa lugar na yun, no? Kasi I think you're trying to implement the one town, one product law, no? Kaya lang, we have to face reality na hindi ho adaptable yan sa lahat, eh. So, practically, I just hope na yung inyong assessment, mas thorough yung assessment para makita ko rin ho kung ano yung mga industry na talagang pwede namin itayo po sa aming district, no? So that even I ipupush ko po yung mga product nito at tutulungan ko rin po yung mga small and micro and small medium industries na gustong pumasok dito, ano. So that's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
We will provide, sir, the information that you need for your district because it's quite a long list, sir. So thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Kong Stella.
just a short interjection. I think it's a very valid question. Ang tanong lang naman ni Kong Joseph is, ano ang success rate?
Yeah.
Top of mind lang. Ibig sabihin, sa lahat ang sinusuportahan natin na MSME, parang ano ang ilang porsyento doon ang nagiging successful. Which para sa amin, yun yung parang kumbaga ROI. Kasi lahat naman kami dito is gusto namin kayo supportan, gusto namin dagdagan ang budget ninyo. Pero at the end of the day, despite the slippages, hindi nyo nauubos lahat ng budget ninyo, may mga nagre-refer sa treasury, gusto naman namin ibaon yun pag uwi namin. At the end of the day, ay nagiging successful naman ang tinutulungan ng DTI. So, I'm sure you know that. So, you've been there for decades. So maybe SBCorp, for example, nagpapautang. So, someone in this row would probably know that number.
If I can speak for a certain region, because I was regional director.
Not one region, some national number for, secretary or whoever, for SBCorp.
Mr. Chair, in the past 5 years, we've lent to a cumulative number of 492,000 MSMEs using the P3 funds. And judging from the repayment rate, which is quite high, I would suppose that the mortality would not be, more than 25%. But during the pandemic, we've noticed that about 37% of our borrowers closed shop.
All right. And Sec Chris, did you want to add anything to the success rate? Okay. All right. So thank you, Kong Joseph. Next, we'll move on to Kong Ron Salo.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa DTI family. First, I wish to congratulate their new secretary for her appointment. Thank you. And second, Madam Chair, I wish to echo yung binabanggit po ni Kong Joseph kanina with respect to the possible increase of the funds for consumer protection. We know for a fact the extent of the efforts, the mandate that they're doing, it's for the whole country. At kung papansin po natin yung mga consumer, ay yung mga produkto, napakarami po yan yung monitor po nila, yet they have very little funds. So I echo that particular sentiment that we hope that this particular unit within the DTI will be properly supported, amply supported. Thank you. Second item, I commend DTI doon sa presentation po kanina Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, na may 1.15 trillion in approved investments as of the end of July 2024, which represents a 65% increase from the 699 billion recorded for the same period last year. My question is, ano pong mga areas po ito, industriya? Number two, ano po ba yung participation basically ng DTI kaya na-aprobahan at tumaas po yung investment nito?
Honorable Congressman, I'll defer to you, Secretary, for this one.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Honorable Chair, and Honorable Representative Ron. Mostly po ito renewable energy, tapos followed by telco towers, manufacturing including tsaka high-tech agriculture, tapos yun ko yung mga major sectors that have been approved for investment. Tapos yung participation ko ng DTI, kung titignan natin no, halimbawa yung doon sa renewable energy, when we promote sectors, we look at actually 4 or 5 P's. So policy, tapos programs and projects, promotion, people development, and then partnerships. Doon sa renewable energy, nagsimula ho talaga yung pagpasok ng investments natin sa RE when the Department of Energy revised the IRR for the Renewable Energy Act to allow for 100% foreign ownership of wind, solar, and tidal renewable energy projects. Nagsimula naman din ko itong pag-revise nito. Actually, in the previous administration, nung tumataas yung presyo ng gasolina, nagkaroon ng 9-point agenda that in response to the increase in fuel prices, and part 2 doon yung pag-promote ng electric vehicles sa renewable energy. Doon talaga nagsimula yung drive for RE. Tapos pagpasok nitong administration na to, nakita na isang binding constraint talaga to investments has been that ceiling of 40% on foreign equity. Kaya bago pumunta si President Marcos Jr. sa Brussels para sa ASEAN EU Summit, talagang sabi niya, ilabas ninyo yung policy that would liberalize it, kasi gusto ko pag bit ko yun at i-announce ko doon sa European investors. Kaya mapapansin ninyo yung sipaho ng investments that came that registered with BOI sa RE, halos dalawang bansa yung pinanggalingan, Germany at saka Netherlands. So from a policy perspective, yun yung ginawa, naging participation. Si DTI sumulat sa DOJ Secretary requesting for opinion kung pwede nga bang mapalitan yung IRR ng renewable energy. Tapos pangalawa, promotion, including through the presidential visits. Nabanggit ko nga kanina, ang talagang parang coming out party ng policy na yon has been the President's participation in the ASEAN EU Summit. So yun yung tapos ngayon naka-focus tayo kasi maganda na yung pipeline of projects. Ang critical dito ay ma-implement talaga. Lalo na pag pinag-usapan natin itong mga RE na to. Yung mga solar easily within 2 years can be implemented. Ang mabigat yung mga offshore wind power projects natin. So yung tulungan natin with the DOTR, with DNR, with NEDA, with DOF, para yung NDOE, para yung mga permitting process, yung mga required infrastructure like yung offshore wind port deployment, ports, would be in place for these projects.
Maraming salamat po. So I suppose DTI has an active participation in this particular whole process. Kasi nabanggit po ninyo, unang sipa po niya dahil mayroong policy na in-issue po yung DOE. But I'm just wondering what leadership the DTI is taking in order to make sure that yung industriya kung saan tayo pupunta, may active participation po talaga yung DTI. Rather than just being passive, tinitingnan po niya kung ano po yung ginagawa lang po ng ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, then sasabay lang siya. Kasi this is related to my second question. Dahil nung tinanong po natin sa DBCC, Madam Chair, kung ano po ba yung mga industries na gusto po natin, strategic industries that the Philippine government really wants to pursue, ang tinuro po ng NEDA is DTI. So, ang tanong po namin ngayon, ano po ba talagang industriya ang nais po natin? Kasi in this particular case, the way you described it, parang nagkataon, sumabay lang po tayo eh. So, but we want to understand exactly where does DTI wants to bring the whole Philippines?
Thank you, Honorable Chairs. Kagaya ho ng nabanggit ko kanina, yun pong pag-lift ng equity restriction pagdating dun sa IRR for renewable energy. Whole of government approach naman ho yun. Pinag-usapan ho yun sa economic development cluster ng previous administration and then tumawid ko ngayon sa economic development group cluster. Tapos so as I mentioned, kasi si DTI ho yung taga-salo ng complaints ng mga foreign investors eh. Kaya yung binanggit ko kaninang for constraints to their foreign and local investments. Kaya ho, based on that, we are also taking the lead in terms of how do we address this. Tapos so yung priority sectors ho natin, yun yung nabanggit ko rin kanina during the presentation. Number 1, renewable energy. Tapos second, yung telco infrastructure and data centers. Tapos so yung green metals. Tapos high-tech agriculture. Pag sinabi ko high-tech agriculture, yung mga na-register na ho nating projects dito, yung kila MVP na integrated dairy facility, and then yun ho kanyang vegetable farming na vertical. Tapos so yung electric vehicles. Tapos so yung magkakaroon ho, meron. But there are existing projects that have been registered and will be implemented now for dairy. 9% yata yung imports natin of dairy as you mentioned, Congressman Stella.
Thank you very much. Umaasa po kami na talagang masusunod po yung mga naisin po natin para maganda po itong mga strategic industries ay mapurso po natin. But at the same time, pupunta naman po ako sa MSME. Ilan po, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, yung percentage po ng mga Pilipino na umaasa po under po ng MSME? Number 2, so far sa pag-support po ng DTI, ilan po o gaano karami po yung employment opportunities na nandiyan-generate po natin?
Actually, for the business sector, 99.5% is MSME and 60% of the workforce of the labor force in the Philippines is MSME. Regarding the percentage that we assisted, I'd like to defer to Asset Grace.
Last year we were able to assist close to 500,000 MSMEs and almost 900,000 clients under our negosyo centers. Thank you, ma'am.
With that particular number, natatrack din nyo rin po ba kung gaano karami po yung dumadagdag na empleyo?
The jobs, sir.
Jobs being created.
We get a profile from these MSMEs, but some of these MSMEs may no longer be assisted next year. So, hindi natin matrack yung ganun. But we can always refer back to our business licenses that are issued by our LGUs, because in that figure you would see employment as among the data that is provided, sir.
Mr. Chair, perhaps we will request DTI to ensure that those particular data are also captured by DTI to make sure na nakikita po natin talaga may improvement. Kasi nabanggit din po kanina, marami may mortality rate. hindi na natutuloy. So at the same time, with all the support that you're providing, para matrack din naman po natin kung gaano talaga yung contribution that the DTI is also making in order to make sure that this particular industries, the MSME, are whether they're growing or not.
Yes, sir. We will provide the report, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. For my next item, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, with respect to my letter previously last year on PFAS, this is per and polyfluoroalkyl substances. This is actually considered in the EU as already banned in certain products. Ito po yung forever chemicals na binabanggit po nila na kapag once it's part in the ginamit in the 1940s, then now nakikita po na cause po siya ng so many other or related illnesses and health issues. Ngayon, in EU, I understand na may banda po ito in so many products. Ang tanong ko po, ano po yung ginagawa po ngayon ng DTI, of course, or any update, panghuli na po ito, and concern ko po kasi dito, Madam Mr. Chair, kasi kung wala po tayong sumasabay na pulisiya, baka maging dumping ground po tayo ng mga produkto ng ibang bansa na banned na po sa kanila pero sa Pilipinas po dadalhin.
Honorable Congressman, I'll defer to ASEC Agaton Rivero.
Mr. Chair, I remember we had the same issue from last year's hearing. Currently, the Bureau of Philippine Standards has activated the BPS Technical Committee 18 on textiles because PFAS is usually used particularly for textiles. To develop the PNS, the Philippine National Standards with PFAS as one of the priorities. So, as of the initial meeting was conducted in June 19, 2024. Then the organizational meeting of the committee will be held on August 27, and this is composed of government agencies, schools, and private sector representatives. So by August 27, we'll convene the committee already, and we'll keep you updated, Mr. Chair, on the progress of the creation of the PNS for PFAS products with PFAS-free products.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Ron Salo, very important din is that there is an opportunity here. If you would remember, Representative Salo, you've referred to as Cybertex. So Cybertex, per the April 19, 2024 report of PESA, has already registered in PESA. So it's also a good opportunity for us if we are Cybertex, as you have referred to us, produces a substitute to these banned substances already being used in the EU. So thank you, Congressman Salo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we really hope that DTI will facilitate this process to make sure also that we won't become the dumping ground. And also for us to be able to support industries that are able to provide alternatives to this banned product. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Kong Ron. Chair yields to Kong Stella. All right. Kong Tov,
Original copper.
You're recognized.
all right. Thank you, Kong Stels. I want to invite Design Center of the Philippines and CITEM to very quickly present your, you have one main program each that you implement. And under each main program, you have several PAPs, projects and activities. So could you just briefly talk about your main program and maybe 2 or 3 PAPs that you wish to highlight, and your wish list for Tier 2 augmentation, if any. So maybe you can start with Idiria, Design Center.
Okay, I'll try to be brief, but
one of our major undertakings back in 2023 is the design economy mapping and the recommendations for the national design policy. This is in our previous budget hearing last year. This report was not yet available. It was launched back in September, but it provides an evaluation or the contribution of the design economy to the Philippines. Basically, the research showed the design sector contributed 6.6 to the gross value add of the Philippines. And in terms of employment, it contributed 1.6% of the total employment in the Philippines. And one in support of our design economy mapping is really the potential for the design sector to further contribute as a value add to various industries and not just a design sector standalone industry by itself. And in fulfillment of the ambition of the creative industries, which is to become that by 2030 the #1 creative industries sector or industry in ASEAN, and the top a premier creative hub in Asia Pacific as well. And the report identified certain policy recommendations or areas that we needed to concentrate to make sure that we really achieve the potential of the design industry. And we've been talking earlier about the IT BPO sector. One of the emerging subsectors within the IT BPM sector is actually creative process outsourcing. So these are content developers, designers that are really complementing local companies to servicify the manufacturing investment that's done here in the Philippines, as well as foreign companies looking to augment the operations abroad by working with Filipino companies or Filipino creators or designers to help them manage their businesses. So while they're asleep in the US or in Europe, then the Philippine side of the business is creating content to help in their e-commerce or to complement further the manpower that is in their respective industry. So we provide interior design, product design, architecture, as well as content in terms of pushing their e-commerce operations, as well as in website and content development in their more social media advertising campaign.
Idiria, very quickly, so we have a trade organization for IT BPO firms, right? It's IBPAP.
Yes.
So is there representation for the creative services sector, in particular, maybe the design sector, and they have their own trade organization, which is Design Advisory Council? No.
We're
the one that Joey Aviar heads.
The Communication Design Association.
So is CDAP sort of synergized with IBPAP, and are they part of like the national strategy for business process outsourcing insofar as creative services are concerned?
That's what they're trying to become more visible. Currently, they're invisible because still the IT BPM sector is primarily in the sector of voice, as well as even from the health information management system part. But one of the success stories is actually Araya Del Rosario, who is from Straight Arrow, who also just recently, actually they got investment. So as a founder, she's now a minority stockholder for the business, because they're now under the marketing as a service industry in the US, and they got investment from an American firm to Fortune 500 company that absorbed the company. And right now, what they're trying to do is really push that side of the IT BPM sector. And in fact, on Friday, we're meeting with the design stakeholders to further flesh out the next 5-year priority under the creative industry, specifically as well under the design sector, to really help unleash the potential of our designers and their contribution to the Philippine economy. We're working with Paulo Mercado and Ogilvy to be the facilitator of the National Design Policy, which we hope will be finalized before the end of the year. And connected to that as well, we're working to do the Year of Philippine Design next year with ambition of bidding for the hosting of the World Design Capital in 2027, but the bidding starts on 2025. So we hope through the Year of Philippine Design, we're able to elevate the design sector in the country, not just in the traditional sectors of furniture, fashion, but really also in the design services part, and even creating solutions, design-driven solutions for disaster.
Who's the focal for the bidding?
Design center, because we're part of the World Design Organization, but we've been talking to the Tourism Promotions Board because it's under the meetings, incentives, conference, and exhibitions sector. So we've been talking to them to develop that bid proposal for the hosting. But it requires kasi a big, they have requirements in terms of the conference facility. Based on our initial review last year, the only city that is, or that can bid for it is actually Metro Manila, primarily PICC, because of the requirement for conference areas. But our recent conversation during the Expo launch, maybe Cebu, because it's also a UNESCO Creative City of Design, maybe Cebu will qualify by 2027 because of the investments that are being made in terms of the conference facilities in Cebu.
Okay, sorry, I'll park Design Center first very briefly. So Seth, Chris, if we can ask for DTI OSEC support in linking up the creative services sector with a general IT BPM sector, because they are a growing subsector and I don't think they are well represented in that trade organization, and for that matter, like the road mapping for its development. Thank you. And so we have a quick follow-up question. So the design policy that you've completed, that doesn't include like some kind of manual for a design DNA or some kind of design intervention for MSMEs?
It's still under formulation. What the initial research that's being done by Ogilvy is there might be it's a two-step strategy. So it's different for the traditional sectors or the manufacturing, and it's a different strategy for the services sector. So that's the initial thinking of Ogilvy in the initial review, paper review of a lot of the recommendations as well as the reference.
Okay, so meaning to say, if I am an MSME based in Pangasinan and I want to tap the services of Design Center to inform my packaging, my branding, is that something that I can access through the most immediate accessible person to me, which would be like maybe the negosyo center in the municipio? Since you're an attached agency with no regional or provincial offices, parang, is there a pipeline towards Design Center in your pool of talent, or is that pipeline sort of broken?
For now, it's sort of broken, primarily because of the absorptive capacity of Design Center to service the needs of MSMEs. But based on the RA 10557 of the Philippine Design Competitiveness Act, there is a provision to create satellite offices. And those satellite offices are meant to be hubs to service key areas where the design assistance is required. But also, what we've been also doing together with DTI is really to also combine the work that we do with the regional inclusive innovation centers, and we've been putting together a lot of design thinking workshops as well as innovation workshops to really empower the regional inclusive innovation centers, which are attached to universities as well, to become our focal person and our link to the MSMEs as well as the design players or the creative industries players within those regions. And we've been doing this since 2018 when we've done regional workshops to empower local designers and to create the bridge between design center and the local designers and access some of our digital assets so they don't have to wait to come to our office in design center, but even access our subscriptions to trend reports, consumer reports, as well as material innovation reports through Design Center of the Philippines.
So I think Chris, actually not just for Design Center, and I'll give a little bit of time to cite them also, but I think we have to find a way to link up the services and competencies of these national GOCCs and attached agencies to the regional operations group so that an MSME in the regions and in the barangay will be able to access both like a Manila Fame or like a design intervention from Design Center.
Yes, Honorable Congressman. Yes, we'll do that. So we'll coordinate with the regions and we'll get this thing going.
Yeah, no augmentation budget request.
We have a tier 2 request, but the way we're approaching also a year of Philippine design is really just the start of a design journey post the national design policy formulation. What we're trying to do is, it's not all design center because we also realize, again, our absorptive capacity, but we want to work with, for example, we've already met with SITEM, and SITEM has also indicated they're going to support Design Center in the development of the Year of Philippine Design program. We're meeting with Charisse Tugade of the National Book Development Board to again complement the work, even with Judith Torres for the World Architecture Festival. We want to be able to do that instead of doing this, spreading out everyone with the very limited resources. We want to be able to really try to exponentially contribute to already existing initiatives, whether it's private or whether it's public sector initiated projects, but really that has a more of an underlying vision for design as an enabler of a future economy for the Philippines.
Thank you, Edie Leah.
Hello. Yes, Mr.
You have to cite that, by the way.
Thank you.
That's the new appointment.
Thank you. So basically, SITEM is in charge of export promotion, and we do that by doing all sorts of promotional tools like international trade fairs, and we do also local events that are export-oriented, as well as events that would promote basically our export products. Especially, we do also in-store promotions abroad as well as business missions. So we were given a budget of 161.73 in 2023. And I'd like to say that we had a 98.21% utilization, and we were able to generate something like $481 million as sales out of this budget. So we're actually asking for a budget of 324.81 million for 2025, and this is because we wanted to expand the markets that we're covering. Because right now, the budget that we are being given can only actually cover 6 markets, and these are Japan, USA, Germany, China, and Japan. And it can only also cover 3 sectors, and these are home, fashion, electronics, and food, processed food. So we would like to expand our coverage to more markets and also cover more products, including creative industries. We want to go into promoting our creative services, especially animation, game development, and HIM, or Health Information Management. So these are the things that we would like to do with the budget that we're asking. We're actually asking only an additional of 80.2 million, and this will cover projects for the performing arts as well as the other creative industries. We would like to go to more overseas trade fairs in the U.S. and also, like we have identified here, okay, we have identified several projects here. We would like to go to ASEAN, Canada, for instance, and this is actually a food event in Toronto. And we would like to attend also some art or visual arts activities in the US and Canada, as well as a fashion event in the US. And we also would like to expand our promotional activities in the Middle East for halal. And we're planning to do an in-store promotion in Dubai to support our participation or annual participation in Gulf Food, which is actually a very successful overseas trade show that we're participating annually. And since we're part of the Philippine National Organizing Committee for the Osaka Expo, we don't have, Mr. Chair, any budget for this one, but we're given an assignment to put up a retail store in the expo. So we would be needing as well additional budget for this one. So our prayer, Mr. Chair, would be mostly 80 million additional funding. Thank you. Mr. Chair, may I also mention about the Taglay Pinoy? I'm happy to announce that our new secretary has given me a marching order to put it up immediately within the year. And so we're asking budget from the group of USEC FITA to do to start it already. So we will be actually putting it up within the digital platforms of SITEM, because we have digital platforms right now for the FAME exhibitors, as well as the IFEX exhibitors, as well as the Create Philippines exhibitors. And so we will just have to incorporate this Taglay Pinoy website, or we call it subdomain, within this digital platforms that we have now. And then we also would like to launch the Taglay Pinoy program during the upcoming Manila Fame in October. So these are the things that we would like to do for Taglay Pinoy, which are doable within the year, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll move on to the startup world. So what are our 2 unicorns to date, SEC?
GCash and Paymaya, Mr. Chair.
So that's GCash and Paymaya, but not really startups in the technical sense of it, but okay. And yet we have zero budget for the Innovative Startup Act. So how much is DTI, or for that matter, the National Development Company, spending from its own funds to support our startups?
Nandito si GM Mauricio.
Good afternoon, Chair. The NDC has allocated its own funds for the Startup Venture Fund,
because there was no allocation from the GAA previously. But we understand that the reason for that was because of the previous pandemic, and so we were not allocated funds for that. But since then, because of the use of NDC's own funds, among other,
How much was that?
right now it's 500 million pesos. We are here to ask, because of the use of NDC's own funds, we are constrained to go to the board for each and every startup approval. And our board has 5 cabinet secretaries, the head of the central bank, the head of the board of investments, Yusek Perry, the chairman of the DBP, myself, and the private sector representative.
How many startups have you assisted?
From
the 500 million.
From the 500 million, the approval has only been 2 startups.
So 250 each?
No. One is one is for 11 million pesos, and another one is for 5.7 million pesos.
So it's a bureaucratic burden that's preventing you from supporting more startups.
Yes, but the law was actually quite clear that the investment committee would be the one to approve the startups and the fund can be released. However, since we are using our own funds, then we have to go to our board. So what we are requesting is for funds to be allocated for us so that we don't have to go to our board for an approval of each and every startup, and just for the investment committee as the law has intended.
What categories are these startups dabbling in?
Right now, for the approval, we have, because we approve 2 things, which Mr. Chair, which is the startups and the co-investment partners. No? So right now there are 6 approved co-investment partners and 5 approved startups. However, the first 2 approved startups did not have co-investment partners, so until now they are unfunded. That's Maria Health, which is an HMO that is meant to be inclusive, and the next level, which is a vertical farming startup. So we cannot fund it because our regulation requires that we have a simultaneous co-investment partner. And so the other one, so seeing that our next startup pipelines, what we required them was to first assure themselves of an accredited co-investment partner before even applying to us as a startup. So in which case we had the 2 startups approved. The first startups, Mr. Chair, is an electricity utilization startup using AI and deep tech. So basically the power consumer and the power provider are matched in an electronic marketplace, and we want to expand that operation. Name of the company is SolX. And then the second one is basically circular economy. Basically, they rehabilitate used furniture and officeware for MSMEs. So that's the second one that we funded.
Are these startups Yusek Perry part of your investment strategy?
Not yet, Honorable Chair.
Are there plans to synergize? I mean, since you're pursuing tech, science, technology, innovation, manufacturing, I think the startup community is something that has to be embedded in your growth target or your growth paradigm.
It's part of the strategic investment priorities plan, but yung priority natin, core priority that we mentioned earlier, not yet, Honorable Chair, but we will incorporate.
So maybe this is a final question to both NDC and to the OSEC. So we have 2 unicorns, and we're currently at 81 to 90 in terms of the global startup ranking. There was something that was said earlier about the competitiveness ranking, and we want to have programs, targeted programs to improve that. So do we have targeted programs to improve our ranking in the global startup barometer?
May I?
And do we have concrete targets, maybe in the short and medium term?
If I may, Mr. Chair, if I may, yung Secretary. So when I came in and looked at the startup ecosystem, we could not support the startup venture fund without looking at the startup ecosystem. So the Innovative Startup Act was actually quite good, except that there was no allocation for the funding for the startup grant fund. The startup grant fund actually takes care of the mobilization, R&D of really starting startups on the ground, no? And then the startup venture fund will cherry pick on the successful batch and then fund them with risk capital, equity funding. What we found was that really the ecosystem support was lacking. So what NDC did was put up a physical space called the Philippine Innovation Hub and got the stakeholders together. And we started doing that in November 2022, and it has accelerated already. We started to hear from the stakeholders what they really needed. And then we coordinated with DTI, because DTI really as opposed to us, they do investment promotion, we do investment execution, we actually invest in projects, and also they do a lot of policy where we really support. No? So what we did was how can we support tangibly the programs of the DTI. So with the Philippine Innovation Hub, our objective was to support the programs of the DTI. For example, the Center for AI Research. So we put up our own Philippine AI Research Initiative specifically to support the execution of the NCARE. So we're trying to do that by giving really a physical space, an office. How do we procure your supercomputers so that you can actualize your plans? We're trying to coordinate with the National Innovation Council because they have an agenda, but there's no execution. So basically, NDC looks at the gap that needs funding, structure, financial engineering, and then we come in. So currently, what we're doing is we saw an opportunity where we could assist DTI in terms of its Plan Creative Innovation Hub in Marikina. And hopefully we can also help because we want to make that project sustainable, and it dovetails into our Philippine Innovation Hub plans, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So, in terms of like the Creative Venture Fund provision in the PCIDA, USEC FITA, how far along are we in terms of activating that? And once activated, is it essentially NDC that will implement?
Mr. Chair, we are currently preparing a draft to be presented to the council when they meet, hopefully next month. And this is for discussion. A task force will be formed so as to finalize the guidelines in implementing the Creative Venture Fund. But going back to your question a while ago, Mr. Chair, if I may just also share some information. In 2019, there were only 635 startups. Valuation was around 378 million. And 2023, 2024, we have over 1,000 startups, and the valuation is a little over $1 billion US dollars. And the target, we have our own programs, despite the fact that we were not able to receive funding support over the last several years, but still we were able to implement 3 programs. This is IDEA, Advance, and GAP, so as to be able to support the growth and development of startups at various levels in their development cycle. And currently as well, you were asking, we are planning to implement really a huge program, and this one really is going to be linked with the universities for their R&D, for this to be commercialized and to have really strong base of startups. And the goal is by 2030, we hope we'll be able to grow at least 4 unicorns. And we've also targeted certain numbers. These are being finalized, Series A and Series B startups, Mr. Chair. So we're hoping that we'll be able to carry out this program, and this is under the Pristine, the Promoting Innovation to Strengthen the Transformation of Industries and Enterprises. And it will have component which will be providing grants as well to our startups, along with other support that would be needed to help them speed up and accelerate their commercialization, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Yusek Vita. So before I end, I just want to again enjoin our colleagues to please support the budget augmentation of the Creative Industry Program of the DTI OSEC, of course, it's Malikhaing Pinoy, as well as that of the attached creative agencies from SciTem and Design Center, as well as, of course, all those other bureaus and organizational outcomes that need funding to be as efficient and effective as possible in carrying out their mandates. And finally, we are 17 days away from our second national celebration of the Philippine Creative Industries Month. That's the whole of September. So we encourage all Kongs who are present and listening to us on Facebook Live and all those watching to hopefully onboard into this national celebration. Maybe you can organize your own activity in your respective districts, whether it's a trade promotion activity, capacity building activity, what have you. So that we can ensure a successful, vibrant national celebration of this booming sector of our economy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I yield the chair back to you.
Right.
I think you actually have to do that, right?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So we were actually supposed to move to Completo. However, we have a member of the minority who joined us most recently. So as we have to alternate, we'd like to recognize Congresswoman B.H. Herrera D.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Magandang hapon po sa DTI family. My first question is, ang MSMEs po compose 98.6% of our total establishments, but they comprise only 48% of total paid employees and 50.6% of total revenues. Why do you think that is so, and what is the program of DTI to improve this? Kasi ang daming SMSEs pero hindi nila makakontribute sa economy.
Actually, ang main source ng problem, good afternoon, Honorable Chair. Ang main source ng problem ng MSME is really funding. And then for them to be able to get their products out, we also need to use the digital platform, which is actually the cheapest and the fastest platform for them. And then we also need for them to diversify and to try other products also so that mas lumakas rin yung sales nila, and also for them to be mentored and for them to learn more on how to be able to increase their sales and to be able to sell their products. So yun yung naging problem, but ang main problem nila is really funding.
And I agree with that, Mr. Chair. Kaya tinitignan ko, yung kanilang small business corporation, napakaliit ng pondo, they've been asking for a lot of money, and yet, yung releases sa kanila is low. But have you actually looked at the loan portfolio of banks? Kasi DTI can do a lot of things by collaborating with banks. Kasi pag titignan mo, ang dami-daming pera ng mga bangko natin, but when you look at their loan portfolio, it's concentrated on the 1.4% large enterprises. Wala silang loan portfolio sa MSMEs, napakaliit. What do you plan to do about this, Madam Secretary?
Actually, Madam Congresswoman, we've been talking to different banks already. A few months ago, they already have programs also like BPI, BDO, Union Bank, and and many other banks, but the strongest one now is the SB Corporation, which we're really pushing, and for them also to join and to really go to the regions to promote all their different programs and different initiatives. So, but the banks like BDO, I've already spoke to them actually, and they're really all out support also. They also have programs actually for MSME.
Yes, they do have a program, but alam niyo naman number one requirement nila, REM. So pag walang REM, kaya nga sila small and medium eh. Because we don't have this. And that is the support that we need. In Singapore and other countries, hindi mo kailangan magpakita ng REM. And if we don't discourage this, we won't be able to help our small and medium enterprises.
Yes, you're correct there, Honorable Congresswoman. But for SBCorp, well, it's under the DTI. We really have new programs and new initiatives, like for one, the PO financing, the two, check rediscounting, and then franchise funding, and also receivables funding. So those are the things now being, actually yung PO financing is already there, and actually we also have a 200 million now, which we already are about to roll out, 200 million funding for startups. The first 6 months, no paying of anything. The second 6 months, paying of interest only. And then from there, just to help the startups get going.
Magkano po ang pera ng SB Corp ngayon? Pinapakita sa akin ni Madam Stella. We have 8 billion. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, I will, President Bobby, please answer that.
So pwede po bang sabihin kami, magkano po ang available na pondo na pwedeng ipautang sa small and medium enterprises?
Good afternoon po, Madam Congresswoman. Ang total assets po naman ay umigit kumulang 17 billion. Karamihan po nito ay nasa loan assets po. So whenever we collect, we roll over ito pong reflows. At any one point in time, nakakakolekta po kami na around 2 billion standing funds, pero na-roll over din po yun within a month or 2. So, yung total po na assets ay maliit po kasi ang aming estimate ng financing gap ay 500 billion to 1 trillion depending on the calculation. So, ang bahagi po ng mission namin sana is to influence the MSME financing landscape. And we try to do that by first extending loans that are collateral free. Ngayon hanggang 5 million po ay collateral free, but we'd like to extend that all the way to 10 million or maybe even up to 20 million for the medium scale enterprises. Kasi sumusunod na rin po ibang bangko, like last we heard, yung DTI po, nag-o-offer na sila ng collateral-free loans of up to 10 million. Pero piling-pili po yun. Kasi alam natin, yung Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas reported that less than 5% of the total loan portfolio of about 9 trillion ng banking system and all other formal financial institutions ay napupunta sa MSMEs. So kaya po kami, we're trying to be as aggressive as we can, sabi nga nating Secretary, offering other options, other products, so that those that do not have access to formal financing could be assisted, and hopefully, may influence namin yung iba.
Malaman ko ba naman, magkano na po ba magkano pinapautang nyo taon-taon?
Umaabot po nag-average po ng mga 9 to 10 billion po ang napapautang namin every year. Yung balance po, ano po yan? Opo.
Kamusta ang payback? Kamusta ang kamusta ang pagbayad ng MSMEs?
Ang official po na pina-approve namin sa GCG na past due rate ay 30%. Sa ngayon po, ang aming batting average is around 22 to 25%. Bumababa na po siya as the economy.
Sa 9 to 10 billion, these are all collateral free?
Opo.
Magkano ang interest? Pwede na lang, Madam Chair, pasubmit na lang po ng listahan na to. Is SBT ba nag-guarantee financing katulad ng SBGMC before? I mean, small business guarantee financing?
Actually, kami po dati yung nag-administer ng guarantee fund. Ngayon, in the past administration, hindi namin nagagamit yung guarantee fund ng field guarantee kasi sabi sa amin ng Department of Finance, may double dipping.
Sorry, may double?
Double dipping. In other words, true government entities are exposed to the same risk, parang ganon. Pero ngayon, ang opinion ng DOF ay wala namang double dipping. We can be guaranteed by the field guarantee. So we'll be using that heavily, yung guarantee ng field guarantee for bigger loans. Kasi as we increase the loan, syempre po, yung risk ay lumalaki rin.
So do you expect this to happen anytime in the future?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Madam Congresswoman.
And then, I'm happy na meron, submit na lang ng breakdown sa amin ng loan portfolio that you give and ano yung qualifications for them to borrow. I will now go to your earmark revenues. May I know, nagagamit nyo ba itong Micro and Small Medium Enterprise Development Council Fund?
Kami po.
Sec Chris.
Honorable Congresswoman, I'd like to defer to Director Emma regarding this one.
Magandang hapon po sa kanilang lahat. We have the MSMED Council Fund. Yes, Your Honor. I'm Emma Asusano from the Bureau of SME Development. Magandang hapon po sa kanilang lahat. So if we're asking po yung MSMED Council Fund, which is collection of the different mga banks na not compliant with the provisions nung Magna Carta for MSMEs, matagal na po itong tumigil. Although we do get reports from time to time, but not as regular as the other banks would really submit. And kung last year po, around $100 million, 100 million pesos po ang value na lang. And then, on a yearly basis, ang inaalat po ng DBM sa DTI BISMED is almost constant to the tune of 21 million po.
Madam Chair, ano po ibig sabihin ng matagal nang tumigil?
Naglaps na po yung yung provision ng batas ng Magna Carta for MSMEs, yung where the banks na hindi po nag-aalat ng loan portfolio for access sa mga MSMEs. So that was, I think, nag-stop po, I think 2018. Yes, 2018 po, ma'am.
So bakit may revenues pa rin pumapasok?
May from time to time po na pumapasok pong nagre-report na pailan-ilan pong bangko na nagsasubmit pa rin po sa amin na so much have been collected for as far as the provisions of this law is.
Pero nag-stop na. Please make me understand. Tumigil na yung provision, pero may pumapasok. The law has stopped. Pero may nasa-collect pa rin?
Yes, ma'am. The specific provision of the law, meron pong limited period of time for non-compliance. So, nakukolektahin po sa mga non-compliant banks na hindi po nag-a-allocate ng loan portfolio for access ng mga MSME. So, until 2018 po yun.
So, bakit may pumapasok pa rin?
May iba pa pong banks na nagsasubmit pa po ng report. Pero pa isa-isa, dalawa, hindi po siya siguro noong dating na all of the banks probably would have been reporting po.
But that doesn't mean na hindi natin para ubusin yung 127 million na natitira nating pera doon.
Okay. Ma'am, yung pong feedback dito sa akin ng aming kasama from the Bureau, ito po yung mga non-complying banks na hindi po nagbayad noon, na ngayon lang po din nagre-remit or nagbabayad ng kanilang parang non-compliance.
So nag-non-compliance na sila, hindi pa sila nag-remit, ngayon humahabol sila. Tama ba yun? Tama ba yung hindi ko?
Ngayon lang po sila nagbabayad nung kanilang... So,
walang penalties po ba yun na dapat dahil hindi nila remit noon, di dapat mas malaki ang nire-remit nila ngayon?
Hindi ko na po masasagot yung aspetong yun in terms of penalties per se.
Anyway, let's just put that on the record for future. What about the enhancement, the competitive enhancement and competitive enhancement measure fund? Because this is amounting to 1.7 billion. Ang balance po ng pondong ito is 1.7 billion as of December 31, 2023.
Wow.
I'd like to defer, Madam Chair, to to Director Ding.
Kindly state your name and your position.
Good afternoon. I am Maria Gisalim. I am the Director of the Bureau of Import Services. And I'm here to discuss, Madam Chair, regarding the Competitive Enhancement Measures Fund. Ma'am, it's a different fund since this is exclusively for a party that are injured by import surge. It is mandated under RA 8800. Ma'am, the approved fund for the injured industry is only 50 million, but the collected amount is around 1.7.
That's a balance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so wala tayong, kumbaga walang nagpo-fall under, that's why we don't have expenses?
Yes, ma'am, because the law is very particular that it's only the remaining 50% which shall be deposited under a special account to be created in the National Treasury and earmarked for the competitive enhancement measures for the industries affected by the increased imports.
So saan dapat siya gagastusin?
Ma'am, this is for the competitive enhancement ng mga industriya natin na nag-file ng safeguard measures and affected by such surge in imports na identified as per industry sector po tayo, ma'am.
Precisely, so wala po tayong nakikitang paggagastusan doon?
Meron na po mga project proposal like cement kasi meron po silang safeguard measures on imports coming from different countries is global application. So meron na po tayong natatanggap, ma'am, na mga project proposals, and in fact, a joint memorandum circular was already approved last year for the use of this fund.
Oo, kasi sayang naman po kung ito ay for competitive enhancement na ating mga industriya. I think it's something that we should look into again. Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, through you, baka yung legal din ng DTI, maybe you have proposed amendments to the law para naman maayos natin ito kasi it could improve our services. What about the Remedies Fund? Can you enlighten us on this?
Yes, ma'am. The Remedies Fund is the other 50% of the safeguard duty collected, which is for the capacity enhancement of the identified government agencies implementing the trade remedy measures, specifically the safeguard measures. So these are the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Trade and Industry, as well as the Tariff Commission.
Madam Secretary, I'm pointing out that you have funding available in your office. Please kindly make use of it. Kasi sayang naman po, you keep on asking us for funding. You have your own funding. Pwede natin itong ma-unclog so you can make use of it. Nandito po kami sa Congress to hear you. Para nang sa ganun, magamit naman po natin itong pondong to. This is 1.7 billion. The other one is almost 1 billion. So, sayang naman po, Madam Secretary.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, just for the record din po, specific din po ang ating batas na dapat po related to the trade remedies. Salamat po, ma'am, for your assistance.
No, we understand. That's why, kasi kung hindi nagagamit, then hindi siya nagagamit for the purpose we intended it to. Kaya kayo po ang nakakaalam kung anong dapat namin baguhin sa batas para we can make use of the funding that is supposed to be made readily available to you para ma-improve ang services ng DTI.
Noted po, ma'am. Maraming salamat.
Last lang, Mr. Chair. Gusto ko pong tingnan, kung tinitignan ng DTI, nakita ko malaki yung portion na binigay yung budget for MSMEs. Tinitignan niyo ba yung sometimes mala predatory practices also dun sa mga ibang establishments na pag MSME ka, syempre may bayad ng listing fee, yung paglagay mo ng produkto mo sa shelf, paglagay ng sales lady, lahat yan may bayad. But it's really limiting per MSMEs. Wala po bang programa ang ating DTI o hindi niyo po ba tinitignan kung gaano kahirap para sa MSMEs talaga pumasok sa mga malls, sa mga Mercury Drugs, sa mga Watsons, and all others. Kasi we have to encourage them eh. Kaya lang yung mismo may mga may-ari ng mga malls na to ang naglalagay ng limitation kung bakit hindi ma-encourage ang MSME. At pag may maganda pang produkto ang MSME, biglang may gagawin na silang produkto na katulad ng produktong yun. That's DTI. Take a look at this.
Yes, Madam Congressman. What actually we've already talked, research already ongoing. We've already met with Tessie Coson of SM, and she already gave 83 malls ground floor spaces for the MSME. So there's a big, siya nag-construct ng place. So lahat ng MSMEs can put their products there. And after that, pag malakas yung benta nila, they will be given spaces. So there's already place in the 83 malls. That's one. Number two, we've also done trade shows in the malls. And the strong MSMEs are also given avenues to sell in their grocery, in Kultura, and also in other places in SM. And she's already assigned, actually we have a group chat with Tessie and her Vice President for the MSMEs. And so those who also won the presidential awards, she also assists them. And also with the Ayala malls, they already gave a space where they can put a big store where lalagyan ng mga staff ng MSME, which they will fund also.
Exempted na po ba yan sa mga listing fees, sa mga sales lady? Kasi lahat yan, bawat galaw ng MSME may bayad yan eh. Kung saan mo ilalagay sa high level, sa baba, sa taas, sa gilid, sa likod, bawat ganun po yan, may bayad, may presyo. Ano po ba ang rules na yan? Yes, maybe you can send us na lang also kung ano yung rules doon. Okay, may bayad din po ba lahat ng listing fees na MSME? Or libre na po ba ito?
For these places, Madam Chair, there's no, they discounted the rent by really low. Some are less than half for ground floor spaces, and those spaces, madaming tao dun. So that's also the place for them to be able to showcase their products. So wala na yung bayad na yung sa listing fees. There's none. It's really an MSME place.
Alright.
Okay, maganda po yan. Basta po na lang po sa akin.
And then, just to add, no, there's also the Grand Food Hall, like the one in Icon Siam, which Tessie already said for MOA. So maghanap na kami ng space for that one to all the food of the regions.
Mr. Chair, for you, paano po ba makakarating ang MSMEs din? Because I don't think alam na maraming MSMEs na pwede silang maglagay doon sa mga Ayala malls, SM malls, and all.
Actually, we've already given this information to the regions, and we already gave also the number of Royce, actually the Vice President of that Tessie assigned for this project. So they're actually calling, and there's already some MSME that have already joined in the different regions. So this is a very, very strong initiative for SM and also Ayala and also the other malls to come.
Thank you for that.
Thank you so much. All right, so now we'll move on to Kong Salvador Plato from the majority. Kong, yeah, that's what.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. All the colleagues and our guests from the Department of Trade and Industry, led by our new Secretary, Cristina Aldigaro. Congratulations, ma'am, for your new appointment as the new DTI Secretary. Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, with you at the helm of DTI, your experience in managing the micro, small, and medium enterprises will surely boost more the so-called backbone of our country's economy. My district, particularly the town of Santa Maria, Bulacan. Then President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, we were talking about this kanina lang, through her Presidential Proclamation number 337, designated the Santa Maria Industrial Park as a special economic zone. We have agribusiness, food processing, cottage industry such as textile and garment factories, techniques and fireworks making, rubber and textile making, not to mention the famous Santa Maria Chicharon, which I am personally promoting among my colleagues here in Congress, not to mention Malacanang Palace. Having said this, Mr. Chair, with your expertise in managing the MSMEs, can DTI, in coordination with LGUs comprising my 6 legislative district, to include Norsagaray and Angat, may I request that DTI come up in an integrated development plan, purposely for these 3 towns, to improve the existing business climate, access to credit, technology and innovation, and more importantly, access to markets. Kailangan na aming distrito na palakasin ang MSMEs dahil ang aming distrito ay napakalapit sa Metro Manila at ito ay may tuturing na feeders or sources ng mga goods and commodities including food supply.
Secretary.
Yes, Honorable Congressman, we will take note of this and we will pursue this one.
At kung nagagawa nito, dadagdagan pa rin ninyo sana, Madam Secretary, ng makabagong technology at kagamitan para lalo pang mapaganda ang quality ng aming produkto at magiging globally competitive na pwedeng mag-export kami ng chicharon to satisfy the cravings of our fellow Filipinos abroad, lalong-lalo na sa Amerika, sa Canada at sa Europe. Idagdag ko na rin, Mr. Chair, na sana po ay matuloy na ang pagkakaisa ng mga kooperatiba sa aming lalawigan ng Bulacan na nakapaloob sa aking House Bill number 104 na na-file ko siguro 4 months ago. While waiting for its certification, sana umpisan na ng DTI at Cooperative Development Authority, which I understand na attached agency of DTI. Sana kahit mag-umpisa muna ang aking distrito upang sila ay magkakaroon ng mas malakas na pangangalakal o stronger trading and business dealings and marketing with your suppliers and customers as well. Meron pa akong isang tanong, dilagdag ko na rito para isa na lang tanong. May I inquire if DTI is aware, particularly your regional director, who I wish will find time to visit our district, that the municipality of Santa Maria is included in the Bulacan Special Zone and Report Act under RA 11999. I particularly requested for the inclusion of Santa Maria na nais malaman kung may short-term o long-term plan ng DTI na related sa gagawing airport. Na ako isa sa mga co-authors there upang ma-maximize ang oportunidad sa ilalim ng RA 11999. Ito lamang po, Secretary, ang aking hiling, which I think are doable the soonest possible time, Secretary. At muli, congratulations po sa inyong pagtalaga ng bagong Secretary. Maraming salamat po. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Secretary.
Yes, maraming salamat, Congressman Plato. And I'd like to say also, we have SSF program that will aggressively lift up and really push the MSME. So, I think yung district na nagbigay na sa amin ng list ng SSF para mapa-advance din yung technology ng mga businesses sa inyong region. And then aside from that, magbubukas din kami ng mga mini stores or stores sa loob ng embassies, Philippine embassies all over the world. Dito ilalagay yung mga products ng MSME or Philippine products that are compliant already and that are ready for export. So yung chicharon nyo po, pwede na rin ilalagay doon. And then from there, we can invite also possible buyers and we can also present it to the visitors who go to the embassy. So by that, we'll be able to spread out also quickly the products that are compliant and the products that are ready for export. MSME products, because if they grow po, that will really grow the economy also and also grow the business sector. So that one. And then doon sa regional bisita, yes, we will do that po. And the regional offices are really there to really make sure that the programs of the DTI are well brought down. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Plato. Did you want to hear a comment from CDA since you mentioned them? Cooperative Development Authority.
you want to ask them, yung taga-singin.
May I know, Mr. Chair, queries on the
Ay, hindi ba? Hindi ba nabanggit?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, I think I misheard. Sorry, thank you. All right, next to interpolate will be Kong Lani Revilla Mercado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to welcome our Honorable Secretary who, as a matter of fact, is my classmate in high school. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Madam Chair, Chairperson, and to Madam Secretary. My concern is not really in my district in particular, but allocation in the province of Cavite. We have a relocation site in the municipality of Naik, where there are around 28,824 socialized housing units have been built, and so far 85% of these units have been utilized. And one of the greatest problems of that area is job generation, walang trabaho. And majority of the relocatees go back to where they came from, which depletes the goal of national government in depopulizing our areas and giving them more opportunities of housing, jobs, etc. There's a particular techno hub in that area, which is the Cavite Techno Park, which I believe needs help from DTI and possibly promotion to give more jobs to these 28,824 possible employees. Since this is privately owned, how can DTI assist these relocatees in that particular area, Madam Chair?
Yes, hi, Congresswoman Lani. Yes, we're classmates, and yes, hi. Actually, I'll have to check this techno hub to make sure how we can really help this specifically, because now we really want specific programs, and not in general, but really specific, so that we can really help right away also. So I'll check on this, as I'm not totally aware of this hub, but I'll check on this and then I'll get back to you. We can message on this one so that we can move this one also.
It was then proposed by then Secretary Acusar when they inaugurated the said housing project that it would be vital for these homeowners to have jobs in line with the housing projects, like making of windows, doors, doorknobs, etc., or construction materials, to promote locally made construction materials, since majority of our the location in Cavite are geared already to relocation and resettlement for informal settler families. Plus, there is a bridge being built now to connect the province of Cavite to Bataan, which I'm sure would be a great opportunity in promoting, transferring products from Bataan to Cavite and so forth. And I hope DTI could help this particular community so they will not go back to where they have come from.
Yes, I'll take a look, I'll have a look into this, and then I'll get back to you regarding this program.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kong Lani. Next to interpolate, also from the majority, Congressman Dietze Pancho. Okay, we'll move on first to Congresswoman Janet Garin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, and of course, Secretary Roque, good afternoon, and to the DTI family and its attached agencies. My question actually boils down to, just for the record, I'm not protecting government suppliers, but I have to put forward this question because I don't want the government to be at the prejudice. I believe our senior vice chair was also present in the oversight hearings that we had before. And we realized that there were
procurement activities before the Department of Education. And I believe there were miscommunications or failure to communicate. One example is the DERPS project, and maybe Ase Cablan is also aware of this. In that hearing, we really don't care who the supplier is or who the supplier was, but our dilemma there is that we might end up with suppliers accusing the government before the Department of Trade and Industry, and that will be double jeopardy on the part of the government. So we will be appraised. What is the usual situation if in case there is a bidding and a supplier won, let's say DERPS? I just forgot the meaning of DERPS. It's Department of Education something. It's a hardware system that actually organizes and professionalizes the Department of Education from the central office down the line. That includes HR, tagging, utilization, and everything. But I believe the problem is somewhere along the way there was some sort of a failure to communicate, especially during the transition. And we were told that the supplier cannot let the system function because the software was not permitted by DepEd to be attached, something like that. But bottom line is, it's a 1.05 billion project. I'm not sure if fully or partially paid. And our dilemma is we were being told that the Japanese supplier will be going to DTI to file a case. I don't know how you call that. So what is the process with regards to this? Pagkaganyan. And does it mean that the government will have double jeopardy? And on the part of what is the protection also, on the second thought, like if we have government suppliers, let's say for school furnitures, textbooks, teaching tools, okay, yung mga ito, kapag sila ay nanalo, pagkatapos merong mga masalimuot na situation and circumstances, and this will end up in the warehouses with failure to deliver, who is accountable for all of this, like in terms of quality of their product? I mean, will the suppliers have a protection on their end, or will this be double jeopardy on the part of the government? Good afternoon, Honorable Congresswoman. I'd like to defer to Chris Ablan of MSG to answer this question.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. With the permission of the Chair and to address Congarin. Right now, Madam Chair, I am the Bids and Awards Committee Chair of the DTI. And to answer questions regarding procurement, if a winning bidder or a supplier fails to perform its deliverables, then there may be grounds for termination of that contract. Insofar as the DTI is concerned, and Yusek Amanda can correct me on this, is that the DTI can only entertain complaints from consumers. So complaints coming from suppliers, I think the process is either the arbitration process in the contract or to address it under our GPPB process.
So where is the usual arbitration process? Is it not in the Fair Trade Group, hindi siya doon? So where's the usual arbitration process?
Madam Chair, usually in contract, the contracting parties agree on the place of arbitration and who will conduct the arbitration. Of course, coming from Philippine government, we want the arbitration to be here in the Philippines, but sometimes the venue of arbitration can be in a neutral country like Singapore and such.
And in this case, who will end up as the loser? Kasi sa DepEd, andyan yung mga textbooks, andyan yung teaching materials, andyan yung school furnitures, nagkakalabuan lang kasi kung sino yung magbabayad ng warehousing or hindi, or kung kasi yung isa ayaw ipa-distribute, or yung isa naman is ayaw daw payagan, no, na I believe they had a new scheme. Where before the supplier will distribute it to the end user, this one, nagkaroon ng bagong scheme that the supplier does not have the authority to distribute. And if we're talking about products, so who holds the accountability? So I believe this is not a core program of the DTI, but I was forced to ask this here because these are questions pending before the DepEd.
Madam Chair, like we earlier mentioned, if the complainant is a consumer, the user of the IT system, or perhaps the user of the textbook, in this case in DepEd, then that can be brought up to our consumer protection group. But if the complainant is the supplier, then the venue is not the DTI. It could be with the GPPB. And there's also a process of blacklisting, Madam Chair, if the supplier is found to be at fault.
Because our main concern here is actually not the supplier, not to be honest, it's the consumer. Yung mga estudyante na 2 taon na, meron naman pala mga school furnitures, meron naman pala mga teaching paraphernalias yung ating mga teachers. I'm not actually sure if the amount totals around 7 to 10 billion. So parang sayang naman, tama naman po ASEC Ablan yung sinasabi niyo na pwedeng magreklamo sa consumer, pwedeng magreklamo sa GPPB, but the problem there, at the end, it's the Filipino people who are actually losing. Kasi yung 2 taon na yon, na sana may upuan yung student, sana yung teacher meron siya mga kagamitan, sana hindi siya nabubulok doon sa bodega. And at the same time, the biggest problem that we have is hindi nila kasalanan because DepEd made a scheme wherein the supplier cannot deliver. So just for the information of DTI, and I believe Congress can possibly look into, Madam Chair, I request for just 30 seconds extension.
That was the 30-second bell, actually. So
yeah, okay.
You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, so maybe I'll just open those, and we're very privileged that with DTI now is ASEC Ablan, because I think he's very familiar with the problems in DepEd. So again, it's we are not concerned about the supplier, even though they will be losing, and that will also be Filipino businessmen losing, but we are more concerned on the waste of resources. And the further waste of resources, if we go to legal remedies, hala, kaso-kaso sila dyan, pero yung ating mga estudyante at yung ating mga guro ay patuloy na walang ginagamit. And if the estimated amount is verified, 10 billion is still 10 billion. Masakit po yan para sa ating mga estudyante at sa ating mga teachers who badly need those commodities. But moving forward, Mr. Chair, Honorable Secretary, can you confirm that in the system that we have in the Philippines, specifically on the LGUs that with a varying interpretation of laws, this can sometimes hinder business?
Sir Chris.
I would defer to USEC Amanda.
Mr. Chair, regarding the interpretation of laws, no, and how it can hinder businesses, we at the DTI, we protect businesses and consumers. So we really have to strike a balance between the two. As to the proper interpretation of the law, we leave it to the courts if it's already a case that has been filed. If it's something within our jurisdiction, it's something that's going to be ruled within our adjudicatory power.
Yeah. Just for the record, Mr. Chair, hindi ko naman sinasabing magkakaso-kaso na, but this is the big role and the gigantic role of the Department of Trade and Industry, the unseen hand of DTI insofar as the business environment is in the Philippines. And I would like to commend the Board of Investors, BOI, and even, and of course, DTI, because this is an attached agency. Kasi sila ngayon yung nagiging susi dun sa mga bayan, mga cities, o mga probinsya kung saan nagiging hadlang ang ating ibang mga lokal na pamahalaan in terms of issuances of permits and in terms of being business friendly. So I really don't want to expound on that, but may dilemma, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, mukhang ang baba ng pondo ng BOI. Are there plans to support them more? especially for them to be able to implement the Green Lane law.
Right, that will be your last question, Kong Janet. Thank you.
Yes, I will refer to you, Sec Perry, who's in charge of BOI.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Madam Secretary, and Honorable Representative Lerin. Kung may hirit nga ho si BOI, it will be on two matters. Number one ho is on the investment promotions, lalo na ho yung funding natin for the Interagency Investment Promotions Coordinating Committee, which was created under the amendment to the Foreign Investments Act. Tapos second ho yung funding for implementing the EO18 or yung Green Lane. Kasi ngayon yung ginagawa ho namin is based on just the organic funds dati ho ni BOI tsaka yung mga personnel natin, yun yung nag-i-implement nung Green Lane.
How much is their budget, if I may?
Yung total budget ho natin, Honorable Representative, is sa BOI lahat is 600 million pesos, but it's actually...
But how much is the investment that they have brought?
Yung total ho natin, as we have reported earlier, is 1.15 trillion pesos for January to July of this year.
Plus the pipeline, yung nasa pipeline.
Opo, abot ho tayo ng 3 trillion po dun sa Green
It's
Lane natin.
approximately 3.7 trillion. So just for the record, Honorable Chair, Honorable Secretary, Madam Secretary, you have an agency that's bringing 3.7 trillion investment to our country, and that's just the first 2 quarters of this year, with a meager budget of 600 million. At the appropriate time, Mr. Chair, and upon consultation with the Committee on Appropriations, while we are commending them, we also feel the burden that is on them. Sila po ang ahensyang nagpapatatag dun sa mga investors na naiipit kapag merong mga forces na tila nagtitake advantage para hadlangan yung mga totoo at legitimate na negosyante. So we commend the BOI family here, and maraming salamat sa lahat ng tulong niyo sa mga Pilipino. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And if I may be listed on the second round.
Okay. The same will be dealt with at the appropriate time with regards to the increase. All right, so now we'll move on to a member of the minority, our Senior Deputy Minority Leader, Paul Daza. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon to my colleagues in the committee. Good afternoon to our Secretary and the officials of the DTI. We're here to help you. We're here to see if your budget is good enough and it's being utilized. So along those lines, let me ask again what was asked earlier, because I think the answer to how much reverted funds or meaning unutilized appropriations seem to be incorrect. Could we ask that question again? Because it's not likely unutilized funds are about 100 million per year the last 3-4 years.
Yeah. May I interrupt?
Yes.
I asked that question earlier, Asek Ablan. You gave us the numbers, but when we checked, they were, well, they seem to be incorrect based on the utilization rates reported. So for example, in 2020, you reported a utilization rate of 93%, so unutilized 7%. So with a budget of 7.248 billion, reverted should have been 507 million, but you said that you only reverted 111 million. So we did the same computation for 2021, 2022, 2023. So for 2021, you said 151.9 M was reverted. It should have been 898 million. For 2022, you said you reverted for 43.24 million. It should have been 875 million. For 2023, you said you reverted 3.4 million. It should have been 697 million. So these are just based on what you reported as your utilization rate. So it's just a straightforward computation. So asset plan? I mean, what's the explanation?
Ma'am, the numbers reported a while earlier were the amounts we returned to the Treasury or the General Fund. The difference is still with the department as continuing appropriations, Madam Chair.
That based on the rules, you're supposed to revert after 2 years. So what's the explanation?
Gamitin na yun.
That's inclusive of the other.
Hindi yan issues. Pinakamalaki yun. Dami mga abandon.
Ma'am, I'll read our documentation for fiscal year 2020, ma'am.
So it is what it is. So we know that there's a difference. So what is your explanation? We know what the rule is. We know what you returned. So what's your explanation for the gap?
Madam Chair, so we still stand with our utilization rate of 91%, particularly for fiscal year 2020. The disparities because we carry over the
Magagamit yun. Because the validity of the budget based on the GAA is just 2 years. Based on the rules, validity of the budget is 2 years, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And then number 2, you're supposed to revert after 2 years.
Yes.
So, what's your explanation?
That is correct, Madam Chair. So we will be submitting to you.
What is your explanation?
Yes.
So you are keeping the balance in your bank account. That's the only possible explanation. So it's either a yes or a no.
No, Madam Chair, we already returned to the general fund the appropriated amount. So it's carried over to the following year, and then we
Hindi na nga pwedeng mag-carry over kasi hindi na po valid.
yung pangalawang year po, galing po yun, for example, for 2020.
Hindi na nga siya continuing.
2020, 21.
Ma'am, we will submit our.
There's nothing to submit. Please explain.
Ma'am, the financial service attains that retains that we do not asserts that we do not retain the budget. It is returned to the general fund and to the national treasury.
On our end, we assert that there's missing funds. I mean, di ba? Kasi sinasabi ninyo, tama yung utilization rate. Sinasabi niya rin, merong amount na reverted. So, merong gap. Merong amount na hindi natin ma-account for. Hindi ba? That's what it is, right? So, and we're asking for a simple explanation. Is it in your bank account?
Ma'am, our finance service asserts that we return any funds that are not used within that two-year period, and we'll submit po to the committee updated figures, Madam Chair.
You still have the floor.
Madam Chair, may...
Session is suspended. is resumed. So, as Chris, if you could kindly respond to the query. Hi, Kong Mikey.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We apologize to the Vice Chair, to the Chair. Our slides are incomplete, and we will be submitting a additional slide. The slide that was shown to the committee only shows our budget utilization for our allotment and obligations. We were not able to put a slide to show our disbursement, and so with the slide including the disbursement, the numbers would be matched, Madam Chair.
So could you kindly submit a more detailed report and make sure that those numbers would add up?
Yes, Madam Chair. Our apologies to the Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, my fault. The secretary is a respected businesswoman. She's done many good things in the industry. I'm curious. My question is, having come from business sector, you've been very successful in your own businesses. What would be your wish list? What would be your top 2 or 3 that you think requires more funding within the DTI?
Good afternoon, Honorable Congressman Paul. Yes, the 3 top wish lists. It's one, of course, the international trade, where we can really bring in big investors to come in, because if they're big investors, then that would really provide jobs, and there's a lot of money that will be really be coming into the Philippines, and also there's going to be a lot of tourists and a lot of investments. So that's number 1. Number 2, the MSME development, which is the 99.5% of the business sectors in the Philippines and 60% of the workforce. So if we uplift them, then that will also give more jobs, and that will also bring in more money for the MSME and 99.5%. And the third is the consumer protection, which we need to protect the consumers, the Philippine consumers, from the products that are in and out of, and that come in the country, and the products that are within the country.
Thank you for that, Secretary. In the NEP, are those 3 items sufficiently funded?
To be honest, Honorable Paul, this budget was done before I came in, so they've already sent the papers to the DBM, so we're just hoping for some insertions or maybe some other funding, but we would like to get funding for especially these 3.
Thank you for sharing. I'm confident with the work of our Vice Chair, Kimbo, and Divinesha. They'll be very sympathetic, and the minority would support any amendments in the DTI budget to pursue your priorities. And I think I support what you just said. It makes sense to me. Let me ask you mentioned consumer protection. So I wanted to give the good USEC Nogales an opportunity. In general, how are we doing with consumer protection? How are you tracking it? Do you have benchmarking for that? And are we really doing a good job?
I defer to USEC Amanda Nograles for this question.
Mr. Chair, for consumer protection, at the DTI, we observed that the landscape has changed post-pandemic, largely because most of the businesses have transferred to the online space. That's why most of our consumer complaints are mostly due to online scams, and most of the violations are deceptive sales, unfair, unconscionable sales that are done through online transactions. For example, when we say expectation versus reality, we have a consumer who buys a product online, but then the product that that consumer receives isn't exactly as that seller had represented to the consumer. So, in responding to your question, we'll say that that the game has changed because it is largely online, but the DTI is on top of it because, as we mentioned earlier, we have intensified our efforts with respect to enforcement. We have our online monitoring of the e-marketplaces. Number two, we have a good consumer complaint system. Aside from the usual route of emailing DTI or filing a complaint through online PODRS, we now have a report to sec at dti.gov.ph, which is another portal which leads the consumer directly to the secretary. And thirdly, we have new legislation, the Internet Transactions Act. We currently have the implementing rules and regulations for that, which gives the DTI regulatory authority over online transactions. And we've expanded it not just for business to consumers, but also business to businesses transactions on the online space.
Could you provide myself and the committee a copy of that summary or performance report on consumer protection?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd like to read that. Thank you. I'm happy you open with the DREAM program. We have a growing gig economy, the freelance digital people. We're supposed to be the 6th largest. What do you think about that, Secretary, or any of the officials? What kind of support are you doing for that? It seems to be, could be like another big industry for the Philippines.
Okay, Honorable Paul, I'd like to defer to you, Fita, regarding this.
Thank you, Sec Chris. We have the Malikhaing Pinoy program providing support not only to creative MSMEs and creative startups, but including our freelancers. We are providing training support, and we just recently concluded 2 programs. One is on a master class on game development and animation. The number of graduates for the first cohort, we had I think around 100 graduates, and based on the feedback that we received, they indicated that the training, the master class really helped them, especially in terms of the application of new technologies. And apart from these training programs that we provide, there are also other market linkages that we offer, along with other support to help them in terms of the operations that and the businesses that they are running.
Okay, I'm satisfied with that response. I'll go to the next one. Secretary, I know you're new, but it's one of my advocacies. As you know, the Secretary of DTI is the chairman of the Anti-Red Tape Authority Council. Would the Secretary or any of the officials know how we're doing now in terms of ARTA compliances system-wide? Do we have any reports on how we're doing both on the national and LGU level?
Honorable Paul, I'd like to defer this, but on Friday, I'm going to be meeting with Secretary of ARTA, so we can really discuss how to make things easier and how to go about this. So, yeah, I'd defer to you, Secretary, for this question.
Secretary, Honorable Chair, may I call on si Director Ernie De Los Reyes of the BOI, who heads our Green Lane team. They are also the ones directly coordinating with ARTA. Si Director Ernie po.
Okay. Director Ernie De Los Reyes of BOI.
BOI, sir.
Is hereby recognized.
Yes. With regards to Anti-Red Tape Authority, we had a memorandum of agreement. We're the one handling the issues of concern, like what Congressman Garin discussed or informed us during the plenary. Meron nang ginagawang Anti-Red Tape Authority na mga project.
Could you come closer lang to the microphone, please?
Pasensya na po. Okay. Actually, the Board of Investment and Anti-Red Tape Authority has a memorandum of agreement. Kami lumalabas na soft approach sa mga issues and concerns pertaining to business or mga regarding the business permit delay, no, sa mga LGU, national government. Now, may mga move na ngayon na ginagawang to streamline the process and to magkaroon ng mga regulatory impact assessment ng mga national government agency to align yung mga current policy sa current situation ng country. Especially may mga bagong mga provision, no, yung mga economic provision. So dapat i-align na yung mga policy ng National Government Agency. So ito po yung ginagawa ng Anti-Red Tape Authority. At meron na rin po kasi ina-align na rin po ng Anti-Red Tape Authority yung mga EO na inalabas ng Pangulo like EO 32, EO 59 for the flagship project, and EO 18. Na number one question, who will facilitate sa mga issues and concern ng mga investor, domestic and foreign investor. So ang proposal po namin sa Anti-Red Tape Authority, ang one-stop action center na lang ng BOI ang mag-facilitate ng mga issues and concern ng mga investor.
Okay. Thank you for that. The green lane's good. BOI is working on it. I want to let the Secretary know that I think it should be in your topmost priority because you're the chair of ARTA. I know you're new and there's too much absorbed, but many of the agencies have come here, and I'm very disappointed that many of them have not fully complied with what we call ARTA compliances. And I think as chairman of the board, you'll be helping the country in terms of nation building to find ways to make it easier for business to do business and for citizens to be served better. We have the citizen charter compliance, we have the re-engineering, 6 or 7 compliance, Secretary. So maybe because you came from the business sector, alam mo yung mga problema. Permits pa lang nga, business permit, di ba? Mayor's permit. Kasama lahat yan. So I wanted to prompt you to move ARTA faster and to come up with a more comprehensive reporting transparency. Because many of the agencies who come here, they don't even really know. You have any thoughts on that, Secretary?
Yes, actually, that's why we have a meeting on Friday, and we'll really get to make sure that we really move this thing quickly. So thank you for the suggestion also, Honorable Paul, and we will really pursue your suggestion and we really make sure that we can get this going quickly also.
Okay. Thank you for your assurance. Could we get a report from you regarding ARTA, how we can help, businesses and citizens just get better service? I'll be happy, just whatever report you can give us, just to make sure that it's really a priority for DTI.
Yes, Honorable Paul, yes, we'll do this.
Okay, thank you. NDC, it's actually an old corporation, very powerful. Most people don't realize. They can borrow, they can do fundraising. Thank you for that good project, the toll road MCX in Alabang. I'm from Alabang when I'm in Manila. I'm curious, in the NDC toll road project, how much money did NDC make on that toll road MCX? Because you ended up, I think, selling to the private sector. I'm curious on the financials for that project.
Yes, I'll defer to GM Anton Mauricio on this matter.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Congressman, I am Anton Mauricio, I'm the General Manager of the National Development Company. Regarding MCX, it was actually under the company called Alabang Santo Tomas Inc., and which is actually still existing. NDC was instructed at that time to basically privatize our already completed plans for the MCX at that time. So we did turn it over to the existing consortium that owns it. And basically, well, to be candid, we didn't want to, because we felt that it was a very profitable exercise for the government, but we were directed to by that previous administration. So I'm going to be getting the actual amount that we got for turning over the project in a few minutes, Madam Chair. Thank you.
While you're doing that, what's your cash balance? Right now, our cash balance is approximately only 2.5 billion pesos, Madam Chair.
Only 2.5 billion. We are a government finance institution, and compared to the other government finance institutions such as DDP Land Bank, SSS, and GSIS, we are a very poor cousin.
or maybe underutilized. A good secretary can take a better look at you guys. I'm curious, what did NDC make for that deal with the toll road? We are getting the exact figure right now because okay, kahit a number of years ago. Singit na lang po kayo just to save time because others want to ask questions. My last question is, it's also one of my pet peeves. 20% of your planetary positions unfilled, 828. Why is that so, and what are your plans?
I'll defer to Ase Cablan on this one.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, to the chair also, and to address Congressman Daza. We can only speak for the DTI OSEC, Madam Chair, and we only have around 230 unfilled. The 800, I think, would include the attached agencies of the DTI. I've spoken with the heads of these offices. These are the BOI and the DCP, Madam Chair. And the reason of the 600 unfilled is the specialization needed for these two offices. These two offices have already committed to improve their hiring process so that we can hire all those unfilled for those 600 items for the attached agencies. For the DTI OSEC proper, Madam Chair, we are trying to train all of our JOCOS staff that are not qualified for these items.
All right. Thank you, Kong Paul.
I'm satisfied with that. Hindi pa nasagot yung tanong ko, Chairman. Yeah. We're still trying to get the cash that we received, but the project itself is the value that our books at 245 million pesos. But we are still looking for the actual cash that we have received at the time that we turned over the project. To clarify, 245 million was what? It was the value of the project of the investment at the time. Of course, now it's going to be a multiple of that. Yeah. Basically, sir, that you could say that at the time that was the valuation of the land, of the property. Okay. Mr. Chair, just to move forward, can we just require NDC to give me a detailed report, both financial and operational report, on the MCX toll project, which they spearheaded, which I think is a good project. I just want to see if that benefited the government or not. We will be giving you an executive brief on or before Friday, Mr. Congressman, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The same as requested.
Thank you.
To be submitted ASAP. Thank you. Last for round one will be also a member of the minority. It will be Congressman Filimon Espares. Again, apologies in behalf of the committee.
My ethics style.
I know. Again, apologies on the part of the committee for putting you under the majority. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. And to our colleagues and the DTI family, good afternoon. Now, in my part, I always looking to really work with in our part here to really help and support any department, especially in this budget deliberation. Mr. Chair, my concern only here is with regards on the budget of the CDA. I just wondering why that from a 1 billion, 1.3 billion just reduced to around 900. And the big items here with regards on the locally funded projects. So may we know the reason why that this allocation really zero for this 2025, and we will know the impact and the contribution of this project so that we would be understand if really they need to not to provide any more budget on this, or we shall still have further allocation.
Yes, yeah, I'd like to defer to Yusek and Cabo on this, Honorable Espares.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason why there was a decrease
in our 2025 budget, despite that we requested for the retention or even the increase, is that the locally funded was not included. That locally funded program, Mr. Chair, is very crucial and impactful to the lives of our co-op members, especially in the micro and small, because part of that program, Mr. Chair, is the financial assistance to cooperatives that need to be elevated and for under recovery program. Of course, one of the areas that affected our budget, Mr. Chair, is the decrease in the capital outlay because, again, as we requested it was not reflected in the net of 2025. This pertained to the funding of our regional offices, Mr. Chair, which we badly needed. Now, kasi we don't have a regional office in Region 4A, 6, 12, 5. So if we have a regional office, Mr. Chair, strategically located and placed in the government centers being identified, then most likely, Mr. Chair, the budget can be utilized for developmental programs, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I follow up, Mr. Chair. Yung nawala natin, it's more on the development of the small micro agricultural cooperatives and for the small micro also consumers, marketing, producers, and logistics clusters of our cooperatives. Now, what will happen? Because the direction of our government right now is really to promote and have more support for the agricultural cooperatives. And with this, we know from your budget, you have still, what you call this, a portion of cooperative development program. Kaya na ba dyan na doon natin kunin or we still need really have a additional budget for the development of this small and micro agricultural cooperatives?
Yes, Mr. Chair. If we could have a retention of the old budget intended for this cooperative development program, that would be a big help to our cooperative sector, Mr. Chair, because it is very evident that our sector today, we had an increase of micro that graduated to small and small graduated to medium.
Do you have data for that, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
CDA?
That's one of the effects that we had because of the increase. If we continue that, we are very optimistic, Mr. Chair, because for micro to small, Mr. Chair, we had an increase of 4%. I know it's small, but we are gradually going there.
What is the specific intervention that we have done for them?
Because of the hand-holding program, Mr. Chair, capacity building, the training that we need, especially on bookkeeping, good governance, at the same time, the linkages that we need
to get the exact number, because the 4% of course is very small, but then in terms of the numbers, the figure of number of cooperatives being affected, or able to avail or have these benefits out of this budget.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if we are going to talk about the graduation from micro to small, there was an increase of 455 cooperatives.
That's very small.
Yes, I admit, sir. But this is the first time for CDA to have a very good budget, which we put premium in the development of our micro and small. So, in effect to that, there was an increase, and we are very optimistic again that we can see another increase of this graduation from micro to small and small to medium, Mr. Chair. So if we are being granted an increase or retention of our old budget, particularly or specifically on the Cooperative Development Fund, again, Mr. Chair, the CDA can continuously provide an increase of graduating cooperatives from one category, from one level to another.
Okay, so thank you with that. No? we hope that the agency will still consider what we have started, and so that in order that the cooperatives also in our country would have further developed and will achieve our expectations that could be a good partner. So, again, just in case na hindi kayo mabigyan ng ganitong balikan yung additional budget for this, anong plano with regards to agricultural cooperatives and even the transport cooperatives right now na mas marami na yung nag-organize just because of our public transport modernization program. So, critical ito in the part of the CDA, which the agency, the DTI, the mother agency, would look into na sana matulungan, no? And we're looking always na maging effective yung ating CDA on this part. So, a quick overview of your plan with regards to agriculture and transport co-ops.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if we cannot avail of the maintaining our budget for 2025, which covers our developmental program, basically there will be less hand-holding and capacity building programs intended for our cooperatives, especially for agri. In response to the flagship program and the directives of the President, we are also very focused, Mr. Chair, on dealing and handling our agri cooperatives, and at the same time providing them the necessary tools and trainings and seminars that would strengthen their capacity as agri cooperatives. The same thing with the transport cooperatives, Mr. Chair. If quickly there is a problem in the transport co-op when it comes to accounting procedures or presenting their financial statements, but that's why one of the programs that we have implemented is to provide them a tailor-fit financial system, accounting system that would easily allow them to understand and at the same time submit it in time to the CDA as part of their compliances. So again, Mr. Chair, if we have a very good budget for 2025, then basically the graduation of our co-ops will really take place.
Okay, so again, Mr. Chair, you have heard the position of our Cooperative Development Authority and also our concerns, as mentioned a while ago, on the capital outlay. So the 73 million, I think that is only in the central office. How about the other regions? May 5 regions dito na walang budget suppose for the capital outlay. But then, particularly in Region 6, Mr. Chair, and then with the DTI office na 1980s pa or 70s pa yung building ngayon, no? So we need really to have a repair. Na kung hindi talaga kaya, Mr. Chair, can we request, no? Kahit yung Region 6 or 2 regions lang, no? Yung pwede mapagbigyan for the capital outlay. So ako, kasi I'm from Region 6 and I always there in the office of the CDA in Region 6, so ako on your office there, no? Sirang-sira na talaga. So for this 2025, another sacrifices and suffering of our people there. So plus, kung makaya itong 5 office na ni-request ng ating CDA, kung pwede pagbigyan para at least we could work accordingly naman at tuloy-tuloy na. Ito na yung last, di ba? Wala nang ibang office na pwede pa natin i-develop. So sana mapagbigyan for this 2025.
Yes, Mr. Chair, for the information of this committee, if we're able to accomplish the provision of 5 regional offices or the buildings, then that would provide CDA 100% for completion of all regional offices. So in that case, Mr. Chair, wala na pong babayaran renta ang CDA at magagamit na rin natin ang malaking portion ng pera ng budget para po sa ating kooperatiba.
Okay, so kasi whether we like it or not, nandiyan talaga yung ating office, no? Just because of the increasing growth of our cooperatives. Now, another concern, Mr. Chair, is how about the NIR? Kasi by 2025, mag-operate na rin yung Negros Island region. So, do you have budget for 2025 for this?
Well, it did not reflect on the NEP, Mr. Chair. If that's one of the areas of our request to start the implementation of our regional functions and responsibilities covering the co-op sector in Negros Island, we are requesting, Mr. Chair, for an inclusion of 10 million for that for next year.
So, well said, Mr. Chair, and that's only my concerns, and of course, what I have presented, that would be my manifestation, really to have a provision for additional budget for the development function of our CDA, the capital outlay which really need for the 5 regions. Kung hindi kaya, huwag iwanan yung Region 6, no? Baka unahin din. And the Negros Island requirements, no, of our agency. So that's all, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Kong Mon. So, before we move on to Kong and Ominal for the last interpolator of round 1. Ay, hindi ko nakita. Sorry. Hindi nakalagay dito. Update. Sige. Before we move on, since na-bring up tayo ni Kong Mon yung plano for the new Negros Island region for CDA, could we also hear very quickly from DTI on how you will adjust your regional operations group for the same?
Okay, I would like to defer to Asset Grace for this.
Good afternoon. Our regional offices will be submitting the report to your officer by Friday. The proposal will call for an interim office to be stationed at the provincial office. They're just identifying who among our staff will be skeleton in the regional office. And then after that, we'll have another proposal for the creation of new positions for the region.
Worst case scenario, there's a skeletal workforce that can be realigned from within the current setup.
Yes,
to
sir.
populate that new regional operations group.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Because budget would be a consideration. So hopefully we can also get from the Office of the Secretary some augmentation.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, but certainly the Negros Kongs will support any kind of budget augmentation for that same purpose. All right, so before we move on to Kong Ando, we'll recognize first Kong Jill Mogalon. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the family of the Department of Trade and Industry. Congratulations, Madam Secretary, and also to my professor in the Intellectual Property Law, USEC Alan Hefty. Just 3 items, Mr. Chair. Yes. First item, Mr. Chair, the issue of the sale of the vape products. So I don't know if you have heard the bad news, because the country reported its first case of vape-associated death last May 2024. So may we know what are the concrete actions done by the Department of Trade and Industry to boost its drive against illegal vape products, both online and offline?
I will defer to Yusek Amanda for this question, Honorable Wanggalon.
Mr. Chair, regarding vape, actually that case, we discussed that in our Consumer at Iba program, because one of our advocacies is supporting the government's advocacies na pro-health and talagang to ilayo ang mga minor de edad sa vape, no? So after that, if we look at the statistics gathered by DTI enforcement, it's very evident that the violations of the vape law are done mostly in the online space. As we noted that for the online firms that we monitored, 70% are non-compliant in the online space. And for the physical stores that we monitored, most of them are already compliant. So seeing that the non-compliance for the vape law happens in the online sale, we recently issued a DTI Department Administrative Order wherein we temporarily suspended the sale of vape through online sales on e-marketplaces. The basis for this one is that under the Internet Transactions Act, and because of the power of the DTI to protect consumers against hazardous products and to protect the health of our consumers, we are asking for the e-marketplaces to check their algorithms and to ensure that the sale of vape is prohibited unless certain conditions are fulfilled. What are these conditions? First, the e-marketplaces should police the online merchants in their e-marketplaces by first checking whether the online merchants have the required registration, licenses, and permits, including the BIR registration, as well as the payment of the proper taxes, the tax stamps. Secondly, they should ensure that there is a contract between the e-marketplace and the online merchant on the selling restrictions and the age gating. Age gating meaning that the online merchant should ensure that advertising, promotion, and sale of vape to minors is prohibited. So because of that that Department Administrative Order, somehow we are working with the e-marketplaces to ensure that online sale of vape is temporarily suspended for now.
Thank you for that answer. So we all agreed that the sale to the minors are prohibited, and we just need to intensify our efforts to prevent the sale of the illegal vape products. Now, in relation to this, Mr. Chair, are you aware that there will be a Philippine Vape Festival this coming August 17 to 18 in Las Piñas City? And I just would like to know if is this officially recognized by the DTI or?
Mr. Chair, we're learning about it just now, and we will make sure to look into it because it has to be in accordance with the vape law. Under the vape law, promotion, advertising of vape should not be directed towards minors, as in fact, that's a clear violation of the vape law, and we do have some enforcement against events promoting vape where minors are present.
Yes, that is the reason, Mr. Chairman, I raised that issue, because I want the DTI to monitor this, because this is prone to abuse.
Yes,
no?
sir. Noted, sir.
Open toll na po ito eh. Pwedeng yung mga minors pumunta po doon at mag-try ng iba-ibang vape products.
Yes.
No? So I just want to ask the DTI to really monitor on this and with the observance of the vape law.
Yes.
Now on to my second topic, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. It is with regard to the issue on the Dali Everyday Grocery. Just to give you a brief background, last May 2024, the consumer rights group, Malayang Consumer, raised its complaints against Dali Everyday Grocery. It is a local retail market, and that has been expanding rapidly. No? Its first store was constructed in February 2020, and its goal is to construct 950 stores by the end of 2024. And according to the group, the Dali Everyday Grocery used deceptive practices such as inaccurate pricing, erroneous invoicing, and artificially inflating the weight of its frozen products, among others. Now, may we know what is the result of the investigation about the Dali Everyday Grocery?
Sir, for Mr. Chair, for the case of Dali Grocery, we actually went through all 13 complaints. First, on the sanitary issue, we referred this to the local government unit kasi po yung sanitary issues, yung nakita nilang mga rodents, that is within the jurisdiction of the LGU. The other complaints naman po, they weren't able to substantiate those, yung sa chicken, yung sinasabi po nila na nilalagyan ng palaman or lalong bumibigat.
And then with respect to yung deceptive sale dun sa timbang ng mga produkto, dun sa weight ng mga products, the defense of DALI is that they are not required to put weighing scales or measures in the stores because the goods they sell are pre-packed goods. And when some of our enforcement teams verified their practices, there was no proof or reliable evidence that was shown, but mere allegations that they weren't able to substantiate upon investigation. So that complaint was dismissed. It did not proceed into a formal charge.
But on the issue of the sanitary, that is lodged with the local government unit.
No, so far no update from the LGU, but we will make sure to follow up.
Yes, please. I really want the action taken by the concerned LGU on that issue. Now, on to my third and last topic, Mr. Chairman. This is in relation to the partnership of DTI with TikTok. So, just to give you a brief backgrounder, last May of 2024, a bill proposing a ban on TikTok and other foreign adversary-controlled applications was filed by Representative Abante of Manila. In relation to this, last June of 2024, DTI announced that it has partnered with TikTok to drive MSMEs into the digital stage. So I'm raising this issue, Mr. Chair, because of the national security concerns. And as we all know, due to increasing national security concerns, which prompted other countries such as United States of America, Canada, Great Britain, and other countries that completely or partially ban TikTok. So may I just know, why did DTI chose TikTok as the platform in order to advertise or partner with the MSMEs?
Honorable Bongalon, we for the MSMEs, we let them use the different platforms, not just TikTok. I mean, a lot of the digital platforms is being encouraged for MSMEs because one, they cannot afford also the rent. Number two, it's the fastest way for them to be able to get the message or to be able to sell their products. So we really let them use different digital platforms. But regarding your question, I'd like to defer to Yusek Jean Pacheco regarding your question.
Thank you, Congressman. It is undeniable that TikTok is a very effective tool, especially for micro, small, medium enterprises. Lowest barrier to entry is like Facebook, but it's a little bit more advanced than Facebook because it operates as a marketplace platform. Siguro po, Kong, once the bill is there, then we will, if the bill is enacted into law, then the Department of Trade and Industry will have to comply with the provisions of law. But in the meantime, Mr. Chair, we do admit that there has been a lot of media assistance to our small micro who operate in the marketplace platforms very easy, and they do earn from their TikTok live selling, but under the Internet Transactions Act, Mr. Chair, we are very confident that with the rules relative to the buying and selling online, they will be covered. TikTok will be covered under the Internet Transactions Act, and that should provide a little bit of a regulatory compliance to allow to safeguard both the consumers and also the merchants onboarding on TikTok, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, going back to my question, is there a partnership between DTI and TikTok? And if there's one, may we know what is the nature of the partnership?
Mr. Chair, we do not have a formal partnership. There is no written document. As far as the e-commerce team, it's always been very active and very engaged. We call them. It started all during COVID period. We just call them, can you teach our consumer, and they do it on Zoom. We have no written contract with them, but of course we do help in terms of getting sellers to be taught. We ask them to provide trainers, specifically like in our case, we ask them, we want to put live selling as part of a shared service facility, so that when people go, our SMEs can go to a negosyo center, they can set up a live selling there, and TikTok will teach our live sellers on how to do it, and then they can do live selling whichever platform there will be. But yun po, wala po talagang, we do not have a formal, it's an
So for the record, Mr. Chair, there is no official or formal partnership with TikTok. So, is it a possibility, or is it because the Filipinos are considered as the #1 users of TikTok, and that is why TikTok was considered in this promoting these services? And in addition to that, Mr. Chair, may we know what are the policies in place in order to protect the security concerns, because TikTok is totally banned in US, so that is something that the DTI and other concerned agencies should consider.
Congressman and Mr. Chair, we always say that DTI is agnostic, in a way that all of our e-commerce platforms, whether they are Facebook, Meta, Instagram, Zalora, Shopee, Lazada, they are all part of our ecosystem. So what we tell we say to our e-commerce merchants is that we are giving you the choice. If you don't have that much money to go to onboard a platform, you try Facebook, you can do that. If you want to have your own website, you can do this. So what we are doing in DTI is really to make sure that all of these platforms are made available to the merchants, to the small medium enterprises. And basically, so lahat po sila, sir, we have a program that we really are engaging all of them. We call them the friends of e-commerce. So and these are the major ones, no? So like sinasabi natin, Shopee has 75 million visitors. Lazada has 50 million. So that's the but not everyone can do Shopee. It's there's a little bit of some difficulty in complying. So ganun po, Kong, we try to, what DTI tries to do, the e-commerce team tries to do, is to make sure that all of the micro, small, medium enterprises know the opportunity and all the kinds of platforms that they have at their disposal. But all of them, we do not have a formal engagement with them. Our team in the e-commerce team, we don't they come when we call them, they come willingly. Facebook, Meta, when we say, can you teach them how to do content creation? Yun po. And then, Mr. Chair, you did ask about what are the rules. Under the Internet Transactions Act, it's very clear what are the obligations of digital platforms, e-marketplaces, e-retailers, and online merchants. And unlike in the past, when there is no it's the importance of information, kasi dati you go to Facebook or you go to and even nga po in the platforms, they don't give the information. So sometimes pag hahabulin na, marami nang nagrereklamo kay DTI, hahabulin na, hindi na ho, nawala na sila. Hindi na ho namin sila makita. And this is one of the things why we really pushed for that bill. So that when DTI, DTI tells them that you should make sure that they have the contact number, the address. You have to make sure that the products they sell have the necessary permits. Regulated and prohibited items, if it's prohibited, bawal talaga. If it's regulated, you make sure that you have the permit. And we're putting notice to the platforms to make sure that they follow the law. And we're giving them 18 months. It should be ready by next year, because it's a change in the algorithm. They have to make sure that all of the merchants that are selling in their platform, they know who they are, and they all have the licenses that are available. So I think, Mr. Chair, that what Congress did in the Internet Transactions Act by providing the necessary safeguards would allow more safety for consumers. Not to mention the fact that there are IT tools and solutions that are being mandated, no, to build trust, like the online business database, the consumer complaint tracking system. We have to make sure that, for example, my favorite is the chainsaw. It's prohibited to sell chainsaw or fertilizer. Then if someone sell, then the Secretary of Trade has the power to take that down upon ano po ng proper regulatory agency. So we're very much optimistic that this particular law, the Internet Transactions Act, it provides the Secretary of Trade powers. It allows us to build trust, and it's really an implementation. I'll make that hear it once again, Kong, if you can support that, the creation of the e-commerce bureau, because that will really help us implement the law.
So basically, it's now a matter of implementation.
That's correct, Kong.
Yeah, that would be all, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kong Jill. Now we'll move on to Kong and Dominal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my first concern is about the relationship between the local government units and the department. May I know, in the implementation of the programs and the projects of the department down in each locality, what is the role of the local government in from the identification of the beneficiaries, in the determination of the programs that will be implemented, and in the monitoring of the implementation, the results, if they are successful in their assistance offered or the trainings conducted. So there seems to be a gray area, and I would like to know officially what is the relationship between the local government and the DTI, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Secretary Chris.
Good evening, Honorable Ramanal. I'd like to defer this question to Asik Grace, who's from Regional Operations Group.
Asik Grace?
Yes, sir. Our negosyo centers are actually hosted by mostly our cities and municipalities. So by law, it's stated that all cities and municipalities shall have a negosyo center. And most of our hosts are the local government units. So whenever we go to a certain area, we always tell them the number and the quality of MSMEs in your respective territories speak of the economic development of your areas. So that's our way of actually encouraging them not to handhold our MSMEs. So the programs that we do through our negosyo centers are actually sometimes funded by the local government units. No, we get a lot of support from our municipal, city mayors, even the provincial government, sir, for MSME promotion and development. Enhance the working relationship because the MSMEs are in their territories. So if business environment is good in these areas, then the success rate of these MSMEs will also increase. So that's how we work with the local government units. Thank you, sir.
So it doesn't directly answer my question, Mr. Chair, because I'm asking for a concrete
specific
and specific relationship. Because in all honesty, when I was the mayor of our city, pinaalis ko po yung Go Negosyo Center from the City Hall because the DTI was implementing projects and programs without coordination and giving due courtesy to the local government. So, parang may program kami sa LGU, nagkaroon din ng program yung DTI, naging instead of working together,
dalawa na.
Naging dalawa. And to make things worse, the DTI some sort of competed with the efforts of the local government. Now, last year, we were able to somehow patch things up by, I requested that the provincial director in our province be replaced because there were a lot of complaints. However, until now, even with the new director, there is still no solid or concrete
role of the LGU. Kasi sa totoo lang po, yung ibang mayors, hindi naman po nila alam kung ano talaga yung role nila.
Okay.
They are not briefed, they are not aware. So, what we want is to strengthen the partnership, to have a solid, concrete collaboration between DTI and the local governments, Mr. Chair.
If I may, Madam Secretary.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Honorable Congressman, kung pahintulutan niyo po ako, nais kong dagdagan ang inyong sinabi at sa pantaha. Bilang dati pong ROG ASEC at pangkasalukuyang lead focal po ng Kadiwa ng Pangulo, Bagong Pilipinas, at saka po yung ating mga health program. Ako rin po ay dating legislative body ng lalawigan ng Cavite. Ngayon po, naibababa po namin sa LGU yung mga polisiya, na-update po namin sila. May awareness program po. Subalit nais naming hingin po siyempre yung tulong ng Kongreso upang kami magkaroon pa ng mas malawak na platform, makapag-educate, makapagbigay ng training, at sana po matulungan din po kami yung interest po nila na ma-align po yung programa po namin dahil lang sa amin po. Napakaliit lang namin para sakupin ang buong bansa, subalit willing po kami tumulong. Ang DTI po ay very visible, partner agency po sa mga national program. At ako po ay nagbibigay ng kortesiya sa mga congressman, gobernador at mayor na aking dinadalaw na binababaan ng proyekto. Yun lamang po. Umasa po kayo na ang DTI ay lalo pang pagtitibayin ang ating pakikisama, samahan at pagtutulungan sa local government, sir. Magandang hapon po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what Sec. Tolentino has mentioned is some sort of the ideal situation that we would all want to, that we aspire to happen in each of our localities. However, the reality in the ground is that that's not what's happening. So how now can we improve rather this working relationship? Because I am well aware that the DTI also spends a lot of government funds in the training, in the conduction of seminars, and it's somehow I felt during the time that I was mayor, I felt it was unfair for my constituents na in fact, a lot of the beneficiaries did not even come from my locality because there was no coordination with my office during that time. So how can we now improve this relationship so that all these programs, all these projects of the department be coordinated with the local government, because it's really the local government, especially the mayors and the barangay captains, who have who know the profile of their constituents, of their residents. Mas magaling pa po sila kaysa sa amin mga congressman, kasi sila po yung andun po sa grassroots, no? So how do we improve that so that come 2025 all this being proposed will be implemented with a maximum impact? Because as Yusek Pacheco mentioned, you are exploring TikTok, Facebook, and other social media platforms in order to expand the impact of your programs. So now we have this platform, the local government, who can very much and is very much willing to assist in the implementation of the projects and the programs. But sometimes, somehow they just need to be more informed about what these programs and these projects are. They need more awareness. Kasi sa totoo,
Honorable Congressman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kong Ando. Last to interpolate for round one will be Kong Alan T. Salang agad. Are you ready, Kong? Kong Alan T. And then we're gonna go to round two. which will start with Bambi.
And then yung
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may we ask the chairman of the Cooperative Development Authority regarding the locally funded project for fiscal year 2024? How much?
USEC?
Yes, Mr. Chair. For the locally funded, we have, how much? 332, Mr. Chair.
And can I get a breakdown of that, what program or program activities for that particular amount of 332?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we can submit to this committee immediately, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, there is already in the GAA. You know that you should know how much the breakdown of the locally funded projects.
Okay, Mr. Chair. For the capability enhancement for micro agriculture cooperatives, we have 204. And under micro and small consumers, marketing, producers, and logistics, Mr. Chair, we have 128 million po.
Mr. Chair, how did they spend the amount allocated to them under the subject programs?
Well, Mr. Chair, this was submitted to DBM by our cluster head, coming from the Agri and from the CMPL, Mr. Chair, which was supported by the board of the agency, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, the answer is not responsive. I mean, by object of expenditure, how did you spend the amount of 332 million? Can you please answer us? Is it seminar? If I may ask, did you spend your budget for seminars?
For the
travels?
Yes, Mr. Chair. For the 204, Mr. Chair, we have the machineries for the Agri, and for the 128, we have the capital assistance provided to cooperatives under CMPL, Mr. Chair.
How about for seminars and travels? How much did you spend?
So in the two, basically, Mr. Chair, it's financial assistance and the extension of agri machineries.
No, please answer. Did you spend the allocation for travels and seminars?
None, Mr. Chair.
None. So, may I ask, Mr. Chair, whether or not you have conducted a CMPL Co-op National Summit in Leyte?
Yes, Mr. Chair. It was an initiative of the cluster, Mr. Chair.
So you spend money for that?
Coming from the budget of the cluster head, Mr. Chair. Yes, sir. We spend. Yes, sir.
And how about for this year?
Still about to be conducted, Mr. Chair, on September, I believe, Mr. Chair.
So how much did you spend for your CMPL Co-op National Summit in Leyte?
Mr. Chair, if you could allow, we can submit to this committee the exact budget, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, that is not acceptable since the amount appropriated was already spent. They should have a record, and when they come here, they should be prepared.
We'll get back to you in a while, Mr. Chair. We're getting the information from the head office on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the consideration.
Mr. Chair, so I'll be waiting for your answer.
How much time do you need to be able to extract that data?
Can you give us maybe 5 minutes, Mr. Chair?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, did you favor any cooperatives when you held that project in Leyte, when you held that summit? in Leyte?
I believe it was, the invitation was extended to all cooperatives, Mr. Chair, done by our cluster, because they have the complete list of the cooperatives under CMPL. So since it was a national summit discussing the programs, the collaboration, the CMPL in charge cluster was responsible in the extension of the invitation to become participants of that summit, Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Chairman, is this not used for political purposes?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I really don't have any idea if, because even in the discussion, Mr. Chair, and the conduct, I can only receive some reports coming from the outputs of that summit, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, is there a co-opiness CMPL registered with the CDA?
Yes, there is, Mr. Chair.
Are you familiar? Is it by coincidence that you held a CMPL Co-op National Summit with the same name as that of Co-opiness CMPL? Why particular CMPL? When the title of the program, can you please read to me the title of your program in the locally funded projects? It's small,
micro and small consumers, marketing, producers and logistics, cooperative startup capital assistance, Mr. Chair.
Precisely. So the name is micro and small consumers, marketings. Why was it abbreviated to CMPL, Co-op National Summit? Can you please answer?
Sir, this program, Mr. Chair, is the provision of startup capital assistance, Mr. Chair.
Why it's not micro and small when it's geared towards that program? Why you have to abbreviate it into CMPL when the program is micro and small consumer marketers?
Because, Mr. Chair, this program, when it was approved, was designed to put more support and to the consumers, marketing, producers, and logistics, Mr. Chair, and on the level of category of micro and small.
Correct, but the title is very clear, as you have already stated, that is micro and small, right? So how come you abbreviated it only to CMPL? That is my question, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but I think it's just an emphasis on the consumers, marketing, producers, and logistics on that purpose, Mr. Chair. There's nothing more to it on that, Mr. Chair.
Because, Mr. Chairman, the emphasis must be on the micro and small financial capital assistance. It's not, because the cooperatives would be more informed if you put micro and small CM consumer, you should put MSCMPL.
Noted on that, Mr. Chair.
So would you have my assurance that you will, in your next event for this year, scheduled for this year, you will put the complete name of that program, if ever there's still funds remaining?
Yes, sir. As we provide the startup capital assistance and commence it, Mr. Chair, we can put the micro and small, Mr. Chair.
I think that is more clear, is it not, Mr. Chair?
I submit to your wisdom, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So, because Co-op NATCO is here, they were not being informed about all the programs when in fact they represent the cooperative. You should coordinate with our representative, Mon Espares of Co-op NATCO, for all those events that you will be conducting.
Noted on that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you to our Vice Chair, Kong Alan T. So now we will proceed to the second round of interpellations. Do you want to yield to Kong Bambi? All right, so first we'll recognize Congressman Bambi Amano, and I hope the DTI was able to prepare all the data that he requested earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Kanina, good morning. Ngayon, good evening na po. And earlier, Mr. Chair, during the first round, I actually requested for data that hopefully would be submitted before the second round. But let me share the data that was submitted, Mr. Chair and Madam Secretary. On SSF, sabi ko, Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary, minadali lahat ng data para lang may masubmit. And if you even look at it, they submitted, I even, parang nilagyan kong Exhibit 1 Sabi dito, SSF projects, tapos number 9. Misamis Oriental second, establishment of Northern Mindanao FIC. Tapos address, Cagayan de Oro City, USTP Cagayan de Oro. Ayan. Sabi ko, ito palang mali na yung first document na binigay. Tapos, minadali lahat Kakahiya talaga, Madam Secretary, pag ganito yung ibibigay ng mga tauhan natin We're talking about your budget for 2025, tapos ganito yung ibibigay, Mr. Chair. NSB, 2024, yung NSB ba sa district allocation na sinubmit, was it for 2024 or 2025? Mr. Chair.
I will defer to ASEC Dom Tolentino, Honorable
24, sir.
Yeah, 24.
Yes, po.
Because in the answer given, document given was NSB, fiscal year 2024. ASEC Dominic Tolentino last month, sabi, they received an advice to download 5 million pesos to one province.
Sir?
Yeah.
Yes.
For, you actually advised that 5 million will be downloaded to one province. One province.
No, one region, sir. One province, yes po, opo. Yung naapektuhan po ng Karina, ng Bagyo, nito lang po, recently.
Yeah. I don't want to put on the spot the province, Madam Chair, but I beg to disagree that this is the only province that was affected.
Sir?
I beg to disagree that this is the only province that's affected. And I don't think this province was affected by Karina.
Yes, sir. Sir, if I may, the budget or the request funds comes from my immediate supervising USEC.
And that is who, Mr. Chair?
Who's not here anymore. Because I'm under the office of the Secretary now as ASEC for Special Concern, sir. So they're the one who requested to the office, and then it was
Then supposedly, Mr. Chair, we will excuse that answer.
Sorry, which USEC was that?
Yeah, so we will excuse that answer because that USEC is then not anymore with DTI. So they're not accountable for it anymore because it was given by the former USEC. Is that what they're trying to say, Mr. Chair?
No, sir.
That's what you just said, Mr. Chair. That's what you just said.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, sir. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. Ano ba? Mr. Chair.
The budget was downloaded and requested to the office of the Secretary, the former office of the Secretary, prior to Secretary Roque po.
So what does that mean? Yeah, I don't know. What does it mean, Mr. Chair?
Yung budget na 5 na yan po, ibinaba doon sa lalawigan.
Can you speak into the microphone?
Yeah.
It's not honored?
Oh, that's now part of the 2024 budget, sir. Yes. Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Chair, it's downloaded to one province. But what about the other provinces in Region 10? Because it was not affected. It was not only the province that was affected by Karina. So we can't answer, Mr. Chair, because it was just ordered to download it to one province, ano? Is that the answer? Yes, Madam.
Yes,
Mr. Chair. Yes.
Yes, Honorable Emano, ASEC Ablan would like to explain that.
Okay. Mr. Chair?
Yes. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To address the Honorable Emano, as mentioned by ASEC Tolentino, there was an endorsement coming from the previous office of the Secretary, not Secretary Roque. It is currently being reviewed by our Finance Service, so the monies are still with the central office. So we will be reviewing the endorsement. It has not been downloaded to the region, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, but can you at least furnish this representation a copy, Mr. Chair, of how they will distribute the 5 million pesos, Mr. Chair, before actually downloading it to the region? Would that be possible? Can I get a commitment from the good secretary, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will be submitting, but so it's on record. For Region 10, the amount requested is 5 million. MSMEs to be assisted is 250 beneficiaries. Barangays covered is 27 barangays. Trainings to be provided is 10 and 250 kits. We will be submitting this proposal. As mentioned, this was from the previous office of the Secretary. The new office of the Secretary will be reviewing this together with the Finance Service.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And also, Mr. Chair, I requested a document that will be submitted with regards to PPG. Tsaka minsan, Mr. Chair, ang sakit eh. Parang minadali talaga, Madam Mr. Chair, yung report. Dito, nakalagay galing dokumento sa kanila. Budget, 560,000. Number of kits, 29. 15 kits will be distributed to eligible and profiled beneficiaries in Hitago, Misamis Oriental, 1st District. Mr. Chair, I'm from the 2nd District and Hitago is in the 2nd District. Ay, minamadali lahat, Mr. Chair eh.
So, subject to review. Go ahead.
Honorable Emano, I'll check into this when we get back to the office. But ASEC Dom, do you have any explanation for this? Okay, so I'll check into this and then we'll get back to your office because actually your attorney Zapato already sent me his number, so we'll get into this.
And second to the last, very fast, Mr. Chair. Second to the last, I also asked CDA to submit the programs that they implemented in the islands of Mindanao. So very convenient, Mr. Chair. The document submitted by CDA is submitted by region, tapos nalagay dito Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, tapos yung breakdown ng Region 10, hindi ko nakita na sinabigay, Mr. Chair.
USEC?
Yes, at the initial, Mr. Chair, for Region 10 for 2024, we were able to provide around 68 million.
Can they submit that, Mr. Chair? Nahiyan na ako kay Chair. No. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
we will be glad to submit the comprehensive details of this, Mr. Chair, on your office and to the appropriations committees, Mr. Chair.
and that will be when, Mr. Chair?
Most likely on Tuesday, Mr. Chair.
Tuesday next week?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Same
I'll
as
accept that, Mr. Chair. And
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And lastly, Madam Chair and Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary, I believe that you're aware already of the existing offices, field offices that you have and the buildings that you own and which region do not have a building yet. And one of those that is renting a property is the one in Region 10 in Cagayan de Oro City. And I think 2-3 years ago, a land was donated already to DTI by the city of El Salvador. It's 1,000 square meters. Ito yung existing building nyo ngayon. Tapos umuupa kayo sa provincial capital and was hoping that if it might not, you're very fresh 8 days, might not be now, but even if we still have to undergo the electoral process. But even if I'm not there anymore, I was hoping that you'll be able to build one house for DTI Region 10. Especially for the provincial office, Madam Secretary. Diba, kahit nga ibon may bahay eh. Yung opisina nyo, yung field office nyo po, wala. I hope that you'll be able to look at it, Mr. Secretary, Madam Secretary, and Mr. Chair.
Yes, Honorable Emano, we will discuss this with the Regional Operations Group and we'll get back to your office regarding the office also.
Yeah. For the submitted documents, Attorney Sagado, my staff is here. Hopefully, you'll be able to submit to him. So we'll be able to discuss it on Wednesday, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank
yes,
you.
we'll do that.
Yeah,
I
thank
have
you.
the number here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr.
Honorable
Chair.
Emano.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Maraming salamat
Thank you,
po.
Kong Bambi. You second, Cabo. Do you have the answer already for Kong Alan?
Yes, that's what I'm about to request from the good chair. The budget that was spent for Tacloban CMPL Summit, Mr. Chair, was 1.3 million, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I have one question to Chairman and Cabo. Chairman, is CMPL a registered party list organization with the COMELEC?
Honestly, Mr. Chair, I have no idea, and I am not privy to the intent, whether it's political or social, Mr.
But
Chair.
did you discuss it in any way in your event, during your National Summit event, about this cooperative?
No, Mr. Chair,
CMPL?
because there was no declaration for that, Mr. Chair.
Are you sure? Are you certain?
Yes, Mr. Chair. On my part, Mr. Chair, I am not private. I am not certain because I am not directly involved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, do I have the commitment of the chairman of the CDA that all events or any programs should be also coordinated to our congressman of the party list co-op NATCO, considering that he represents in 19th Congress the cooperative sector?
We will be glad to do that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Kong Alan. Was that the only query that you had for your round two?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. So, last to interpolate would be our Senior Vice Chair, Kong Stella Kimbo.
Yes, earlier, Mr. Chair, our NDC Chair, Mauricio, mentioned that they were supporting the startup program of the DTI in Marikina, and I would just like to mention to the good secretary that that is actually my initiative. So that program is an incubator facility for startups, and it's well, I have a few slides if ComSec is able to put that up. So that actually started in 2022. Panahon pa ni Secmon Lopez. So I pitched the idea to him. Sabi ko, mukhang hindi naman siguro namin kaya maging financial district. So, kasi naunahan na kami ng Makati. Pero baka naman pwede kaming maging startup capital. Malay natin. So, I pitched this idea to him and to Secmon at that time. And anyway, so fast forward. So this is the idea. But up to today, so we broke ground in 2022. So kung makikita niyo ako, bata pa ako niyan. Wala pa ako masyadong problema. Pero up to today, Secretary, medyo hindi pa tayo tapos. So, nagkaroon ng maraming problema and I just want to assure you, Sec, na ang problema ay hindi sa budget. So, I think I've done a good job making sure that the budget is sufficient. At sa tingin ko, ang naging problema is medyo tingin ko nagkulang ang DTI sa effort at sa pagmamahal sa project. So, marami na kaming pinagdaanan na ups and downs. Marami na akong niluha dito sa programang ito. I just want to let you know, and maybe one of these days, ikikwento ko sa inyo lahat ng aking dusa na pinagdaanan dito, lahat ng aking frustrations. But anyway, I just want to know, ano bang status na ngayon? So that's the simple question. Ano na ngayon ang status ng project na to?
Good evening, Honorable Kimbo. I'd like to defer this to Yusek Vita. But rest assured that I'm gonna check on this project after this, within this week, and then I'll get back to you regarding this project, and we'll try our best, or I'll do my best to really get on top of this project.
So,
also.
well, Secretary, kanina paulit-ulit ang sinasabi na kulang ang pera para sa startup. But I just want to assure you that for this particular project, hindi nagkulang ang budget. I just want you to know that. Halos hindi nagamit ang pondo. And you can check. Talagang napakababa na naging utilization rate. So anyway, ano pong status?
I'll defer to Yusek Fita regarding this project.
Yeah, magkatulong po kami ng ROG. In fact, panahon pa ito ni Undersecretary Bless Lantayona at kami rin po pinakausapan ni Kong Stella na tumulong din para nga tumakbo yung proyekto. Nagkaroon nga po ng maraming problema sa procurement and including yung sa consultant na nanalo dun sa bidding na nahirapang mag-deliver. Pero sa ngayon po, paumanhin, Kong Stella, alam ko, disappointed ka sa amin. Pero ginawa namin lahat. Pero siguro hindi nga sapat kasi maraming bagay na hindi rin namin kontrolado. Pero sa ngayon po, yung status ng proyekto, nililipat na po sa NDC. So, nasa proseso na nung transfer, yung mga documents, lahat nasa NDC na for review.
Kong Stella, if ASEC Ablan would furnish you with the procurement side if you wish.
So what does it mean na nasa NDC na? May I know from NDC?
Thank you. We've had several coordination meetings, and the last one, Madam Chair, it was very positive because we were having initially legal obstacles, so we wanted a lot of the documentation turned over to the NDC from the DTI, and that took some time because in order for the DTI to transfer the project to the NDC, it has to be in the form of a MOA, and that MOA already has a draft, and the DTI is already in the process of finalizing the MOA with us. So we're just really waiting for all the documents to be vetted and for the MOA to be vetted. But
Yes.
on our end, we are just the receiving entity.
Yeah, so in terms of the infrastructure, it's a 5-story building. There's one floor that is dedicated for all government offices that are to support startups, and there's one floor that is dedicated for retail space for footwear, and the rest of the building, so about 3 stories, is going to be for co-working space, exhibition space, etc. Space that's needed to support startups. So ano na ngayon ang status ng mismong, so ayan, so that's the photo. Kailan yan matatapos? And number 2, ano yung status ng mismong programa? Because yun ang pinaka-importante sa lahat. Yung programa na siyang, yun ang pinaka-importante, di ba? Because that's what we need to produce our successful startups.
Kong Stella, I defer you to Grace of the ROG.
Yes, ma'am. We had our meeting last week, ma'am, no? And in that meeting, we agreed that NDC will provide us the new MOA as well as the use of frac agreement.
Yes, maliwanag na yung legal part.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Ang sa akin lang is yung
Program.
mismong building, yung programa, yun ang pinaka-importante sa lahat. Yun ang gustong marinig ng ating
ma'am.
constituents, di ba?
Yes, ma'am. And our next step is basically for CIG, ROG, and NDC to meet to develop the program concept. Although the MOA itself has a program.
Concept? Di ba matagal na natin pinag-usapan kung ano yung konsepto na to?
Yes, ma'am. It's in the MOA, but we haven't really sat down to put details on it because some of the cost items are not allowable under the fund because some of the cost items are capital outlay and I believe the fund is MOE, ma'am. So there has to be some adjustment on the cost items that were identified in the MOA.
So, just to summarize, ma'am, as you can see, kaya ako na-frustrate kasi matagal naman, naklaro kung ano yung konsepto. Pero, makikita mo sa how our staff or our officials speak, parang hindi maliwanag kung ano bang pinag-uusapan natin dito. It's an incubator facility. So, maliwanag kung ano yung konsepto na napapanganak dito. We handhold startups, right? I'm sure you're familiar with this. So, and this is not just for Marikina, we just happen to host it. Ito ay para sa kahit sinong Filipino startup na merong business idea na willing na makisalamuha, na merong isang business idea that is based on an innovation. So yun po. I will not belabor the point. Madam Secretary, may I have your strong commitment na tapusin natin ito kasi ayaw natin mag-revert ang funds. Kaya kung kanina pa pinapaulit-ulit sa inyo, reverted funds because nga para sa akin, pasensya na po hindi maganda ang track record ninyo pagdating sa paggamit ng pondo. At dito na naman, hihingi na naman tayo sa Kongreso ng dagdag na pondo, pero sa aking personal na karanasan, hindi po maganda, pasensya na po. It's just a small piece of experience, but it's a very bad experience. So, that's where I'm coming from. I need your strong commitment. I think it's a very important undertaking. We don't have one that is government-owned. You need to understand how important it is, and it is in the law that we passed for the creative industries. So,
Yes, Honorable Stella. Yes, I agree with you, and this is really a very important project, and this is a lot of people will benefit from this, whether from your district or from others. So I'll really get to the bottom of this, and then I'll give you a report exactly on how this thing goes. But we need to finish this project so a lot of people can take advantage of this opportunity because they need this also.
Ay, nasasabi natin.
So, ibig sabihin, taon-taon, alam natin ang problema, hindi tayo umuunsad. Yun ang ibig sabihin nun.
Tingin ho namin ngayon, malaki na ho yung pagkakataon natin para ma-address ito. Kagaya na nabanggit natin kanina, we have clearly identified which export sectors will drive the export growth. In particular, binanggit ko ho yung mining and mineral resources. Tapos so yung semiconductors din, isa doon. IT, BPM, kasama pa din po doon.
So, at least it's very clear to us that we really, really need to diversify away from that. So, yun talaga, di ba, ang palaisipan. That's why we really needed to see. Can we have a last look at yung slide mo na sinasabing strategic sectors?
Yung priority sectors.
Yes, kasi obviously, we need to develop our exports.
Yes.
So, itong sinasabi niyo bang OTOP, one town, one product, yun ba yung iniisip ninyo, inaasahan niyo ba na yun ang mag-identify ng export winners? Because for every town na nag-specialize in one product, subsequently, doon ka makakapag-identify ng export winners? Is that the purpose for OTOP?
Kong Stella, in terms of exports po, pagka po volume and value, we're really looking at industrial products.
So, hindi yun yung OTOP?
Hindi po yun OTOP.
So, bakit? That's why kanina ko pa kayo pinapakinggan. Alam naman natin, napapunta dapat tayo sa exports. I'm sorry kanina ko pa kayo pinapakinggan. I'm a professional economist, by the way, ma'am. I've been listening to all of you the whole day. We know what we need to do. Ay, alam naman pala natin eh. So why are we doing all of these programs? Eh, hindi naman pala yun yung, di ba, sir? Yun lang, that's my question. We have, our budget is so small, but we know exactly what we need to do. But you have all of these things that's on our table, and we're so confused. We don't know what to focus on. So if I ask you again, sir, exactly now we know what we need to do, which is to develop our expert sector. And I ask you again, given our very small budget and given our limited capacity, because we don't have a very high burn rate, and maybe we travel a lot, so our limited time in office, what do we focus on?
Sa priority natin for exports would be to add value to the mineral products that we export, meaning processing of our mineral products.
So it's in the mineral products. That's what you think is number one.
Yes, so times 20 yung magiging additional value for our
yun.
export.
So yun yung sinasabi ko. I was wondering, when you showed your slide, what are the key sectors, you have to show us, first of all, what is the current growth rate? So nung sinabi mong dairy, I have no quarrel with you, ha? I'm sure merong gustong mag-invest sa dairy, but right now, zero yun eh. So parang, why will you tell me that pupusta tayo doon? Right now, the proof of life is zero, right? So, but if you tell me that it's in mineral products, I will believe you because the growth rate is good, except that we're not doing enough, right? That's what you're saying, right? So tingin ko, when you finesse your strategy, I think you have to begin with the current growth rate. So we believe you when you tell us that there's actually more potential for growth. I mean, and then you tell us there's a wild card here, right? Parang Olympics, di ba? May wild card din. Okay naman. We're okay with that. But then, it has to be, di ba, yung several, kumbaga, layers, right? So, yun. Siguro, last na lang po, shipping. Because in order for us, ito, perennial. Paano tayo magde-develop ng export? Lahat ng mga exporters, walang ginawa kundi mag-complain sa shipping cost. So ano na nga ang gagawin natin? So that's my last question, Mr. Chair.
In costo, nabanggit kanina ni Yusek Jean Pacheco that we're supportive of a bill which was filed in Congress.
Madam Chair, there's a bill that is pending with the Committee on Transportation to reduce the high international shipping charges. It's not the freight, Madam Chair, because freight costs are increasing, but it's really the international shipping charges that make us uncompetitive. So the bill filed by Congressman Bernadette Herrera and Congressman Rufus Rodriguez aims to address exactly that, the charges that are being imposed by international shipping lines that are excessive and irregular. Like, for example, port congestion charges, which they don't have any port congestion. So that particular bill is something that we are pushing to reduce logistics cost, Madam Chair. So that bill hopefully will be enacted.
It's, di ba matagal na tong problema?
Yes,
And
yes, ma'am. Yes, Congressman. It's true.
Walang ibang solution?
So, of course, there is this issue that they always say about, the Philippine problem of we have imports but low exports. So, some of the shipping lines, we have problems in the bottoms. You don't have enough shipping. So the issue on high cost of shipping is very much an issue. So aside from that, we're really putting lahat, ma'am, ng mas
Yusek,
makakababa.
let's not, can we please not guess? I'm sure that galing ako sa PCC, there have been studies on this. I'm not sure what you're telling me is
ma'am,
the solution or the only solution. And I know that there have been other efforts to address this. Are you telling me that today DTI had abandoned all previous efforts to fix this? Is that where we are today?
Madam Chair,
I mean, I'm not sure. Is that the status?
Madam Chair, yeah. Madam Chair, thank you because yes, it was during our time. In fact, it was DTI who, in fact, wrote to the PCC because again of that issue on the international shipping charges, and the concern is still with the PCC. We have not. That's something that we need to follow up from them. It's an issue that remain unanswered and not addressed. That's something that we need to follow up with them. We are trying to put in all bases, covering all bases on how to reduce shipping costs. Ma'am, the freight charges, that's one is going up high. But of course, that's something that not only the Philippines is a victim of. But for those that we can address and those that were identified by the sector itself, really, ma'am, it's really the international shipping charges. So that one item is something that we're looking at. Tapos, Kong, we are also looking at other issues in the transport. In the transport of items. So as I said, even in the Executive Order 41, that was also something that the DTI proposed and was signed by the President, again on the pass-through fee. So, ma'am, really the inefficiency of shipping is something that we need to tackle, and we're really hoping that the Committee on Transport.
Sige, just please submit a position paper on this. I mean, just summarizing all the points, and let's see where we are. But yeah, thank you.
Kong Stella, ASEC Agaton might share some information with you if you're okay.
Madam Chair, I think basically, if you look at the shipping sector, it's the only sector that's not regulated. When you compare to the air freight, there's no agency that regulates. No. They just increase their rates. So there have been efforts to merge, unify the shipping and air freight forwarding industry because of the multimodal nature now of the industry, and yet there's no movement in that direction. More than DTI, I guess it should be probably the OTR should be pushing it, but I don't know how far they have, how deep the understanding they have on the issue, Madam Chair. But basically, because if you look at air freight, every charge, whether by passenger fees or cargo fees, it has to be approved by CAB. But for sea freight, it's free for all, Madam Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Yusek.
just to sort of add to what ASEC Aga, in the bill, the suggestion is to make Marina the regulator. A few years back, we attempted to do a JAW. Sige, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, one last question. I forgot. My most important question for, and he left. Press Bobby. Oh, sorry. Press Bobby. Just one question. Natanong na kanina ni ComBH. So, total assets, 17 billion. More or less, your total loans is about 10 billion. Here, based on your statements of cash flows, and this is an audited statement, you have proceeds from matured investments. So, ibig sabihin, ini-invest ninyo na nag-mature na, right? It's 8.114 billion. Okay. Ang tanong ko lang, simple, sir, bakit ang laki, sir, ng ini-invest ninyo? Considering that, sa pagkakaintindi po namin, ang mandate nyo talaga is magpautang. Yon. Hindi ba pwede, sir, na itong 8.114 billion ay ipautang nyo na lang po?
Okay. Yung pong 8.114 billion, Madam Chair, ay hindi po one-time investment po. Meron tayong schedule on a monthly basis.
Sir, yes, you can submit all of that, yung details ng the kind of investment, etc. Okay po yun. Yung tanong lang namin is, yun nga, nakakapagtaka kung bakit nag-i-invest po kayo sa halip po na nagpapautang na lang po sa small borrowers.
May mga wholesale partners po kasi tayo na nakaabang na dun sa pondo. May turnaround po yung documentation and all. So naka-earmark na sa kanila. Ngayon, habang naghihintay, nilalagay lang po namin sa mga 7-day hanggang 30-day terms para makumita ng konti. Yun po yung nangyayari. So, ang gusto
namin... It says long-term. So, nakasulat po dito sa audited statement, long-term. So, parang...
Kasi pwede, may portion po siya na long-term pero na
audited statement po ito, nakasulat long-term. So, pagalitan niyo po yung auditor ninyo kasi nakasulat long-term.
Opo, pinapreterminate po namin yung portions.
I'm sorry, sir, it's a submission to Congress. It says long-term.
Opo, i-review na lang po namin yung terminologies. Pero moving forward, tama po kayo na talagang miski po kami, pinipilit namin bumaba yung turnaround time para makapivot kami within a month na mapautang ulit, that we don't have to put them in investments anymore. Kasi, well, pinipreterminate din naman namin pag kailangan na.
So sir, hindi kayo nagpapautang directly? You go through institutions? Pinapautang ninyo sa bangko and then the banks in turn?
We do both po. We do both. We lend through partner institutions para mas malawak yung reach na mabilis at meron kaming direct retail lending. Yun yung nag-onboard sa amin online.
So saan po mas mataas ang interest?
Well, yun pong wholesale namin sa P3 funds as low as 3% po yung P3 funds namin na wholesale per annum. And then yung retail namin is 1% per month on a diminishing balance basis. That amounts to roughly 6.7% effective interest rate per year. Yung retail namin.
Taas. Pero sir, sige sir, again sir, ang laki ng funds ninyo, total of 17 billion. Ang issue ko talaga sir is, personally, I can be wrong, but can you just submit na lang a report to us? Sana po you can convince us through that report na you're maximizing the funds, na talagang you're doing the best that you can na ipautang lahat yan sa MSMEs. Kasi, pasensya na po, pero sa pagtingin ko talaga ay bakit po ninyo ini-invest yan? Halos kalahati, di ba? Sa halip na pautang. So, we will await your submission, sir.
Sige po.
And i-detail po ninyo kung ilan ang...
yung i-detail po namin yung gaano katagal at
ilan ang borrowers, etc.
But I agree with you completely, Madam Chair, that the goal is to increase efficiency, to minimize turnaround time, and minimize the parking time of the funds. We're just really putting them in investments so we could earn some extra. Kasi yung P3 fund po namin...
Sir, kasi ang mandato niyo po ba kumita? Di ba?
Yung po kasing P3 funds namin, 3% per annum ang kanyang
interest. Kasi sir, sa pagkakaalam ko talaga, ang primary mandate talaga ninyo is magpautang sa halip na kumita. Hindi naman po kasi kayo bangko. Kayo ay lending institution. Yun lang, sir.
Apo.
Babalik tayo sa mandato niyo. Salamat, sir. We await your submission.
Okay.
Salamat po.
Alright, thank you, Kong Stella. Last to interpolate will be Kong Benny Abante.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry I just came because I had a meeting for a while ago. But I was here when Congressman Rufus praised you to high heavens as far as your company is concerned, di ba? I mean, I'm just wondering, he made a motion to increase the budget. I'm just wondering where it's going to get the increase. You know, because Congress Congress does not have the right to increase, but to be able to get part of the other budget to increase your budget. So hindi ko alam kung saan niya kukunin yun. At any rate, Madam Chair, you were appointed by the President as what? Acting Secretary or officially Secretary of the DTI?
For now, sir, acting secretary of the DTI.
Acting Secretary.
Yes,
Not officially a Secretary.
acting secretary.
So what can you tell us in this committee as far as your expertise is concerned with the DTI?
My expertise in DTI is really the MSME development.
That question can be asked in the CA. So I'm asking the question now so that you can be ready when you face a CA later on.
Actually, my expertise really, I come from the business sector, and I started from micro, and I feel that I will be able to get the projects done, and I'm also very, let's say, tutok in Tagalog, no? I really want to get the job done, so I'll do my best. I serve at the pleasure of the President, so anytime that he needs I'll serve at the pleasure of the President.
Where are you from, by the way?
I'm from the private sector.
What province are you from?
From Bacolod, sir.
From Bacolod. Okay. Now, you mentioned about the micro, no? I'd like to find out how much budget did you give the MSMEs?
Okay, I would like to defer to ASEC Ablan regarding this question, Honorable Abante.
With the permission of the Chair and also the Secretary, I'll address Kong Abante's query on the budget for MSMEs, Mr. Chair. $2.23 billion, Mr. Chair. 2.3 billion, Mr. Chair.
2.3 billion in 2025.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
So I'd like to find out, okay, in 2024, how much budget did you have on the MSMEs?
$2.1 billion, Mr. Chair.
Were you able to spend all of that for the MSMEs, or you have some savings or unused funds for it?
We had unused, Mr. Chair.
How much is your unused funds for the MSMEs?
24. We're retrieving the numbers for 2023, Mr. Chair.
How much would that be then?
Mr. Chair, for allotment for 2023, there is unused 54 million.
You have unused funds every year as far as the budget of the MSME is concerned. Every year, no?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so what do you do with that? Is the unused funds, is that on top of the 2025 budget you have right now, which is 2 point something billion?
From 2023, unused, we have 1 year this year to utilize that, Mr. Chair. Yes, that's
To
correct.
utilize it.
To use it, Mr. Chair.
Therefore, when you speak of utilizing it, it means that you have unutilized funds for the SMEs. For how much do you have in 2024?
So for 54 million coming from 2023, obligated to 2024, and then for the balance on top of that, we'll get our current computation for as of June 30, 2024.
So you expect to have unutilized funds for 2024? Do you?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we always try to achieve 100% budget utilization, but we're just roughly above 90%.
So what
Mr.
is
Chair.
the problem why you cannot even utilize 100% of it?
Various reasons, Mr. Chair. For MSMEs, the funding is downloaded to our regional offices, and then they also procure for our MSMEs. For one reason or another, sometimes the procurement does not push through. We have our struggles for our shared service facilities. Sometimes there are no bidders for the particular equipment. So there are some challenges, Mr. Chair.
The problem in every agency is this, no, Mr. Chair. They always complain about a decrease in the budget, but in the end of the year, there are unutilized funds. I'm wondering why. Why is it that in the next budget we have, still you complain about a decreased budget, yet when I asked you, how much do you have as far as unused or unutilized budget is concerned, you still have that. I'm wondering why. Can you answer me that, please?
Mr. Chair, we're very hopeful with the passage of the new Government Procurement Act. We will be able to be better in procuring the budgets allocated by Congress.
You have been, Mr. Chair, you have been Assistant Secretary since the time of the former Secretary, am I right?
Only for this group, Mr. Chair, for the past month.
Only when?
I oversee the Management Services Group just this June, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you came from DepEd.
That's correct.
All right. Now, I'd like just to find out, no, during the stewardship, I don't know if anybody can answer this. During the stewardship of Secretary Pascual, how was the fund, the budget for the MSMEs used? Do you have a data on that? Do you have a data?
It's the utilization of the 2023 and 2024 MSME development programs.
Yes, 2023 budget, Mr. Chair, under Secretary Pascual's.
Come again, please.
24%, Mr. Chair. Sorry? My apologies, 94%, Mr. Chair, under Secretary Pascual.
You know, I've been wondering because, you see, there are more MSMEs in this country than big business actually. Di ba?
I mean, I could be able to see that even if the TTI is actually looking for the development of the MSMEs, yet I do not find a real development of it. I just would like to find the reason why. How are you able to help them? Because, you know, there are so many complaints about that, actually.
Honorable Abante, we're going to have more programs, more specific and strategic programs that's really for the MSMEs, and we will make sure that they level up. One of our programs is, as I said earlier, was to set up for the export, no, in all the Philippine embassies all over the world. We're going to be setting up a small or a store for MSMEs so that they will be able to showcase their products, hoping to be able for them to export. So these products are going to be compliant and ready for export.
The MSMEs are really actually helping our country as far as economic development is concerned, di ba?
Yes.
So therefore, they must be given priority, correct?
Yes, actually, 2 months ago, they set up an MSME development group in the DTI. So the main goal there is to really push the MSMEs. Actually, we really have now strategic trade shows and strategic programs and initiatives to really push the MSMEs. And we've also got the bigger business to get involved. One of them is SM, who already committed through Ma'am Tessie Coson, the 83 malls. She's going to build the ground floor space for the MSMEs, so of all the regions. That's number one. Number two, also with the Jollibee Group, we had a learning session, how to be a supplier of Jollibee. So that's also gonna boost the MSMEs. And also the trade show that we just did just also showed that the interest for the MSME products is quite strong. Last year we sold 28 million, this year 61.3, so just almost triple. So it also shows that the products are now being it's already coming out in the open. So we're really coming up with more avenues for the MSMEs to really showcase their products, whether food or non-food. So this is really very, and then also the digitalization, Honorable Abante, which is going to be very important for us because we are 7,600 islands. So we need to get to sell, to communicate, and to be able to showcase the products instantaneously. So this is the mandate of President BBM, is to really go digitalization, so digital. So this will be a push on in this.
What if big business thinks that the MSMEs are actually competitors to big business? What are you going to do about it?
Actually, I don't think they're competitors because
tanong mo Madam Secretary, yung mga small entrepreneur natin, they are the ones renting in the big malls. The thing is, they're not earning a lot because there's a lot of payment that they give to the big malls.
For the MSMEs, we've had a deal with the SM Group, and they're going to give us less than half of the rent for a ground floor, and there's really an aggressive push on this. And
are they giving it now? Because as far as I'm concerned, they are actually charging all of those entrepreneurs inside those malls a big amount of money.
No, there's really a place now for MSME that was established in the ground floor, and this was just 2 months ago, so they're aggressively also establishing this, and they're also establishing places where the MSMEs can showcase their products, or like food products or food court. So this is done by the SM Group, Robinson's Group, Ayala Group, and also the Jollibee Group. And now we're also talking to other big businesses to be able to help, because we need these big businesses to be able to carry the small businesses.
I realize that, but I think that the TTI should do more monitoring on that.
Yes, Honorable Abante, we just started with this 2 months ago, so we're going to be really pushing on this, so we can get back to you maybe after a few months. But on this initiative of ours, but we're really working with the bigger ones to help the smaller ones because they're the ones with facilities also for this one.
We will be watching that, Madam Secretary. No?
Thank you, Honorable
How
Abante.
is your partnership with Go Negosyo? With your conception?
Yes, very good. We really try to collaborate with a lot of the private sectors, and one of them is Go Negosyo. So we also attend their events and also the other events, not just of Go Negosyo, but other private sectors also. So now we have introduced during when I was the chairman of the SBCorp, we already added SBCorp in the Go Negosyo events, and you'll be amazed that the SBCorp is one of the most puno na booth because a lot of the MSME needs funding, and we've also added different changes in the SBCorp because before, that's why Kong Stella, it was hard that's why there's still a lot of money left because their main reason their main is to get collateral. But now, we know that the MSMEs don't have collateral. So we do now PO financing, check rediscounting, receivables funding, franchise funding. So this is now being pushed in the SBCorp. And we are now, there's already a surge now in interest for loans, and we make it easy for SBCorp, for the people to loan from SBCorp. And we also have now, just a few weeks ago, the 200 million funding for startups. The first 6 months, no payment of principal and interest, and the second 6 months, we only pay the interest. So this one is also to help the startups, Honorable Abante. So these were the initiatives that we did with SBCorp.
Well, that's good. Mr. Chair, the budget that you have allocated for the MSMEs, how much is that as far as giving loans is concerned?
I'll refer to them because this budget was done before I became, so I'll defer to SBCorp regarding this matter.
Po yung loans na binibigay nyo?
Maybe you can ask Press Bobby of SBCorp.
Honorable Congressman, last year we were given 750 million for the P3 fund for lending to small and micro businesses basically. But we released a total of 9.3 billion in loans because of our existing loan resources combined from our corporate capital and reflows and cumulative reflows from the P3 program. So annually we release about 9 to 10 billion in loans, and we're looking to increase even more the amount released if we are granted more.
Well, a reason why I asked that is I hope that we could be able to help the MSMEs more than anything else because that actually helps our country as far as economic development is concerned, Madam Chair, di ba?
Yes, Honorable Abante, I totally agree with you, and this is an instantaneous increase once we help them. So, and this will also provide jobs in our country. So this is also a very important sector, aside from, of course, the international trade, which will really bring in a lot of money for our country. But the MSME sector is also a driver for the economy. So we are really going to push for this sector, Honorable Abante.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Now I'd like to go to the CDA, the Cooperative Development Authority.
Yes, go ahead.
Of course, you know that CDA was actually created during the time of FPR, diba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Now, the reason that you put here is somewhat, to me, is vague, no? Can you explain further the reason of the reduction in the CDA budget?
The reduction of the budget, Mr. Chair, is the non-inclusion of the locally funded program, which is part of our cooperative development for the micro and small, particularly or specifically more on the context of alleviating and for the recovery programs of our co-ops.
Yeah, ano itong non-inclusion of 2 locally funded projects for 2025? Ano to?
These are the agri-machineries, Mr. Chair, and the capital of the micro and small cooperatives that belong to the consumers, marketing, producers, and logistics, Mr. Chair.
How many cooperatives do you have now in the CDA?
As far as compliant and operating, Mr. Chair, we have 20,000 cooperatives, Mr. Chair.
Can you give this committee a list of that?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Including the capitalization of all the cooperatives?
We are very willing to submit to this committee, Mr. Chair, and to your office.
Thank you. Now, pinag-uusapan din sa TOTR yung mga jeepneys, no? Sapagkat they are the ones, yung bang, ako naniniwala ako na dapat palitan na yung mga jeepneys, di ba? I mean, itong mga operators na ito, kinukumbinsi natin to form cooperatives, di ba? Form cooperatives. Now, nasa inyo rin pang, mandate yan, as far as we're concerned. So, dumadaan sa inyo yung cooperative na yan, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Based on the Republic Act 9520, organizations that are interested to become cooperatives will be registered under CDA, Mr. Chair.
So how many cooperatives do you have now as far as the operators of business are concerned?
Apologies, Mr. Chair, I cannot give the exact number because of the influx of the interest and the ongoing registration, Mr. Chair. But we can provide you the numbers immediately, Mr. Chair, but as a part of our report.
Whenever we talk about that, sa Committee on Metro Manila Development, kung saan napakaraming mga jeepneys, nagko-complain yung mga nagrarally yung iba, di ba? Na hindi member ng cooperatives, no? They don't want the cooperatives actually, di ba? I mean, masyadong tahimik ang CDA as far as the cooperatives of the jeepneys are concerned.
Mr. Chair, with due respect, we made our position in support to the modernization program. But on a sad note, Mr. Chair, at the onset of the crafting of this program, the CDA was not consulted on this matter, Mr. Chair. All we were, what we have experienced is that we only receive a directive that as per LTFRB and the DOTR, the transport groups must be cooperativized. So once the transport group decide to be cooperativized, that's the time that they seek our intervention by providing them the pre-registration seminar and other hand-holding programs, Mr. Chair.
Oh, that's part of the list that you're going to submit this committee.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Chair, yun na lang ang mga questions ko. Wala na. Kasi gumagabi na eh.
Sorry, before you move, Kong Benny, I just want to ask one quick question of the MSME Council. So based on the data that I requested from yesterday, do we have an idea already of which programs within the DTI ecology, meaning attached agencies, GOCCs, all cater to the MSME? And how much would that cost in total? The reason I ask is because we always get interpolated in our budget defense for the very meager MSME development program budget in the DTI OSEC, but as we know, really it's all over the place. So I was informed that it's the MSME Council that monitors all the programs and interventions from DSWD, SLP, the DOLE, NegoCart, and then you have the setup of DOST. So many. So can we hear from MSME Council, Sec?
Honorable Kong Tof, actually we didn't have the projects yet because there's so many projects actually in DTI that's for the MSME. So we want to have more strategic and focused projects, not too many because the budget is also not a lot, but more projects that will really drive the MSME. So I need to meet with different functional groups so that we can really think which projects are we going to really push and how much money we need for these projects.
Yun ang no, actually yeah, the question is parang it's just sort of like tagging within DTI and beyond DTI. It's just tagging which programs actually cater to the MSME sector, and then adding all that up so that we have an amount that we can also answer to any Kong that would inquire as to whether we're spending enough to help our MSME, which is 98.6% of total business.
I will defer to ASEC Grace on your question, Honorable Kong To.
Negosyo Center is actually an MSME program.
Exactly.
No, the question is beyond DTI.
Beyond DTI. We have set up of the OST.
Yeah, so ano nga yung total nun?
Yeah, we just need to know.
So, okay, parang ganito. Role-playing tayo.
Okay.
Ako yung mag-interpolate kay Kong To.
Okay.
Bakit naman ganon, Kong, Madam Speaker, ang liit-liit ng budget na nakalaan para sa MSMEs?
Actually, kung titignan po natin, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, ang budget sa MSME development ay napakaliit. Pero actually, mas maraming pa pong mga programa sa attached agencies ng DTI, sa attached GOCCs ng DTI, kahit sa ibang ahensya, ang nag-cater yan po sa MSME. Mas malalaman ko po ang sagot kung mag-furnish ang MSME Council ng datos, pero tulad po ng DOLE, tulad ng DOST setup, tulad ng DSWD, Sustainable Livelihood Program,
Lobat na sila, Mr. Chair.
CDA, well, yun nga, attached agency naman si CDA, attached GOCC, si SITEM, Manila Fame also caters to MSME. So, we just need to know that data. I'm sure the MSME Council will be able to tabulate all of that and comb through the NEP and see which ones actually cater to the MSME sector, and then furnish that to us even within the next 2 weeks. I just want to have that figure ready, because believe me, it's going to be asked. And they're always going to look at the MSME development program of DTI OSEC. And that's hardly encompassing of the total, the whole of government support for MSME.
And as Kong Benny Abante said, I am watching you.
Yeah.
What you spend on MSMEs.
Yes. Yun lang po. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, anyway, gusto ko lang pong sabihin na huwag niyong pahirapan yung sponsor niyo sa plenary, ha? Kinakailangan tama lahat ang bibigyan niyo sa kanya para mas madali sa kanya. Anyway, I'm supposed to terminate, di ba? O, kita niyo ako magte-terminate ng budget niyo, ha? Oo. So, I'd like Mr. Chair to make a motion to terminate the budget briefing of the DTI, including auditors, agencies, and corporations. So I move.
There is a motion, duly seconded and hearing no objection. It is moved, seconded, motion is carried. And can I move to suspend?
Yes.
I will also move to suspend the briefing until tomorrow, 9 a.m. So move. Can you hear a second? Second. There's a motion, duly seconded, hearing no objection. The motion is carried. This briefing is hereby suspended till 9 a.m. tomorrow.